Chapter 707. As the sky gradually darkened, Xiao Yan had unknowingly stayed in the Tianyun auction house for more than half a day. However, this did not affect the three people who were chatting in the small courtyard. Haha, this is really a joke. I did not expect that the narwhal snake would benefit from the Do Qi inheritance that the four great clans fought over. This is really like drawing water with a bamboo basket. Ha ha ha. Within the small courtyard, Dong Chuan's face was filled with laughter as he listened to Xiao Yan's narration. In his heart, he had a general understanding of what had happened in the desolate ancient remains a few months ago. After knowing that the Do Qi inheritance had coincidentally fallen into the mouth of the narwhal snake, Dong Chuan could not help but laugh out loud. Their Tianyun auction house did not have a good impression of the four great sections. Now that they saw one of their people being defeated, they naturally felt incomparably carefree. Moreover, the person these people wanted to deal with was Xiao Yan. Speaking of which, according to what I know, there were very few people from the four large clans who successfully returned alive from the trip to the desolate ancient remains the last time. I think that this matter has already spread among the four large sections. These few factions will definitely act on their own. Mr. Xiao Yan should be careful about this point. Fang Qian's expression was grave as he looked at Xiao Yan. They all knew about the grudge between Xiao Yan and the four great sections. Even though Xiao Yan's skills were not weak, he was after all facing four powerful sects that had stood in the western region for hundreds of years. Their foundation was so strong that it was not something that an ordinary faction could compare with. As the saying goes, 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. With just Xiao Yan's strength, it was ultimately impossible for him to fight against the four great sections. Fang Qian said this in hopes that Xiao Yan would be more cautious in the future. Hearing this, Xiao Yan also revealed a solemn expression and nodded. Although Leng Bingshuang had intervened and brought him away from the desolate ancient remains at the critical moment, he was not the only one who had left. The sudden disappearance of the narwhal snake and the northern king would definitely arouse suspicion. This was especially so for the heir of the Zhuo clan, Zhuolin. This person was very scheming and would see anything unusual in his eyes. The latter would naturally not believe that Xiao Yan had died in the energy storm. That's right, Mr. Xiao Yan. The fellow you met during the day was also a member of the four great sections. Moreover, he was a member of the combat martial sect, which specializes in physical strength. When the four great sects were mentioned, Dong Chuan seemed to have suddenly thought of something. He lifted his eyebrows and spoke to Xiao Yan in a serious voice. When these words were spoken, Xiao Yan could not help but raise his eyebrows slightly. His eyes turned and he could not help but ask, "Are you talking about Lu Qing?" "That's right. Mr. Xiao Yan should have seen him during the day. That fellow's physical strength is not something that an ordinary elite Do Di can compare with. This is also because he is a member of the combat martial sect." Dong Chuan's face revealed a solemn expression. Xiao Yan also narrowed his eyes. A look of understanding surfaced on his face. No wonder Lu Cheng's physical strength was so strong. It turned out that he was a member of the combat martial sect. The entire combat martial sect specialized in physical strength. The combination of Do Qi and physical body caused one's fighting strength to far surpass an ordinary strong person of the same level. Take Lu Qing for example. Under the premise of relying on his physical strength, he was able to suppress Jin Yao, who was at the same level. However, despite this, Xiao Yan did not feel the slightest bit of regret in his heart for what he had done during the day. Xiao Yan already had quite a deep grudge with the four great sections. Additionally, Jin Yao had once helped him. Even if he did not have that layer of relationship, Xiao Yan would still go all out in today's matter. As he thought of this, the wrinkles that had just formed between Xiao Yan's brows quickly disappeared. At the same time, Fang Qian, who was in front of him, opened his mouth once again. That Lu Qing himself is nothing much. Although he is a 2-star Do Di, it is likely that with Mr. Xiao Yan's strength, he is not worth mentioning. It is just a troublesome matter. Behind this old fellow stands an elder of the combat martial sect. That old fellow's seniority is extremely high. His strength has already reached the level of a 4-star Do Di. Mr. should be more careful in the future. Thank you for the information. Hearing Fang Qian's words, Xiao Yan revealed a solemn expression as he nodded his head. Immediately, he cupped his hands together and expressed his thanks. Seeing this, Dong Chuan and the other man hurriedly cupped their hands together. After knowing the latter's identity, the two of them were even more respectful towards this rank 3 alchemist in front of them. Back then, they only knew that the person in front of them was a rank 3 alchemist. Their target in their hearts was the medicinal pills that the latter refined. However, from the looks of it now, compared to the medicinal pills, they placed more importance on their relationship with the latter. After chatting and laughing for a while, the sky gradually darkened. Unknowingly, it was already close to midnight. The moon was above the treetops, scattering a thin layer of silver light that covered the entire Yen city. Waves of laughter filled the small courtyard as the three of them chatted happily. During this period, the two old men would occasionally cleverly interrogate Xiao Yan about his background. However, Xiao Yan would easily reply with a smile, causing the two old men to be secretly surprised. During this period of time, even the two of them had nearly fallen into Xiao Yan's trap. Immediately, the two of them could not help but reveal an embarrassed smile. This interesting atmosphere continued for a long time. If no one disturbed them, it was likely that the three of them would be able to chat until daybreak. At this moment, a woman in a red dress arrived outside the Heavenly Clouds auction house with a ferocious aura all over her body. Dong Chuan and Feng Qian, get out here for this old lady. Following an angry roar that shook the entire Yen city, in the blink of an eye, the dimly lit Yen city seemed to have caught on fire. Light after light swiftly spread throughout the city, and the already silent city was abruptly awakened at this moment. Figure after figure continuously flew into the sky, their gazes either impatient or curious as they looked towards the direction of the voice. In the end, the only thing that appeared in the crowd's eyes was a gorgeous lady wearing a red dress. At the same time, the three people who were chatting in the small courtyard at this moment were suddenly shaken by this thunder-like furious cry until they recovered. The gazes of the three of them simultaneously looked toward the sky. Being a rank 3 alchemist, Xiao Yan was naturally the first to recognize the identity of the woman. This red-dressed lady was without a doubt Jin Yao. Immediately, Xiao Yan's originally seated body abruptly stood up, as if he had just awoken from a dream. Only then did his mind recall the words that Jin Yao had said to him before she left earlier in the day. She had asked him to return to the Thousand Medicine House to look for her after he was done with his business. He did not expect that the three of them would actually reach this point in their conversation. It's Jin Yao. I nearly forgot about her. At the same time, the Dong Chuan duo, who were currently seated beside Xiao Yan, recalled the expression on Jin Yao's face when she looked at them earlier in the day. Immediately, the two of them felt as if their wives had come to bring their husbands home. However, although the two of them could not help but want to tease Xiao Yan in their hearts, they quickly recalled the expression on Xiao Yan's face when he was angry at them earlier. That gaze was truly ice-cold. The two elders looked at each other and smiled. Only then did they resentfully swallow the words that were at the tip of their tongues. At the same time, they also stood up and turned their gazes toward Xiao Yan. Mr. Xiao Yan, we are truly sorry. We were too engrossed in our conversation and seemed to have forgotten about Boss Jin. At the end of his words, Dong Chuan's tone slightly paused as he silently looked towards Feng Qian. Sai, let me go. This is also my fault. I actually forgot about what we agreed on. She must be thinking that something has happened to me here. Xiao Yan's heart was filled with regret. This matter was also his fault. If he had told Jin Yao the reason in advance, he would not have ended up in this situation. Xiao Yan helplessly sighed. His body moved and his black-robed body turned into a ray of light in the dark night, causing others to be unable to see any trace of him. However, in a short period of time, Xiao Yan's body was already standing high in the sky. His eyes turned and his gaze swiftly landed on the red-dressed lady in the sky above the Tianyun auction house. Immediately after, the Dong Chuan duo followed closely behind Xiao Yan. At the same time, an ice-cold killing intent surfaced on Jin Yao's pretty face. She had not seen Xiao Yan's figure since he had entered the Tianyun auction house for nearly half a day. This caused Jin Yao to be extremely worried in her heart. The frightening aura was just like a huge mountain that stood above the heads of everyone in the city. At this very moment, other than those experts whose strength had reached the Do D class, the faces of everyone else in the entire Yen city had turned pale. Some of the weaker ones were even forced back by this pressure to spit out blood on the spot. The pressure of a Do D's aura was not something that ordinary half-emperors like them could easily withstand. Of course, Xiao Yan was naturally not included among these half-emperors. The coldness in Jin Yao's pretty eyes became even denser when she saw Dong Chuan and Xiao Yan appear in the empty sky. Her entire face was filled with an endless icy cold killing intent. If anything were to happen to Xiao Yan today, she would definitely cause this heavenly cloud auction house to suffer a great loss regardless of how great the price she had to pay was. Dong Chuan, where is Xiao Yan? Hand him over to me. Jin Yao's tone was ice cold. Even the temperature of this place had strangely become cold. When the Dong Chuan duo heard this, they involuntarily looked at each other with embarrassed faces. It was true that once a woman was enraged, she would not care about the strength of the other party. He was a 5-star Do D, yet he was being berated by a 2-star Do D in such a manner. If it was not because the other party had some relationship with Xiao Yan, it was likely that an ordinary person would have already attacked. Cough cough. I am fine. At this moment, Xiao Yan, who was wearing a black robe, finally slowly raised his head. He pulled off the black robe on his body and looked at Jin Yao with an embarrassed smile. Seeing that Xiao Yan was fine, the large rock that had been lifted in Jin Yao's heart finally fell to the ground. Soon after, her lovely body flashed and appeared in front of Xiao Yan in the blink of an eye. A pair of pretty eyes swept all over Xiao Yan's body. Only after confirming that the latter was not injured did Jin Yao sigh in relief. However, her eyes also contained caution when she looked at the Dong Chuan duo. This caused the two of them to feel helpless in their hearts. With their strength, if they really wanted to do something to the person in front of them, why would they wait until now? Could it be that it was merely because of Jin Yao? A mere 2-star Do D was really nothing in front of a 5-star Do D. Cuckoo, relax, I am fine. Today, I had a great chat with the two of you. Therefore, we chatted for a while and suddenly got excited, so Xiao Yan smiled faintly. However, he involuntarily revealed an embarrassed expression at the end of his words. Jin Yao's intelligent pretty eyes flickered when she saw this. Soon after, she came to an understanding in her heart. It seemed that the person in front of her had not been harmed by the two people behind her. However, he had treated her words as wind that passed his ears and had forgotten about them. Jin Yao curled her red lips violently. Her pretty face revealed a warm anger. Soon after, Jin Yao turned her lovely body. Her pretty eyes viciously swept over those people in the distant empty space who had been attracted over. Immediately, everyone withdrew in shock wherever her pretty eyes passed. Jin Yao's lovely body moved. She carried the resentment in her heart as she swiftly left this place. Xiao Yan behind her had a stunned face as he watched Jin Yao turn around and leave. He involuntarily turned around. At the same time, the two old men behind him also threw a pitiful gaze at Xiao Yan. Sigh, it's fine if you say it, but you actually spoke the truth. Don't you know that women have hearts made of glass? Can't be touched, can't be touched. The two old men looked at each other and could not help but bitterly laugh in their hearts. From now on, they could only rely on Xiao Yan to fend for himself. Mr. Xiao Yan, you should hurry and chase after her. If you are too late, you may not be able to enter the house. Even though he did not want to joke about Xiao Yan in his heart, Feng Qian could not help but tease him at the end of his words. When he heard these words, Xiao Yan's eyebrows furrowed. Indeed, he did not linger on this issue. He clasped his hands together towards the two old men in front of him. Then, he turned around and swiftly chased after Feng Qian. After Xiao Yan left, Dong Chuan and Feng Qian's gazes once again met. Then, they helplessly shook their heads and sighed. Turning around, they once again headed towards the small courtyard below. It seems like you have never told me anything about the fire plume flower? Landing in the small courtyard, Dong Chuan could not help but ask with a puzzled expression. If Feng Qian had not personally mentioned it today, he would not have known that the latter actually had information about the fire plume flower. Sigh, that is not true. I have indeed heard someone mention the fire plume flower before. However, that was merely a coincidence. I am simply unable to confirm whether the fire plume flower truly exists. I did not mention it today only to stall for time. Hopefully, we will really be able to find the fire plume flower. When he heard Dong Chuan's words, Feng Qian helplessly shook his head. A solemn expression surfaced on his elderly face. The latter could not help but slightly raise his eyebrows as he was extremely shocked in his heart. He did not expect that Feng Qian's words were actually used to threaten Xiao Yan. This was truly crazy. You rascal, haven't you thought about how we are going to explain to him if we are unable to find the fire plume flower? Xiao Yan obviously values the fire plume flower greatly. If we are unable to find it, then our relationship with him will be completely severed. Before Dong Chuan could finish his words, Feng Qian quickly followed up. At the same time, the solemn expression on his face became even more pronounced. Tomorrow, I will send people out to search for the fire plume flower in all the large cities in Shilin region. No matter what, let's give it a try. After all, we cannot disappoint his hopes. Dong Chuan furrowed his eyebrows as he said. When he heard this, Feng Qian first nodded his head. However, immediately after, he gently shook his head. After hesitating for a moment in his heart, he solemnly said, No, wait for tomorrow. Immediately send people out. Mobile version reading website. Chapter 708. In a certain courtyard in Yen City, a beautiful lady whose delicate body was wrapped in a red dress was currently standing beside a pond in the courtyard. Her two lotus root-like white jade arms were crossed in front of her chest. Her delicate body stood upright, completely revealing her alluring figure. Compared to her usual self, this lady at this moment could be considered a true stunner. Coupled with the current situation, one could not help but have wild and fanciful thoughts in one's heart. At this very moment, the lady's beautiful eyes were listlessly staring at the pond in front of her. Her tender and alluring red lips were slightly pouted, while a somewhat complaining expression appeared on her pretty face. Soon after, in the sky above this small courtyard, a pitch-black figure approached from afar in the dark night. Finally, it landed in the small courtyard. This person was Xiao Yan, while the beautiful lady standing beside the pond in the small courtyard was undoubtedly Jin Yao. Cough, cough. After descending, Xiao Yan's face under his black robe involuntarily turned slightly red as he raised his eyes to look at Jin Yao. An awkward expression involuntarily appeared on his old face. He could only cough softly twice to indicate his arrival. Weren't you having a good time chatting? Why did you come back? Even though she clearly knew that Xiao Yan was not far behind her, Jin Yao still pretended as if she had only just discovered him. She was silent for a long time before she finally spoke. Upon hearing these words, the awkward expression on Xiao Yan's old face became even more pronounced. He awkwardly smiled and lowered his head. His gaze stared at a beautiful flower that was blooming under the moonlight on the ground. He paused for a moment before he spoke. Regarding today's matter, I am indeed sorry. Because of their relationship, I have caused you to worry. This is my fault. After which, I even forgot about you. This is also my fault. Xiao Yan did not intend to find an excuse to explain. He had indeed forgotten about Jin Yao today. This matter was his fault and there was no need for him to find an excuse. This is already the second time today. After a long while, Jin Yao, who did not hear Xiao Yan's explanation, slowly turned around. Her red lips parted slightly. Compared to before, the resentment on Jin Yao's pretty face had clearly lessened by quite a bit. Perhaps due to the latter's sincerity, Jin Yao had forgiven him in her heart. Hearing Jin Yao's words, Xiao Yan couldn't help raising an eyebrow, feeling a little puzzled. The reason Jin Yao said it was the second time was because Xiao Yan had disappeared from her sight without her consent. The first time was in this small courtyard. She thought Xiao Yan had left without saying goodbye. The second time was when Dong Chuan and the other man didn't see Xiao Yan. Jin Yao mistakenly thought that something had happened to Xiao Yan. If Xiao Yan didn't appear tonight, then even if Dong Chuan and the other man tried to persuade her, Jin Yao would still do her best to fight them. After staring blankly for a while, Xiao Yan seemed to have understood something. He lowered his head and remained silent. He didn't know what to say in his heart. Sorry, next time. I don't want there to be a next time. Before Xiao Yan could spit out the words from his mouth, Jin Yao lifted her pretty eyes. Her long and narrow eyes stared at Xiao Yan as she spoke in a decisive manner. Xiao Yan was first taken aback, his face showing that he didn't know what to do. Then, he nodded heavily at Jin Yao and solemnly said, "Definitely." Hearing Xiao Yan's words, Jin Yao pursed her lips and smiled, as if she didn't care about what had happened earlier. And this was indeed the case. Jin Yao believed in Xiao Yan. This had started from the moment Xiao Yan defeated Lu Cheng, and she would never doubt him again. Since Xiao Yan had said these words, Jin Yao naturally believed that next time, or in the future, Xiao Yan would definitely not leave without saying goodbye. Is there any progress on the fire plume flower? Relaxing her mood, Jin Yao gently exhaled. A smile quickly flitted across her beautiful face, her shapely eyebrows slightly knitted together as she looked at Xiao Yan and asked. Upon hearing these words, Xiao Yan first smiled and nodded, but quickly frowned and shook his head in uncertainty. This caused Jin Yao to be extremely puzzled. Could it be that they didn't find the fire plume flower? If they couldn't even find a single fire plume flower in the collections of the Heavenly Cloud auction, then they probably couldn't find a second one in the entire western regions. Nothing? Jin Yao slowly asked. The expression on her beautiful face was exceptionally cautious. She knew that the fire plume flower was very important to Xiao Yan. When this matter was mentioned, her face quickly regained its seriousness. There is indeed no fire plume flower in the Heavenly Cloud auction. Xiao Yan's tone was somewhat doubtful as he said. At the same time, Jin Yao, who was slowly walking forward, couldn't help but frown slightly. If that's the case, it was indeed hopeless to find the fire plume flower? Fortunately, Manager Fang Qian seems to have some information in this area. In the next few days, he will help me search. I believe that there should be some news soon. Just as Jin Yao was helplessly knitting her eyebrows, Xiao Yan's despondent face suddenly surfaced with a smile. Following which, a tinge of surprise appeared in his eyes. When these words left his mouth, a smile instantly surfaced on Jin Yao's beautiful face. Doesn't this mean that Xiao Yan will temporarily stay in Yen City for a period of time while waiting for news of the fire plume flower? When she thought of this, joy immediately surfaced in Jin Yao's heart. For some reason, a faint crimson flush surfaced on her fair and beautiful face. However, due to the cover of the moonlight, Xiao Yan before her did not notice. What do you plan to do next? Jin Yao blinked her pair of exquisite large eyes as she asked with a lovable smile. Xiao Yan's eyes swiveled as he pursed his lips and looked at Jin Yao in front of him. He softly smiled and said, I also don't know what to do. I have nowhere to go. Therefore, I wonder if it would be convenient for district owner Jin to stay for a while? Oh? Coincidentally, I have quite a number of empty rooms here. You can take your pick. The two of them seemed to be singing a double act. Although they were well aware of the situation, they purposely spoke respectfully. After a short while, the small courtyard could not help but emit the laughter of the two people, which gradually soared under the light of the silver moon. During the next couple of days, Xiao Yan avoided the trouble of searching for the fire plume flower by himself. He continued to stay in Jin Yao's private villa. It was quiet and there was no one to disturb him. Xiao Yan was happy to do so. In his free time, other than carefully controlling the powerful spiritual strength that he had just obtained, he placed his mind on the strength elephant skill. Although Xiao Yan was currently able to generally display the strength of the force elephant skill, he was not very familiar with the force elephant skill from the few battle experiences he had. It was likely that he was still quite a distance away from being able to truly control it. After all, based on the current situation, Xiao Yan might have successfully practiced the force elephant skill, but his control of his own strength was not as smooth as what was described in the scroll. Needless to say, he was unable to unleash a powerful strength like using 4 tails to defeat 1,000 pieces of gold. In the small courtyard, Xiao Yan had moved a huge rock from somewhere. At this moment, it was calmly placed in front of Xiao Yan. The huge rock was heavy and huge, like a small mountain. Looking from afar, Even from a distance outside the small courtyard, one could still vaguely see the huge size of the huge rock. At this moment, Xiaoyan was standing steadily in front of the huge rock. Under Xiaoyan's feet was a mud pit that was not too muddy. Xiaoyan stood in the mud pit without any external help. His feet were steady, and his entire body was obviously sinking slightly until the mud pit could barely support the weight of Xiaoyan's body. Xiaoyan's arms were naturally hanging down. His eyes were slightly closed, and his breathing was steady and orderly. He was trying his best to adjust his body's conditions so that he could maintain a delicate balance with the mud pit under his feet. This kind of balance was extremely fragile. If there was even the slightest movement, Xiaoyan's legs would quickly sink into the mud pit. At this moment, Xiaoyan was trying his best to control his body's focus in order to maintain this balance. Xiaoyan's face did not reveal the slightest relaxed expression as he stood in this muddy pit where he could sink into it at any moment. Although he was a half-emperor expert, under the premise that he did not use any do qi, his body could only be considered as stronger than an ordinary person. Standing in the mud pit, he was similarly helpless. However, because of this, Xiaoyan intended to use this mud pit to improve his control of his body's strength. Xiaoyan had always had high requirements for himself, and this time was no exception. In order to improve his control of his body's strength, Xiaoyan had to maintain a stable standing in the mud pit while using the force elephant tactic to shatter the huge rock in front of him. It was not difficult for Xiaoyan to shatter the huge rock. However, the key was that Xiaoyan's body had to remain standing in the mud pit while shattering the huge rock. This was a great challenge for Xiaoyan, who did not use any do qi. Phew! Xiaoyan breathed carefully. In order to maintain the stability of his body, he had to be very careful with his every movement. Even his breathing had to be exceptionally careful. Xiaoyan's white palms slowly folded under his sleeves. Every movement of his seemed very delicate. He gradually raised his arms. In the center of his palms, strength quietly gathered and became stronger little by little. Imperceptibly, Xiaoyan's entire body's focus had also changed. Xiaoyan's body began to tilt to one side. Although the arc was not big, Xiaoyan could still clearly sense it. Xiaoyan's heart slightly tensed up. Then, his heart quickly calmed down. In fact, this situation was not the first time in these few days. After dozens of failures, Xiaoyan had already learned some experience. The situation that he was in now was a sign that Xiaoyan was about to fall into the mud pit. However, Xiaoyan gradually became familiar with this situation. He also had a new countermeasure in his heart. He thought that this might work. Of course, this was already the umpteenth time that Xiaoyan had comforted himself like this. Xiaoyan's other hand slowly clenched into a fist. Xiaoyan's slightly tilted body indeed stabilized. However, his entire body, which was standing in the mud pit, was clearly slightly sunk downwards. Xiaoyan took in a deep breath, as though doing so could reduce the pressure that his body was exerting on the mud pit. He did not know if Xiaoyan's method was effective or if it was for some other reason, but Xiaoyan's sunken body no longer moved. He was immediately overjoyed. The two palms under his sleeves slowly lifted up from the left, slowly and heavily, as if he was carrying some heavy burden. Fortunately, this time, Xiaoyan did not fail. Even when Xiaoyan raised his hands to his chest and clenched them tightly, his body was still stable. This could not help but make Xiaoyan's heart beat faster. It seemed that he was not far from the final step of success. As long as he could successfully throw out a punch, after shattering the huge rock in front of him, his body could still stand steadily in the mud pit. This could be considered a success. Of course, at the same time, Xiaoyan also understood in his heart that the final punch was the most difficult. However, right now, the arrow on the bow had to be released. Furthermore, seeing that he was only one step away from the final step, how could Xiaoyan relax so easily? Xiaoyan held a breath in his chest. His entire body tensed up. The air was still inhaling through Xiaoyan's nose. Nervousness and excitement made Xiaoyan inhale even more frantically. For the final attack, he did not dare to relax, causing his entire chest to seem especially protruding. Finally, Xiaoyan's tightly clenched fists trembled slightly. However, his entire body stood steadily. His feet were slightly sunken in the mud pit, but they did not completely sink. Until a certain moment, Xiaoyan made up his mind. His two fists were about to fiercely punch forward. And it just so happened that at this moment, Xiaoyan, sister is back. You didn't run away, right? Ha. A lovely laughter that was filled with temptation suddenly sounded in the small courtyard. Xiaoyan's body, which was about to move, suddenly sank. His two legs once again sank into the mud pit. Xiaoyan's eyes were tightly shut. His eyebrows instantly furrowed. The breath that was tightly held in his chest was also instantly exhaled. His entire body was like a deflated rubber ball as it instantly softened. Xiaoyan did not expect that Jin Yao, who had not appeared for a few days, would not appear any sooner or later. Just as he was about to succeed, she suddenly appeared like a natural disaster. Because of the matter with Lu Cheng last time, there were many matters in the Thousand Medicine House that could not be resolved in time. It caused me a lot of trouble. Until today, it has finally been resolved. Jin Yao smiled in a relaxed manner as she walked to Xiaoyan's side. Seeing the latter's strange appearance, a curious expression involuntarily appeared on her pretty face. You are... Jin Yao's pretty face was filled with suspicion as she asked. Her tone was somewhat strange. Xiaoyan's mouth was madly twitching in his heart. In the end, he could only helplessly sigh. Lightly shrugging his shoulders, he did not say anything as he walked out of the mud pit. Jin Yao's pretty face was also filled with suspicion, indicating that she did not know what had happened. Soon after, a smile appeared on her pretty face. Just as she was about to tell Xiaoyan about what had happened in the Thousand Medicine House, an elderly figure appeared outside the small courtyard. Immediately after, he arrived in front of Xiaoyan and Jin Yao. The person who had arrived was the steward of the Tianyun auction house, Fang Qian. Mr. Xiaoyan, fortunately, I did not disappoint you. The fire plume flower has been found. Please remember the domain name of this book. Chapter 709. The sudden arrival of Fang Qian also caused Xiaoyan to be slightly taken aback. However, immediately after, when Xiaoyan heard the words that came from the latter's mouth, the expression on his face instantly froze. In the blink of an eye, what emerged was endless joy and excitement. Xiaoyan originally thought that he would have to stay here for 10 days to half a month. However, he did not expect that in just a few days, there was already news of the fire plume flower's whereabouts. This was truly a pleasant surprise. Fang Qian's figure landed in the small courtyard. First, he smiled and cupped his hands together towards Jin Yao, whose face had darkened when she saw him. Then he walked towards Xiaoyan, cupped his hands together and smiled. Mister, I have already sent someone to help you find the whereabouts of the fire plume flower that you are looking for. Although he had clearly heard Fang Qian's words earlier, Xiaoyan's heart had become even more excited after hearing Fang Qian's confirmation once again. Thank you for your trouble, Manager Fang. Xiaoyan cupped his hands together towards Fang Qian in front of him and said with a joyful face. Mister is too polite. It was just a small matter, there is no need to thank me. Moreover, if we can really help Mister, it is our fortune. Mister need not thank me. Fang Qian respectfully cupped his hands to Xiaoyan and spoke with a smile. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyan also smiled. However, he did not notice that Jin Yao's pretty face was currently gloomy. Originally, she thought that after settling the matters within the Thousand Medicine Shop, she should be able to relax and accompany Xiaoyan for a few days. However, from the looks of it, after she had just settled the matters within the Thousand Medicine Shop, Xiaoyan was about to leave in the blink of an eye. While she felt regret in her heart, Jin Yao was also happy for Xiaoyan. From the conversation a few days ago, Jin Yao knew that Xiaoyan valued the fire plume flower. Now that there was news about it, she was naturally overjoyed. Unfortunately, Xiaoyan's departure left Jin Yao with sadness and disappointment. Sigh. Jin Yao helplessly sighed in her heart. She stood by the side and was silent. Xiaoyan, on the other hand, smiled and chatted with Fang Qian for a while before looking at the latter. Sister Jin Yao, thank you for taking me in these few days. With the whereabouts of the fire plume flower, it's time for me to leave. Seeing the disappointment on Jin Yao's pretty face, Xiao Yan's eyes could not help but faintly. However, in the end, he still could not help but sigh in his heart. "You're leaving?" Jin Yao lifted her pretty eyes. Her gaze was distant as she looked at Xiao Yan in front of her. Her tone carried a little loneliness as she asked. Fang Qian by the side involuntarily frowned when he saw this. He was naturally able to tell that Xiao Yan and Jin Yao's relationship was not ordinary. Although the two of them had only met twice and could be said to have not known each other for long, Xiao Yan's various actions caused Jin Yao, a two-star Dodi, to be endlessly impressed in her heart. This was especially the case when Xiao Yan had intervened for her. Using the strength of a half-D to contend with a Do-D, this kind of shocking action was the best way to capture a woman's heart. Although this appeared a little old-fashioned, it was undoubtedly the most effective method. Wasn't this point proven by Jin Yao? I will first go to the auction house to understand the specific situation of the fire plume flower. I should be leaving today. After pausing for a moment, Xiao Yan finally spoke slowly. "Cuckoo, mister, why don't you chat with district owner Jin first? There are still some matters that have not been settled in the auction house. The old me will return first." The expression in Fang Qian's old eyes flickered slightly. His gaze swept back and forth between the two people in front of him. A moment later, he finally spoke with a smile. Once he finished speaking, he turned around and left. "Wait!" Jin Yao, who was facing Xiao Yan, suddenly turned around and hurriedly called out to Fang Qian. At the same time, Xiao Yan also slowly turned around. An awkward expression flashed across his face. At the same time, it was also mixed with a helplessness. "District owner Jin, is there anything else?" Fang Qian raised his eyebrows slightly. His old eyes looked at Jin Yao before sweeping over Xiao Yan beside her. His voice was uncertain as he asked. "Xiao Yan, you should go with him. I remember that there are still some matters that have not been settled in the 1,000 Medicinal House. I'm afraid that I cannot accompany you any longer." Jin Yao turned her head and looked at Xiao Yan as she forced a smile. The matters in the 1,000 Medicinal House had all been settled. Hence, Jin Yao had returned to this small courtyard. Xiao Yan was well aware of this point. The reason why Jin Yao said this was just to find an excuse. She did not know what she should say to Xiao Yan after Fang Qian left and how she should say it. In order to avoid any awkwardness between the two of them, Jin Yao chose to leave on her own. This would lessen the apologetic feeling in Xiao Yan's heart. At the same time, it would allow Xiao Yan to focus more on his own matters. After all, the fire plume flower was just too important to Xiao Yan. Without waiting for Xiao Yan to speak, Jin Yao had already stepped into the air. Her beautiful face carried a forced smile as her delicate body moved and swiftly left the place. In the blink of an eye, only Xiao Yan and Fang Qian were left in this small courtyard. Sigh. He helplessly sighed as he recalled that he had clearly told Jin Yao that he would let her know when he was leaving. However, he never expected that all of this would happen so suddenly. The sun was high in the morning. After this trip to the Heavenly Clouds auction house, Xiao Yan should be able to leave Yen City soon. However, could this be considered as leaving without saying goodbye? Although Jin Yao was the one who knew about this news, Xiao Yan still felt a little apologetic in his heart. "Mr. Xiao Yan, let's go." Fang Qian could see the apprehension and hesitation in Xiao Yan's heart. For the sake of this important matter, Fang Qian had no choice but to wake Xiao Yan up from this state. After regaining his senses, Xiao Yan's expression slightly froze as his gaze involuntarily turned towards the direction that Jin Yao had left. Because she was worried about Xiao Yan, the direction that Jin Yao had left in was not towards the 1,000 Medicinal House. "Mr. Xiao Yan, let's go." Fang Qian seemed to be a little impatient, but his voice was still calm. However, there was a slight tremble in his voice like a zither string, indicating that the latter's heart was not at peace. Xiao Yan interrupted Fang Qian's words as his figure flashed as he led the way in a familiar manner, while Fang Qian followed beside him. After he and Dong Chuan found out about Xiao Yan's identity, they no longer dared to treat the latter with the status of a superior. Furthermore, the latter was no ordinary individual. When they faced Xiao Yan now, they unknowingly felt that Xiao Yan was a head above them. However, Xiao Yan did not care about this. Xiao Yan flew forward as he rushed into the empty air. At the same time, he sensed the gazes that were thrown over from the city below. Almost everyone's eyes were filled with respect. Hee, Mr. Xiao Yan's strength is extraordinary. After your previous exchange with Lu Cheng, no one in Yan City would dare to be disrespectful to Mr. Fang Qian smiled as he spoke, his words unavoidably laced with flattery. Upon hearing these words, Xiao Yan did not comment as he smiled. He still clearly remembered the disdain and pity in these people's eyes when they looked at him back then. This was not because Xiao Yan was holding a grudge, but because he had seen too much and Xiao Yan no longer believed in them. These people were like foxes. One moment, they might be smiling at you, but who knows when they will bite you in the next moment. These people were even more treacherous than the grass on the top of a wall. After the short scam, Xiao Yan and Fang Qian once again arrived at the Tianyun auction house. It was still the same small courtyard. From afar, Xiao Yan could see a figure standing in the middle. Needless to say, it was naturally Dong Chuan. When Xiao Yan and Fang Qian landed in the middle of the small courtyard, Dong Chuan had already turned around. First, he swiftly exchanged glances with Fang Qian, then looked towards Xiao Yan as he laughed heartily. "Ha, Mr. Xiao Yan, it has only been a few days since we last met and you look so much better than before." Xiao Yan smiled. He really could not stand this Dong Chuan, who had started to flatter him the moment he arrived. "This time, I am here to find out more about the fire plume flower. President Dong, please speak your mind." Following Dong Chuan's footsteps, Xiao Yan sat down at a stone table that had already been prepared and slowly spoke. When they saw that Xiao Yan had cut straight to the chase, Dong Chuan and Fang Qian could not help but look at each other. The speech that they had prepared in advance was instantly shattered by this one sentence. That's just as well. I know that Mr. Xiao Yan has waited for a long time. Therefore, I shall not say any unnecessary words. We have already confirmed the news of the fire plume flower. 2 months ago, a fire plume flower was indeed born. However, it has already been plucked by someone. Now, the owner of that fire plume flower wishes to auction off that fire plume flower in an auction. There is less than a month's time left until the auction. After a slight pause, Dong Chuan decided not to beat around the bush and spoke directly. Auction? A month? Then President Dong, do you know where the auction will be held? Forcefully suppressing the excitement in his heart, Xiao Yan picked out the key point in Dong Chuan's words. Yes, according to my understanding, the auction will be held in a city called Xian City. Unfortunately, Xian City is located within the territory of the Sky Sword sect. Hearing Xiao Yan's words, a surprised expression involuntarily flashed across Dong Chuan's face. Soon after, he continued to speak. However, his following words caused Xiao Yan to involuntarily frown. It was unexpected that the auction location of the fire plume flower would actually be within the territory of the Sky Sword sect. In this way, it was extremely likely that he would bump into people from the Sky Sword sect on this trip. After the incident at the desolate ancient remains, the Sky Sword sect would definitely hate him to the core. With Xiao Yan's last annihilation fire lotus, he had caused the Sky Sword sect to suffer quite a great loss. A total of 2 3-star Do-D, and one of them was the heir of the Hua clan. This time around, once Xiao Yan's identity was exposed, he would likely be surrounded and killed by the Sky Sword sect. Do you know the exact location of Xian City? Xiao Yan's brows were tightly knit together. His expression was solemn. The last time around, it was because Leng Bingshuang had intervened in time that he had the opportunity to leave that place alive. This time around, Leng Bingshuang and Gu Yu were no longer around. The only person that Xiao Yan could rely on was himself. The location of Xian City. Dong Chuan had just opened his mouth when he paused. He was also aware that the fire plume flower was extremely important to Xiao Yan. However, at the same time, he also knew that once he told Xiao Yan the exact location of Xian City, it was extremely likely that he would face a life and death situation. Xiao Yan involuntarily frowned after guessing the concern in Dong Chuan's heart. This was like a man and a woman who were taking off their clothes. They were halfway through taking off their clothes when the woman suddenly stopped. It caused one to feel extremely anxious and uncomfortable. However, soon after, Xiao Yan smiled slyly. He parted his mouth and looked at Dong Chuan. His face was filled with laughter as he said, "Since you have already said so much, you can't possibly stop here. Moreover, since it is a city within the territory of the Heavenly Sword sect, there are definitely many people who know about it. Even if you don't tell me, I can still go out and ask around." Dong Chuan suddenly came to a realization when he heard this. At the same time, he smiled helplessly. He glanced at Fang Qian and discovered that the latter was also looking at him with a bitter smile. Immediately, the both of them sighed in their hearts. Dong Chuan lifted his head to look at Xiao Yan and helplessly said, "Xian City is located at the border between the Hua clan and the Bai clan. It is a city that is jointly managed by the two clans. Due to the fire plume flower being auctioned this time around, it has attracted the attention of many experts from the two clans. Therefore, thank you for informing me, Chairman Dong." Before Dong Chuan could finish speaking, Xiao Yan smiled faintly and cupped his hands together towards Dong Chuan. The smile on his face appeared to be quite relaxed. "Mr. Xiao Yan, are you not worried about the people from the two large clans?" Dong Chuan frowned. His words contained some anger. He did not expect that Xiao Yan did not reveal the slightest trace of worry when he said these words. Instead, he appeared to be indifferent. Could it be that he was not the least bit worried about the people from the Hua clan and the Bai clan? Xiao Yan smiled and shook his head when he heard Dong Chuan's words that contained a warning tone. Seeing this, Dong Chuan's face immediately became anxious as he hurriedly said, "Mr. Xiao Yan, the two clans will send elite Do Di to the scene. At that time, Chairman Dong, there is no need to worry. It has not reached that time yet. Why should you be worried? Being afraid before the battle is the beginning of failure. I don't think that I will be held back by them. Since I dare to go, I naturally have my own means to protect my life. Dong Huijing need not worry about this point. Besides," Xiao Yan softly smiled. At the end of his words, he suddenly paused. At the same time, deep within Xiao Yan's eyes, a glint flashed across. Seeing this, Dong Chuan helplessly sighed. He could only hope that Xiao Yan really had his own means to protect his life. Otherwise, the trip to Xian City would be troublesome. They did not wish for Xiao Yan, whom Luo Jin had instructed them to help, to hand over his life because of them. This was not something that Luo Jin wanted to see. Similarly, they did not want to see it. If there is nothing else, I will return first." After saying these words, Xiao Yan turned around and prepared to leave. "Mr. Xiao Yan, you are going back? Where are you going?" Xiao Yan had just turned around when Fang Qian and Dong Chuan behind him were instantly stunned. They exchanged glances with each other. Immediately, Fang Qian asked in a curious tone, "I am naturally going to the Thousand Medicine House." Xiao Yan smiled faintly. The frowns of the two people behind him became even more intense. "Mr. Xiao Yan, Xian City is quite a distance from Yen City. There is less than a month's time left. If you continue to waste time like this, I'm afraid—" "Don't worry, I am confident." Xiao Yan's back was facing the two of them. As he softly laughed, he waved his hand with his back facing the two of them. After which, his body moved and his feet stepped into the air. Soon after, he flew in the opposite direction of the Thousand Medicine House. Please remember the domain name of this book. Chapter 710. Thousand Medicine House. A few days ago, an entire floor of the Thousand Medicine House had been destroyed because of Lu Cheng. At the same time, the entire Thousand Medicine House was more or less affected. However, under Jin Yao's command, the Thousand Medicine House had once again returned to its original appearance in less than a week. Looking from the outside, the entire Thousand Medicine House looked brand new and appeared even more imposing than before. Even the flow of people within the Thousand Medicine House had greatly increased. Of course, it was inevitable that there would be some people who came for Xiao Yan. The reason was naturally because of his fight with Lu Cheng. Unfortunately, although these people came to the Thousand Medicine House with an expectant attitude, they were ultimately unable to see Xiao Yan. Instead, under the crazy recommendations of the various managers in the house, the Thousand Medicine House brought in quite a lot of business. At this moment, in a certain independent room within the Thousand Medicine House, An absolutely beautiful lady whose delicate body was wrapped in a red dress was lying on a wooden table near the window with a depressed expression. Her long and narrow eyes looked from top to bottom at the endless stream of people on the streets outside the house. Her eyes were lifeless, and it seemed as though she was thinking about something in her heart. He clearly said that he would inform me before he left. I never expected that he would leave today. What a man, a liar, the lady softly muttered in her mouth. Her voice was filled with resentment. This lady was surprisingly Jin Yao, who had left Xiao Yan and Fang Qian and finally returned to the Thousand Medicine House by herself. Jin Yao's long and narrow pretty eyes lifted slightly. Her gaze was focused in the direction of the exit of the city. It was as though she was waiting for something to appear. At the same time, the resentment in her eyes grew even more intense. That fellow, who knows if he will leave the city from another direction? To think that I actually want to see him from here. I am really thinking too much. It is best that you don't come back in the future. You only make me worry when you come and leave without a care in the world. Who said that I am leaving? Since I have promised you, I will naturally do as I say. Just as Jin Yao's beautiful face was gloomy, a familiar chuckle suddenly came from outside the window. Immediately after, from above the window, a figure in a black robe slowly descended. His feet stepped on the void and landed beside the window. His height was the same as Jin Yao's. Upon seeing the figure that had suddenly appeared, the expression on Jin Yao's pretty face froze for a moment. Soon after, she regained her senses and hurriedly looked over. Soon after, she saw Xiao Yan in a black robe. You, don't worry. If you don't agree, I definitely won't leave easily. Xiao Yan smiled faintly. His smile looked rather warm and intoxicating. Haven't you already left? Regaining her senses, Jin Yao still couldn't believe it. Xiao Yan was clearly preparing to leave, so why would he appear here? Logically speaking, Xiao Yan should have left by now. Could it be that you're here to see me before you leave? Don't think that I will forgive you just because of this. Don't expect me to forgive you for leaving without saying goodbye. Without waiting for Xiao Yan to speak, Jin Yao continued to speak, causing Xiao Yan to be speechless for a moment. In his heart, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. In order to not let you forgive me, so, Xiao Yan smiled slightly. He was just about to spit out his words when he suddenly paused. Jin Yao, who was by the window, immediately stood up. A pair of pretty eyes stared intently at Xiao Yan. Her eyes were widened until they were completely round. A cold snort was emitted from her nose as she twisted her lovely body and prepared to leave. Therefore, I plan not to leave today. The next moment, when the words were spat out from Xiao Yan's mouth, Jin Yao, who had just walked to the front of the door, froze on the spot with her soft and seemingly boneless, lovely body. A smile appeared on Xiao Yan's face. At the same time, Jin Yao, whose back was facing Xiao Yan, also had a beautiful smile on her pretty face. What about the fire plume flower? You don't want it anymore? Jin Yao turned around. Her graceful figure was mesmerizing, but Xiao Yan did not have any other thoughts. I'll leave tomorrow, there's still time. Xiao Yan smiled in a casual manner. I'm curious, how did they find the fire plume flower? Even I haven't heard any news about it recently. Jin Yao smiled and shifted her attention to the fire plume flower. Xiao Yan softly smiled and did not speak. He did not intend to tell Jin Yao that the fire plume flower was far away in Xian City. That would only make her worry. It's fine if you don't want to tell me. I can't be bothered to ask. When she saw Xiao Yan's expression, although Jin Yao did not seem to mind, she could not help but worry in her heart. If the location of the fire plume flower was not important, Xiao Yan could have told her. But since he did not, it meant that the location of the fire plume flower was not a safe place. Oh right, what were you doing in my courtyard previously? I seem to have disturbed you, I'm sorry. Changing the topic, Jin Yao brought up the incident in the courtyard. When she thought of Xiao Yan's pathetic appearance in the mud, Jin Yao could not help but let out a bell-like laughter. It's all your fault, you caused me to be in such a sorry state. Xiao Yan came to the window and finished the cup of tea on the table in one gulp. Hey, that's mine. Jin Yao softly exclaimed, her beautiful face flushed red. Although she had almost forgotten about the cup of tea, she was used to using this teacup. Ah, Xiaoyan laughed out loud. Xianxia covered her mouth and giggled, her mouth softly spitting. In the blink of an eye, night had fallen. The silver moon hung high in the sky and the stars shone brightly. The night sky was like a vast sea and the ground was like a boundless snowfield. On the roof of the Thousand Medicine Clinic, two figures casually sat there. Looking from afar, the silver moon seemed to be behind them, like a background, a foil. Xianxia casually fiddled with the accessories on her wrist, her beautiful eyes occasionally glancing at Xiaoyan. The latter was lying on the roof, gently chewing on a small piece of grass. Xiaoyan, just who are you? Suddenly, the silence between the two was broken by Xianxia's curious words. Xiaoyan was startled. Because of his gentle chewing, the swaying grass in the air paused. Xiaoyan raised his eyebrows and looked at Xianxia, who was looking at him. He turned his gaze back and looked at the distant night sky. The resplendent sea of stars reflected in his eyes, reflecting specks of starlight. Why do you suddenly ask? Xiaoyan was silent for a moment before replying with a question. Because I feel that you're different from others. You're different from everyone I've met. You and them, including me, don't seem to belong to the same world. Is it because you've never met anyone who can challenge a Dou-Di with the strength of a half-emperor? Xiaoyan softly asked after the words left Xianxia's mouth. Perhaps. Actually, I don't know. It's just a kind of intuition. Xianxia was silent. She copied Xiaoyan's manner and shrugged her shoulders before speaking in a faint manner. A woman's intuition is really frightening. The muscles at the corner of Xiaoyan's eyes twitched. He couldn't help but mutter in his heart. Xianxia was right. They didn't belong to the same continent. Are you from the central region? Or is your family from the central region? Suddenly, Xianxia questioned Xiaoyan in a seemingly unwilling manner. In her imagination, it was likely that only the people from the middle region possessed such a great training talent and such a frightening fighting strength. In her imagination, it was likely that only the people from the middle region of the continent possessed such an ability. However, Xiaoyan merely smiled and shook his head in front of Xianxia's focused eyes. This kind of reply involuntarily caused Xianxia's pretty face to reveal a surprised expression. Then, do you have a family? Or is it someone you've always liked? Xianxia hesitated for a moment before she involuntarily asked. However, her voice gradually became softer. The end of her words could not be heard clearly. They are still very far away. The appearance of Sun Er and Kai Lin surfaced in his mind. After that, it was Xiao Xiao and the other children. Did they? You have children? A disappointed expression flashed across Xianxia's pretty face. However, she still couldn't help but ask. Haha, that girl Xiao Xiao should be an adult by now. Unfortunately, I won't be able to see her here. Xiaoyan sighed and smiled. A lonely expression appeared on his face. Beside him, Xianxia also became silent because of this. The silent night flowed by in solitude and memories. In the blink of an eye, dawn once again descended upon the world. The night receded and all living things swiftly woke up like the early spring. In Yen City, on the roof of the Thousand Medicine House, Xiaoyan, who had been seated for half the night, slowly opened his eyes to welcome the light of a new day. Xianxia, who was beside him, was nowhere to be found. The city below had once again become bustling, and the sound of gongs and drums filled the air. Xiaoyan stood up and looked into the distance. At the end of his sight was a vast mountain forest that stretched as far as the eye could see. Xiaoyan's gaze looked around the city. He did not sense Xianxia's figure. His eyes flickered slightly as he let out a soft sigh in his mouth. He once again identified his direction. After which, he ceased hesitating. He moved his body and swiftly flew in the direction of Xian City. In the blink of an eye, Xiaoyan's figure was already far away from Yen City. At this moment, Xianxia's figure slowly appeared on the roof of the Thousand Medicine House. Her beautiful eyes gazed in the direction that Xiaoyan had left in as a disappointed expression involuntarily appeared on her pretty face. However, there was also some worry mixed within. On the other side, Two elderly human figures slowly appeared in the sky above the heavenly cloud auction house. They similarly looked in the direction that Xiao Yan had left in. It was a long while later before the two of them looked at the spot where Jin Yao was located. At the same time, Jin Yao also turned her eyes over and exchanged glances with the two old men from a distance. Time was just like the sand between one's fingers. In the blink of an eye, another half a month had passed. Xiao Yan traveled day and night without rest. Finally, at the horizon of his vision, the silhouette of a huge city appeared before Xiao Yan's eyes like a pitch-black mountain rock. As he gazed at this huge city from afar, Xiao Yan's heart could not help but be filled with a fiery passion. After half a month, Xian City was finally right in front of his eyes. This also meant that the fire plume flower was not far away from Xiao Yan. When he thought of the fire plume flower, Xiao Yan's heart became even more fiery. Without any hesitation, his figure moved and instantly executed the sky extinction steps. His figure was just like the wind, resonating with the heavens and earth. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Yan's figure had already disappeared from this world. From afar, he was like a star that had actually appeared at the edge of one's vision. A moment later, Xiao Yan was already standing in front of a huge city. From afar, the entire city looked like a huge crouching beast that sat heavily on the ground. It gave off an extremely powerful aura and pressure. Is this Xian City? It is indeed a city under the rule of the Sky Sword sect. This degree of prosperity is obviously not something that an ordinary city can compare to. Looking at the crowded crowd before him, Xiao Yan's eyes could not help but reveal a tinge of surprise. He clicked his tongue and exclaimed. Soon after, Xiao Yan's mind moved and a pitch-black robe instantly enveloped his entire body. Following the crowd, Xiao Yan finally entered the city after a long while. Compared to the tip of the iceberg outside the city, the prosperity within the city could be said to be shocking. Other than the site that was filled with people, there were also huge buildings that stretched as far as the eye could see. There were all kinds of merchant associations and innumerable markets. Lying in this place, it was as if one had truly entered a sea of people. After a few turns, Xiao Yan finally found a temporary residence in a relatively remote place in the city. Of course, the so-called remote place was also in the current city. In order to stay in this place, Xiao Yan had also paid a hefty price. Just a residence alone caused Xiao Yan to pay 3 level 2 elixir pills. Xiao Yan could not help but feel a heartache when he thought of the shop owner's greedy and arrogant manner. 3 tier 2 medicinal pills. If he were to bring them to other places, he would be able to exchange them for quite a lot of Ling coins. If it were not for the fact that he did not want to stir up trouble, Xiao Yan would not be willing to be a sucker. Helplessly withdrawing his thoughts, Xiao Yan quickly left the inn and wandered around the city. Although he had already arrived at Xian City, he still needed to know where the auction would be held. It would be best if he could understand the layout of the various factions in the city. This would definitely be of great use when the auction began. Only by knowing one's own strength and one's enemy would one be able to win 100 battles. Moreover, this was the territory of the 4 great clans. If Xiao Yan was the slightest bit careless, he might bring endless trouble to himself. Although Xiao Yan had the intention to investigate some information related to the auction, what caused him to be disappointed was that due to the increasingly crowded crowd of people in the city, Xiao Yan was unable to find the information that he needed for a long time. Helpless, he was even squeezed into an alchemist association. The alchemist association was indeed much more spacious. As it belonged to the Alchemist Alliance, ordinary people did not dare to enter this place. However, most of the people who could enter this place were alchemists. Therefore, Xiao Yan's sudden intrusion attracted the attention of many people. Please remember the domain name of this book. Chapter 711. Xian City, Alchemist Guild. Xiao Yan, who had just been forced to enter the Alchemist Guild due to the crowd outside, immediately attracted the attention of many people in the guild. These people's gazes were all different. Some were curious, some were sympathetic, some were disdainful, and some were disgusted. Standing within the Alchemist Association, Xiao Yan's gaze swept all around him. At this moment, the place where Xiao Yan was standing was a courtyard that could not be considered large. The main entrance of the Alchemist Association was still inside. One needed to walk in for a distance of over 10 steps. Turning his head to look at the crowd outside the door, Xiaoyan wanted to go out, but after thinking about it, he realized that he could only stay here for a short period of time. Helplessly shaking his head in his heart, Xiaoyan lifted his feet and walked towards the main entrance of the Alchemist Guild. Since he was already here, he might as well go in and take a look since he was bored. Just as Xiaoyan was strolling to the front of the main entrance, a human figure suddenly flashed from the side and blocked Xiaoyan's path. Or perhaps, it could be said that the person had blocked his path. Kid, this is the Alchemist Guild. It is not a place where someone like you can enter as you wish. Since you have entered this courtyard, we are already kind enough to not chase you out. This is already very benevolent of us. This is not a place where someone like you can enter. At this moment, standing in front of Xiaoyan was a middle-aged man. His body looked quite sturdy, and the first impression he gave was similarly overbearing. Other than that, from Xiaoyan's investigation, this person was also a Tier 7 alchemist. It is only the Alchemist Guild. Why can't someone like me enter? Xiaoyan smiled indifferently. Since he was already in Xian City, he did not plan to stir up any trouble. This was not a good thing for him. When the large man saw that the black-robed young man in front of him was actually so easy to talk to, the mocking expression on his face became even more pronounced. This is the Alchemist Guild. Of course, only alchemists can enter. Just based on what qualifications do you have to enter? From the moment Xiaoyan entered the small courtyard, the large man's gaze had already landed on the latter's body. Under the probing of his grade 7 alchemist's spiritual strength, he was unable to detect an enormous amount of spiritual strength within the body of the person in front of him. This also meant that the latter's spiritual strength was either too weak or far surpassed his own. Between the two options, the burly man didn't think that a young lad could have strong spiritual power. Therefore, he naturally chose the former option. Now, get back. The burly man crossed his arms over his chest, and a fierce look appeared on his fierce-looking face. At the same time, he took half a step forward and let out a cold snort. At the same time, an enormous soul pressure pressed down on Xiaoyan in front of him. But, in the face of the burly man's powerful soul pressure, Xiaoyan's expression didn't change. Even his body didn't move in the slightest. Even the black robe he was wearing didn't move in the slightest. The appearance of this scene caused the burly man and the few other alchemists in the courtyard to be startled in unison. Soon after, an aghast expression surged onto their faces. What's going on? The burly man's expression froze. In his heart, he never would have thought that the black-robed young man in front of him actually didn't change at all under his soul pressure. Immediately, his thick arms suddenly lifted up, wanting to push Xiaoyan back with a palm. Seeing the burly man like this, Xiaoyan, who had always had a calm expression, couldn't help but frown slightly. He only wanted to enter the Alchemist Guild to take a look, but this fellow in front of him actually blocked him for no reason. Now, he actually wanted to attack. This was a little too much. Immediately after, in the next moment, the instant the burly man's palm landed heavily on Xiaoyan, Xiaoyan raised his arm and grabbed the burly man's thick wrist with one hand, causing the latter to be unable to move in an instant. Immediately, the burly man's expression changed drastically. The instant his wrist was grabbed by the black-robed young man in front of him, an intense pain immediately entered his mind. At the same time, even his entire arm was unable to move. Bastard! Get lost. His arm was unable to move, but the burly man was unwilling to be captured. His other hand suddenly rotated, and a palm fiercely smashed towards Xiaoyan in front of him. Stubborn! After coldly spitting out these 4 words, Xiaoyan's hand that grabbed the other party's wrist gently twisted. Immediately, the burly man's entire body turned around, and the attack on his hand was also forced to withdraw. Brat, this is the Alchemist Association. If you dare to hurt me, the Alchemist Association will definitely... Even though he had already lost his ability to attack, the burly man was still filled with unwillingness. Before his angry shout could leave his mouth, Xiaoyan used even more strength to grab his wrist. Not long after, a painful cry rang out in the courtyard. In the end, you are only a Tier 7 alchemist. Do you really think that there are no other alchemists in this world other than you? Even if I do anything to you today, do you really think that the Alchemist Association will find trouble for a Tier 7 alchemist like you? After coldly saying these words, Xianxia used some strength and directly pulled the burly man's body to one side. At the same time, his feet moved, and he stepped into the Alchemist Association in front of him. After seeing Xianxia enter the Alchemist Association, the faces of the crowd in the small courtyard could not help but reveal resentful expressions. Even though the burly man was dissatisfied in his heart from the attack of the black-robed young man just now, it was obvious that he was no match for him. If he continued to be stubborn, he would not be so lucky next time. Just like what Xianxia said just now, he was only a Tier 7 alchemist. His words just now were only used to intimidate Xianxia. Naturally, the Alchemist Association would not go through so much trouble for a Tier 7 alchemist like him. Otherwise, as an alchemist, how could he be willing to stand in the courtyard of the Alchemist Association? The reason was because he did not have the qualifications and was not allowed to enter the Alchemist Association. The reason why he attacked Xianxia just now was because he wanted to take the opportunity to vent his anger. Unfortunately, he found the wrong person. While the burly man resentfully withdrew, Xianxia also stepped into the Alchemist Association in front of him. The instant Xianxia stepped into the interior of the Alchemist Association, a rich and familiar medicinal fragrance immediately pounced on Xianxia. The rich fragrance caused Xianxia to feel a little suffocated. Soon after, Xianxia frowned and looked towards the interior of the Alchemist Association. The first thing that entered his eyes was an enormous black medicinal cauldron in the Alchemist Association's hall. The medicinal cauldron was extremely tall. Its top reached the dome and its bottom reached the foundation. It was just like a small mountain that stood in the middle of the Alchemist Association. This medicinal cauldron was the pillar of the Alchemist Association. If this medicinal cauldron collapsed, it was likely that the entire Alchemist Association in front of Xianxia would be burned to ashes. It was likely that this medicinal cauldron represented the Pill Tower. The Pill Tower was the place where all the alchemists on the continent gathered. If the Pill Tower collapsed, the world of alchemists would definitely be greatly shaken. The Pill Tower was the pillar in the hearts of all the alchemists. Xianxia quietly sighed in his heart as he looked at the enormous black medicinal cauldron in front of him. Soon after, he did not stay any longer. His feet moved and he walked towards the interior of the Alchemist Association. As he walked within the interior of the Alchemist Association, there would occasionally be people who walked past Xianxia. When these people looked at Xianxia, a surprised expression involuntarily flashed across their eyes. In Xianxia's eyes, these people who walked past him were all wearing alchemist robes without exception. The lowest-ranked alchemist amongst them had already reached the level of a Tier 8 alchemist grandmaster. Of course, a Tier 8 alchemist grandmaster in the eyes of an ordinary person was nothing special in the eyes of the current Xianxia. Walking within the interior of the association, which could be considered spacious, Xianxia would see some display windows displaying various kinds of precious medicinal ingredients every once in a while. However, these medicinal ingredients, which could be considered extremely valuable in the eyes of an ordinary person, appeared ordinary in the eyes of the current Xianxia. They did not attract the slightest bit of his interest. This did not mean that these medicinal ingredients were worthless. However, following the growth of Xianxia's strength, Xianxia's horizons regarding various things had also increased. He had seen far too many of the so-called precious medicinal ingredients in his eyes. As the saying goes, when one climbed high and looked into the distance, what one could see was merely the tip of the iceberg. Only by continuously climbing higher and higher would one be able to see even further places. Even though the nearby scenery was beautiful, there would come a day when one would grow tired of looking at it. However, if one was able to continuously push aside the clouds, one would be able to see an even more vast and majestic scenery. Even though the current Xianxia was still standing halfway up the mountain, what he was able to see was a scene that many people would not be able to imagine. Of course, Xianxia would not be captivated by this. The scenery along the way had long become a fleeting cloud in the eyes of others. What Xianxia wanted to pursue was the pinnacle that others had never seen before. Xiao Yan carelessly passed by each exquisite display case that was filled with medicinal ingredients. Gradually, the number of people walking by Xiao Yan's side also increased. At this moment, Xiao Yan finally realized that it was not that there was no one in this seemingly empty alchemist association. It was just that they did not gather in other places. As the number of alchemists around him gradually increased, Xiao Yan could feel that the air was filled with a scorching hot aura. At the same time, waves of faint pill fragrance also spread out. From the looks of it, there seems to be someone refining pills. The corners of his mouth curled into a smile. The Alchemist Association was indeed worthy of being a place where alchemists gathered. Just from the pill fragrance just now, even though the grade of the medicinal pill being refined was not very high, it could still be considered not bad. A moment later, when Xiao Yan passed through the surrounding crowd and arrived at the front of the crowd with some difficulty, he discovered that the place he was currently in was actually a huge alchemy room. It was no wonder that there was such a scorching aura and pill fragrance. Looking towards the place where the pill fragrance came from, Xiao Yan saw a medicinal cauldron that was completely golden in color. At this moment, within this medicinal cauldron, a blazing flame was wrapping around a perfectly round medicinal pill. Waves of dense medicinal fragrance spread out from within, including the medicinal fragrance that Xiao Yan had detected earlier. It was also emitted from this place. After which, when Xiao Yan raised his eyes and looked over, the expression in his eyes could not help but be slightly stunned. At this moment, he saw that the person sitting cross-legged in front of the golden medicinal cauldron was a beautiful young lady whose entire body was wrapped in a tight red dress. The young lady's fiery red hair was at the same level as her shoulders. Her pretty face was smooth and delicate. Drops of tiny perspiration continuously appeared on the young lady's forehead. Her originally pink pretty face was also slightly pale at this moment. Very clearly, in order to refine this medicinal pill within the medicinal cauldron, the young lady had expended quite a bit of energy. A Tier 9 medicinal pill, huh? In front of the crowd, Xiao Yan glanced at the medicinal pill within the medicinal cauldron in front of the young lady. Immediately, his gaze turned towards the young lady and he could not help but nod his head slightly. The young lady in front of him did not look very old, but her alchemy skills were quite exquisite. It was likely that there was an experienced alchemist guiding her behind. Miss Su's alchemy skills have improved quite a bit. From the looks of it, this Tier 9 medicinal pill should be completed soon. That's right, who says it isn't? A Tier 9 alchemist who is not even 30 years old. This kind of frightening alchemy talent, even in the entire continent, there are very few people who can compare with Miss Su. Around Xiao Yan, the surrounding crowd's gazes were also staring at the young lady in red dress in the arena. Everyone's eyes revealed an amazed expression, especially when they looked at the medicinal pill that was about to be completed in the medicinal cauldron. Their eyes could not help but reveal an envious expression. In comparison, even though the people present were all alchemists, there were very few of them who could truly refine a Tier 9 medicinal pill. Who was like this young lady in front of them, whose alchemy skills had actually already reached such a shocking level at such a young age? Hearing the exclamations from the surrounding crowd, Xiao Yan found out the surname of the young lady in front of him. The young lady's surname seemed to be Su, and from their words, Xiao Yan also found out that her name was a single word, Yao, Su Yao. Su Yao ha. Xiao Yan silently repeated this young lady's name in his heart. Immediately after, the instant he raised his eyes and looked over, the round medicinal pill in the medicinal cauldron in front of the young lady in red dress in the arena finally showed some changes. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As a buzzing sound was emitted from the medicinal cauldron, everyone in the arena hurriedly turned their gazes over. They saw that within the medicinal cauldron, the medicinal pill that was being refined by the raging flames a moment ago was emitting a vast and powerful aura at this moment, causing the expressions of everyone in the arena to change one after another. The medicinal pill is completed. At the same time that the exclamations sounded from the mouths of everyone present, the medicinal pill within the golden medicinal cauldron began to tremble violently. Immediately, an extremely powerful energy swept out from within the medicinal pill. From the looks of its might, it seemed as though it wanted to forcefully shatter the medicinal cauldron. How can this young lady allow you to be so presumptuous? Keep it for me." The pretty nose of the red-dressed young lady immediately emitted a cold snort when she saw this scene. Immediately, a thought passed through her heart and an even stronger dou qi spluttered out from the palm of the young lady's extended hand. It swiftly entered the medicinal cauldron and swiftly retrieved the medicinal pill that was emitting a vast and mighty aura within a short period of time. All of the young lady's actions appeared to be like moving clouds and flowing water. There was not the slightest mistake. Everyone present involuntarily emitted an exclamation when they saw this. However, the thing that was different from everyone was that Xianxia, who was standing in front of everyone at this moment, involuntarily frowned. He did not expect that this young lady would actually retrieve the pill at such a time. "What a pity," Xianxia, who was standing in front of everyone, shook his head with some regret. He slowly turned around and prepared to leave this place in front of the numerous stunned gazes of the surrounding people. However, just as Xianxia turned around, the young lady in red dress, who had just held the medicinal pill in her hand and did not have the time to display it to everyone present, suddenly locked her gaze onto Xianxia's body. "What do you mean by a pity?" Please remember the domain name of this book. Chapter 712. Alchemist Association. In the large open ground, the young lady whose delicate body was wrapped under a red dress stared intently at Xianxia, who had just turned around. The expression in her eyes was sharp and the words that were spat out from her red lips were filled with dissatisfaction. After the young lady's words were spat out, the gazes of the other members of the Long March also landed on Xianxia, who had just turned around and was about to leave. Because of the words of the young lady in red dress, Xianxia frowned slightly. His body, which was about to leave, still remained in the same spot. Immediately, Xianxia slowly turned around. At the same time that his gaze was looking at the young lady, the latter's gaze was also staring intently at him. What I am saying is that if the time you used to nurture the pill was a little longer, and if the temperature of the flame could be maintained in a balanced state, allowing the medicinal pill to remain at the same temperature from start to finish, the quality of this medicinal pill would be able to reach a Tier 9 Xian pill and not just a Tier 9 treasure pill. From the process of this young lady refining the pill earlier, Xianxia had already clearly discovered the flaws of the latter's pill refinement. Firstly, the young lady had overly exhausted her dou qi when refining the medicinal ingredients at the beginning, resulting in the pouring of dou qi being intermittent towards the end. Even though Xianxia did not see the content at the beginning, Xianxia was similarly able to imagine it in his heart based on his experienced alchemist skills. Secondly, even though the young lady's spiritual strength was sufficiently strong, her control of the flame was clearly lacking. Perhaps she did not pay enough attention to it, or perhaps it was because this flame was a beast flame that she had just obtained, but overall, the young lady's control of the flame could not be considered skillful. This also coincidentally affected the quality of the medicinal pill. If it was either of these 2 points, perhaps the quality of the medicinal pill would not have dropped to such a level. However, it was because of the young lady's carelessness that the medicinal pill that could have reached a Tier 9 Xian pill ended up being a Tier 9 treasure pill. It was also because of this that Xianxia spoke out and said that it was a pity. Everyone present also became quiet after the words from Xianxia's mouth sounded. Their gazes would occasionally look at the red-dressed young lady before looking at Xianxia. At the same time, some pity surfaced in their eyes when they looked at Xianxia. When these words of Xianxia were transmitted into the young lady's ears, it caused her face to turn green. She was naturally aware of all this. However, since things had developed to this point, she had already obtained the medicinal pill. It was impossible for her to return it to the cauldron and refine it again. Even the others did not dare to refute her. This fellow in front of her had actually mercilessly pointed out her mistake. This caused the young lady, who had always paid attention to her face, to feel extremely embarrassed for an instant. Because of Xianxia's words, her fair and pretty face quickly turned red. She clenched her silver teeth and her gaze was somewhat at a loss. Under her sleeves, a pair of slender jade-like hands randomly grabbed the corner of her clothes. Her entire person was too stiff as she stood beside the medicinal cauldron. Xianxia did not care about the young lady's appearance. He turned around and left as the people behind him opened up a path for him. "Stop!" Moreover, at this moment, the red-dressed young lady suddenly raised her gaze. Her pair of almond eyes were opened wide. Her gaze was filled with coldness as she stared at Xiao Yan, who had already left. Feeling the ice-cold gaze that was shot from behind, Xiao Yan could not help but frown slightly. His words just now had accurately pointed out this girl's mistake. He did not expect that this girl actually did not repent and would bite the hand that fed her. You said that the quality of the medicinal pill that this young lady refined did not reach the standard that it should have. May I ask, what right do you have to make such a comment to me? When the young lady's words came out, everyone's gazes were like spotlights as they uniformly landed on Xiao Yan's body. Hearing this, Xiao Yan could not help but frown slightly. Once again, he turned around and narrowed his eyes. His gaze was puzzled as he looked at the red-dressed young lady. When she saw Xiao Yan's gaze, the corners of the red-dressed young lady's mouth slowly curled into a cold smile. Soon after, she stared coldly at Xiao Yan and said in an ice-cold voice, "The Alchemist Association is a place that only alchemists can enter. Looking at your appearance, you don't seem to be an alchemist. Since that is the case, then what right do you have to comment on my medicinal pill and what right do you have to enter the Alchemist Association?" The young lady's tone was ice-cold and her face carried a cold smile. Her pair of almond eyes sized up Xiao Yan and she still had an appearance of making bogus accusations. When the young lady's words came out, the alchemists present also revealed astonishment as they scanned Xiao Yan's body. Only then did they regain their senses. At this moment, among all the people present, only Xiao Yan's attire was different from theirs. This place was the Alchemist Association. Everyone who entered this place would first put on the alchemist robe that was given to them by the Alchemist Association. This was a confirmation of their identity and could also be considered a pass to enter the Alchemist Association. The alchemist robe could not only prove the identity of an alchemist, but the badge that was exclusive to the Pill Tower could also display the tier of an alchemist. This was a confirmation of the status of an alchemist. A powerful alchemist would be able to obtain the respect of the strong with just an alchemist robe without revealing their spiritual strength. At this moment, only Xiao Yan was not wearing an alchemist robe among all the people present. Under the precondition that one was unable to prove one's identity, such a person would usually be expelled from the Alchemist Association. Of course, there were naturally exceptions among them. Those were experts with sufficient strength. If an elite Do-Di was present, even this red-dressed young lady would not be able to do anything to him. Of course, Xiao Yan was not an elite Do-Di. Just by looking at his appearance, the people present would naturally not think that such a young black-robed man would be a Do-Di. Since he did not have an alchemist robe as proof of his identity and did not possess the strength of an elite Do-Di, from the way they saw it, Xiao Yan in front of them naturally did not have the qualification to continue staying in this place. Xiao Yan involuntarily shrugged his shoulders when he sensed the numerous strange gazes that were shot over from around him. Since she had already said such words, this red-dressed young lady clearly intended to squeeze him. If she did not want him to continue staying in this place, he would just leave. Xiao Yan leisurely turned around. He was just about to lift his foot when the young lady opened her mouth again. "Stop. Did this young lady allow you to leave?" Xiao Yan frowned slightly. This young lady had a lot of demands. He had already given in. What else did she want? Xiao Yan narrowed his eyes. His expression was slightly gloomy. However, in order to not stir up trouble, Xiao Yan turned around for the third time. Xiao Yan turned around time and time again, causing the cold smile on the pretty face of this young lady with a fiery temper to become even denser. The former's forbearance time and time again was instead treated by her as cowardice. At this moment, when she saw Xiao Yan turn around once again, the expression on her pretty face became even more unruly. "You are clearly not an alchemist, yet you actually dare to pretend to know when you don't. You are spouting nonsense here. Have you forgotten where this place is? Now, this young lady wants you to apologize to this young lady for being so presumptuous earlier." When the young lady's words left her mouth, not only Xiao Yan, but even the few Tier 9 alchemists around him could not help but reveal a tinge of dissatisfaction on their faces. With regards to Xiao Yan's previous comments, they naturally acknowledged it in their hearts. However, Due to the special status of this young lady in red dress, they did not dare to open their mouths. However, at this moment, this young lady's actions were clearly overboard. Xiao Yan lowered his face. At this moment, his expression was similarly gloomy. He did not expect that he would actually meet such an unruly and willful woman. If it was not for the fact that he did not want to reveal his identity because of the fire plume flower, based on Xiao Yan's character, he would have given this woman a slap long ago. Humph! After coldly snorting, Xiao Yan turned around. He could not be bothered with this unreasonable young lady any longer. His feet moved as he prepared to leave. Bastard! Who do you think you are, to actually dare to ignore this young lady's words? Men, capture him for this young lady. Since you won't apologize, then this young lady will personally take action and teach you to lower your head and admit your mistakes. When she saw that Xiao Yan actually ignored her words and turned around to leave, a warm and angry expression immediately surfaced on the young lady's pretty face. The instant her icy cold shout sounded out, a few black shadows immediately shot out from the darkness of the alchemy room. Like numerous sharp arrows, they instantly pierced through the crowd and arrived in front of Xiao Yan before the crowd around Xiao Yan could react. The instant the black shadows appeared in front of Xiao Yan, sharp blades that were suffused with a cold glint quickly materialized in the air. With an incomparably formidable aura, they swiftly pierced towards Xiao Yan's throat. In the blink of an eye, those few sharp blades had already arrived at Xiao Yan's throat. It was also at this moment that the others in the area slowly regained their senses. When they saw the 4 black shadows that had appeared around Xiao Yan, a shocked expression involuntarily surfaced on everyone's faces. Everyone present was an alchemist. Normally, they relied on their spiritual strength to make a living. However, at this moment, from the position where these 4 people had appeared, it was obvious that they had been hiding in this alchemy room for a long time. Yet, none of these people had discovered them. This also proved just how powerful these 4 people were. Sigh. This brat is truly a newborn calf that does not fear the tiger. He dares to provoke anyone. Young Lady Su's name is well known in Xian City. Of all the people he could provoke, he just had to provoke her. Sigh, he is truly courting death. When they saw the sharp blades in the hands of the 4 figures that were about to pierce Xiao Yan's throat, a pitiful sigh involuntarily sounded out from the crowd. In the next instant, the sharp blades in the hands of the 4 black shadows simultaneously pierced Xiao Yan's throat. Soon after, however, a shocked expression suddenly surged into the eyes of the 4 black figures. One could see that the sharp blades in their hands did not cause even the slightest trace of blood when they landed. By the time they raised their heads, they could clearly see that the body of this Xiao Yan, whom they had struck at a fatal spot, had actually gradually become illusionary. This is an afterimage. When they saw this scene, the pupils of the 4 black shadows involuntarily shrunk. In the next instant, their bodies abruptly turned around in midair, only to see that Xiao Yan was actually leisurely walking back the way he had come. Stay. The 4 of them simultaneously let out a low cry. At the same time, their bodies once again shot forward. The sharp blades in their hands were each aimed at the vital points on Xiao Yan's body. Once they hit, even if he did not die, he would definitely end up with a serious injury. The degree of viciousness of these 4 people's attacks was truly shameful. Furthermore, they were actually able to do such a sinister thing in a 4-against-1 situation. It was not difficult to imagine what kind of vicious person their master was. This time around, Xiao Yan had clearly sensed the actions of these 4 people. Immediately, his originally gloomy face became even more solemn. Originally, he did not wish to create any trouble. However, the wind would not stop even if the tree wished to remain calm. The red-dressed lady on the stage had repeatedly made things difficult for him. At this moment, the people that she had sent out wanted to kill him the moment they attacked. This really caused one to be unable to endure it. Scram! Just as the 4 of them were about to arrive behind Xiao Yan suddenly spat out a domineering word. At the same time, an incomparably powerful and terrifying spiritual force also swept out from Xiao Yan's body in an instant. With just a single exchange, the 4 people behind him were instantly sent flying. Pucci! At the same time as the four people's bodies heavily smashed onto the ground, each of them could not help but spit out a large mouthful of blood. In the blink of an eye, the auras of the four people withered. Only at this moment did the crowd of alchemists in the arena recover from their shock. Deep shock surfaced on everyone's faces. They never would have thought that this seemingly young black-robed young man in front of them would actually be so powerful. Especially when they felt the terrifying spiritual force that gushed out from the latter's body, the shock in their hearts could not be described with words. At this moment, even the expression on the pretty face of the red-dressed young lady, who was standing beside the medicinal cauldron and holding the medicinal pill in her hand, also appeared to be incomparably terrified. Her entire body was stunned on the spot because of this. Both of her eyes stared intently at the empty space in front of her without any spirit. Just at this moment, Xianxia, who originally did not intend to make a move, suddenly moved. The figure covered by the black robe was like a bolt of lightning. In the blink of an eye, he had already appeared in front of the four people lying on the ground. At the same time, the movements of his hands did not stop at all as his fist heavily smashed onto the chest of one of them. Bang! As the punch landed, another large mouthful of dark red blood was uncontrollably spat out. The figure that was hit by Xiaoyan's punch instantly became seriously injured and lost all of his fighting strength. The appearance of this scene caused the hearts of the other three to be extremely shocked. They went all out in an attempt to struggle. However, their struggle and resistance was ultimately exchanged with a punch from Xiaoyan that was merciless in the end. Bang bang bang. As the three punches landed one after another, the emotions in the hearts of everyone present had already reached an uncontrollable stage. In the end, after Xiaoyan caused the four people to completely lose their fighting strength, he finally arrived in front of the young lady in a red dress. The sudden appearance of Xiaoyan in front of her scared the young lady so much that she instantly regained her senses. Her delicate body trembled violently under the fear, her red lips slightly opened, but she could not make any sound. She could only watch as Xiaoyan slowly raised his arm in front of her, and then, under the shocked gaze of the person behind her, a heavy slap landed on the fair face of the young lady. Pa! At this moment, the arena was strangely silent. Everyone stared at Xiaoyan with their eyes wide open. This slap was exceptionally clear and loud in the alchemy room at this moment. Chapter 713. Within the spacious alchemy room, human figures were scattered all over the place, each standing on their own. The originally lively place appeared to be completely silent at this very moment. Shock was written all over everyone's faces. Their dumbstruck expressions revealed the shock in their hearts. Numerous pairs of eyes stared intently at the black-robed man in the middle of the square. They had never imagined that this black-robed man, who looked ordinary, would actually possess such great strength. The four black figures who they did not detect were actually unable to last even a single round in the hands of this black-robed young man. The four of them joined forces, but they were still like decorations. They were completely crushed by the latter's great strength in an instant. This kind of great strength could really be described as terrifying. The thing that shocked them the most was that this black-robed man actually dared to attack this red-dressed young lady. This fellow, is he crazy? He actually dared to hit eldest young lady Su. The silence in the surroundings continued for a long time. Finally, numerous voices that were filled with disbelief were spat out successively from the mouths of all the alchemists present in the surroundings. This was the part that shocked them the most. No matter what, they'd never imagined that there would actually be someone who dared to make a move against this great aunt in Xian City. Moreover, this person had even slapped her proudest face. It was only at this moment that the young lady, who had gradually recovered from the discussions of the crowd, hurriedly looked at the black-robed young man in front of her. A terrified expression swiftly surfaced in her teary almond-shaped eyes. At the same time, it was also filled with an expression of disbelief. Su Yao's slender jade-like hand trembled as she lifted it up and covered half of her rapidly swollen face. The fresh blood at the corner of her mouth stained the young lady's wrist. Blood flowed, causing the young lady to appear even more pitiful at this moment. It caused people to have the misconception that they could not help but want to embrace her. Seeing the young lady's pitiful appearance, the expression on Xiao Yan's face was indifferent. Within his pair of dark black eyes, there was an icy cold expression. At such a young age, your character is actually so vicious. You do not repent and actually want to repay kindness with enmity. Why, do you think that you are so great just because you are a Tier 9 alchemist? Just based on you, a Tier 9 alchemist, what can you be considered as in this continent? You are merely a Tier 9 alchemist, yet you actually dare to be arrogant and confuse right and wrong here. Just based on you, are you worthy of being an alchemist? Xiao Yan's words were sharp. Each time he spoke a sentence, he would take half a step forward, forcing the young lady to step back in horror. Her pretty face had lost its color. In the end, her legs became weak. Soon after, she sat on the ground. Her pretty face had become incomparably pale. You. The young lady's face was filled with fear. The black-robed young man in front of her could be said to be the most frightening person she had ever seen since she was young. Before seeing Xiao Yan, everyone was extremely respectful towards her. Even those who were stronger than her would similarly reveal a humble smile on their faces when they saw her. Just like the people present at this moment. Before Xiao Yan took action, everyone's eyes were filled with respect when they looked at her. She was like the most fragrant flower among thousands of flowers, being sought after by everyone, like the moon surrounded by stars. It was as if the saying was referring to her. However, looking at it now, when the young lady once again cast her eyes over, those gazes that were originally surrounding her had completely shifted to Xiao Yan in front of her. Originally, she still wanted to place her hopes on these people, hoping that they would definitely take action for her. However, it was a pity that the stamen of a flower in a greenhouse could see the bright sunlight outside through the glass. However, when this thin layer of glass was broken, she was finally able to truly feel the ice-cold wind that was filled under the sunlight. After giving her a slap and lecturing her with words, the anger that was suppressed in Xiao Yan's heart gradually subsided. Immediately, he could not be bothered with this girl. His body turned around and prepared to leave. However, the instant Xiao Yan turned around, a powerful energy pillar was like lightning behind him. In the blink of an eye, it penetrated through the empty space. The instant Xiao Yan turned around, a sharp force had already appeared in front of Xiao Yan. Its target was the spot between his brows. Buzz. However, in the next instant, when the energy pillar was about to hit the spot between Xiao Yan's brows, the expression on Xiao Yan's face suddenly turned ice-cold. At the same time, a majestic spiritual strength swiftly surged out from between Xiao Yan's brows, forcefully blocking the energy pillar that was about to hit the spot between his brows. After doing all this, Xiao Yan's expression was ice-cold as he slowly lifted his gaze. He looked at the spot where the crowd had opened up. At this very moment, there was a handsome young man in luxurious clothes standing there. At this moment, the latter was also using a pair of extremely cold eyes to stare intently at Xiao Yan. The expression on his handsome face was extremely gloomy. Deep within his brown eyes, an extremely cold killing intent was especially obvious. When this young man appeared, everyone present immediately turned their gazes towards the latter. Soon after, a fearful expression appeared in the eyes of everyone present. Clearly, in the eyes of these people, this young man was also an extremely dangerous person. Seeing that the black-robed man in front of him had actually blocked his attack, the expression in the young man's eyes involuntarily hardened. Under such an urgent situation just now, this black-robed man was actually able to react in time. However, just this point alone was enough to prove that the other party was not an ordinary person. Originally, he had wanted to show off in front of the young girl and also make a good start for his following plan. However, from the looks of it, it was a little troublesome. After thinking for a while in his heart, the young man standing in front of everyone once again lifted his gaze and looked at Xiao Yan opposite him. "May I know who you are? Don't you know that this is my Xian city?" A somewhat feminine voice was slowly spat out from the young man's mouth. The man's hands were slowly tied behind his back. Under the cover of his sleeves, surging dou qi secretly gathered in his palms. "Since this is Xian City, it proves that I have not come to the wrong place." Xiao Yan's expression did not change. An icy cold chill slowly gathered in his pair of pitch-black eyes. The words that came out of his mouth appeared unusually calm. Since you know that this is Xian City and still dare to hurt a member of my Lin family, aren't you looking down on my Lin family too much? The instant Xiao Yan's words sounded, the young man opposite him immediately cried out angrily. At the same time, his feet stomped heavily on the ground. Powerful dou qi immediately gushed out from under his feet. In almost an instant, the young man's body turned into a ray of light and arrived in front of Xiao Yan in the blink of an eye. Soon after, the palm that was behind his back suddenly appeared in front of him. A huge amount of dou qi energy swiftly gathered in his palm, and at the same time, a dazzling light erupted. His palm was aimed directly at Xiao Yan's head. He had accumulated strength for an attack. It was obvious that he planned to rely on a surprise attack to kill the latter in one strike. Such a method could be said to be ruthless. However, even though this was the case, the expression on Xiao Yan's face still remained calm without any ripples. When the palm of the young man in front of him was about to land on Xiao Yan's head, Xiao Yan finally raised his head. At the same time, he opened his mouth. Immediately, a soul-shaking cry was emitted from Xiao Yan's mouth. The earth-shaking cry was deliberately wrapped by spiritual strength as it was emitted in a vast and mighty manner. The young man in front of him did not have the opportunity to dodge and received it all. Immediately, his entire soul suddenly shook. An intense tearing pain wildly surged out from deep within the young man's soul, causing the muscles on his face to instantly distort. His face was flushed red and his entire body appeared to have transformed into a statue that was frozen in midair. "Get lost!" With a low cry, the young man's body immediately flew backwards uncontrollably. In the end, he was caught by a few old men who appeared from the void. Only then did he manage to stabilize his body. However, when he looked at his face again, it had already become deathly pale. The young man felt a sweetness in his throat and the expression on his face rapidly became one of shock. He did not expect that with his strength of a 5-star half-martial emperor, he would actually be unable to last even a single exchange in the hands of this black-robed person. Immediately, the young man came to an understanding in his heart. This black-robed young man who appeared to be very young was not someone that could be easily provoked. "Brother Ran, save me." It was also at this moment that the red-dressed young lady behind Xiao Yan suddenly let out a sharp cry as she climbed to her feet. Her mouth was hysterical as she went all out to beg for help from the young man whose face was currently pale. The appearance of the latter appeared to have allowed this young lady, who was about to fall into a quagmire, to grab a life-saving straw at a critical moment. However, at the same time that this young lady cried out without caring about anything, she did not notice the disgust that was revealed in the eyes of the young man opposite her. If it was not for this young lady's extraordinary status, he would not be bothered to care about her life or death. However, from the looks of it, this black-robed young man in front of him was clearly not a kind person. Moreover, he had injured the young lady in a red dress. It was likely impossible for this matter to be resolved peacefully. Damn it! This lowly girl is truly reckless. Why didn't she die in his hands? The young man fiercely cursed in his heart. However, he also knew that before his plan was completed, even if this young lady in front of him was to die, she absolutely could not die in this Xian city. In other words, no matter what, he had to protect this girl's life. "Teacher Quan, I'm afraid that I can only rely on you for this matter." After taking a deep breath, the young man forcefully endured the intense pain that was emitted from his body and said in a low and hoarse voice. Hearing the young man's words, the old man in a brocade robe behind him also nodded his head. Immediately, a pair of muddy old eyes slightly lifted and a sharp gaze directly looked at Xiao Yan opposite him. From the way this black-robed person acted just now, it was obvious that the other party was also an alchemist. Moreover, his spiritual strength was definitely above that of a rank 1 alchemist. This was because this young master of his family was a rank 1 alchemist. Since this was the case, this black-robed young man in front of him was probably at least a rank 2 alchemist. When he thought of this, the old man's eyes could not help but slightly focus. Such a young rank 2 alchemist. This was probably an extremely rare existence even in the Alchemist Alliance. Could it be that he is really someone from the Alchemist Alliance? The old man could not help but secretly exclaim in his heart. If this black-robed person in front of him was really someone from the Alchemist Alliance, it was likely that even his Lin family would not be able to easily recruit him. I am Lin Quan and I am the deacon of the Lin family in Xian City. The previous matter was due to my young master's recklessness. I hope that Mr. can be magnanimous and forgive him. Just as everyone present thought that this old man would directly attack, the old man instead heavily cupped his hands towards Xiao Yan and apologized to Xiao Yan for the previous matter. The appearance of this scene could be said to be out of everyone's expectations. Even a similarly shocked expression flashed across Xiao Yan's face. He did not expect that this old man was actually rather rational. Otherwise, he would probably have attacked again. No matter, I don't mind. I'm just afraid that your young master. Xiao Yan's expression was calm. His pitch-black eyes stared at the ghastly pale young master of the Lin family. From the start until now, the other party had continuously mentioned the name of the Lin family. It seems like this Lin family was not ordinary in Xian City. It's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. Just now, when I saw these fellows being beaten up, I thought that something had happened to my junior sister. In a moment of desperation, I dealt a heavy blow to Mr. However, now that everyone is safe and sound, I can be at ease. Just as Xiao Yan's words left his mouth, the old man called Lin Quan hurriedly gave a look to the young man behind him. When the latter saw this, he forcefully supported his body and hurriedly laughed dryly at Xiao Yan. Brother Lin Ran, he hit me. Why did you, junior sister, you brat? Master usually does not restrain you and always causes trouble. Treat today's matter as a lesson. Hurry up and come back. Before Su Yao's words sounded, the young man called Lin Ran instantly looked at the latter. At the same time, he interrupted the latter's words. The expression in his eyes also appeared somewhat stern. When Su Yao saw this, the originally ghastly pale expression on her pretty face suddenly became startled. Even her entire body could not help but tremble. Only then did she hurriedly run towards Lin Ran with a trembling heart. This time, Xiao Yan did not have any intention of attacking again. Since the other party had already apologized to him, it could be considered as giving both parties a way out. If he continued to attack, this matter would not be so easily resolved. I am Lin Ran, the young master of the Lin family in Xian City. May I know if Mr. Walking forward, Lin Ran smiled and cupped his hands toward Xiao Yan. It was as if he had forgotten about the previous matter and his entire body had become relaxed. Just a nameless person. There's nothing much to say. Xiao Yan's expression was indifferent. He would not give any face to this kind of person who changed his face faster than flipping a book. Hearing this, the latter could not help but be slightly startled. Exchanging glances with the old man beside him, a trace of resentment involuntarily flashed across his eyes. Since that's the case, I will take my leave first. I wish Mr. a pleasant trip. Lin Ran said with a smile that did not reach his eyes. The last sentence from his mouth sounded rather horrifying. Immediately, Lin Ran carried Su Yao, whose pretty face was filled with shock, and swiftly left this place. Only Xiao Yan and the other alchemists present remained standing in the same spot. After a long while, when the group of people left, Xiao Yan withdrew his gaze. At the same time, his tone was calm as he spoke once again. You have watched the show for so long. Don't you plan to come out and meet me? Chapter 714. Following Xiao Yan's words, the crowd immediately looked at each other. Numerous doubtful gazes continuously swept back and forth, but they did not discover anything. Just as everyone's faces were filled with suspicion, an old laughter suddenly rang out from the crowd. Mr. is indeed extraordinary. No wonder even the Lin family members are unwilling to easily come into conflict with Mr. As the laughter sounded out, the crowd dispersed. A short and fat elder wearing an alchemist robe slowly walked forward and stood in front of Xiao Yan. If not for that young lady, they would not have left so easily. Hearing the short and fat elder's words, Xiao Yan gave a non-committal smile. At the same time, his gaze also looked towards the chest area of the elder's alchemist robe. Immediately, The expression in Xiao Yan's eyes involuntarily turned serious. On the elder's chest was an alchemist badge that looked like a medicinal cauldron. On the badge's 9 lines, at this very moment, there were 3 pill-like beads that were exquisitely carved on it. This also represented the latter's identity, that of a rank 3 alchemist. When Xiao Yan's gaze looked towards the latter, the elder clearly sensed it. Immediately, he gave Xiao Yan a chuckle, cupped his hands together and laughed. This old man is solemn. I am the president of the Alchemist Association. With regards to the previous matter, this old man was unable to intervene in time. I am truly sorry. At the end of his words, the short and fat elder smiled and apologized to Xiao Yan. His smile was amiable and did not contain any other meaning. Ha! Xiao Yan stared at the short and fat elder opposite him. The two of them looked at each other with a tacit understanding. Xiao Yan could naturally guess the reason why the latter did not intervene. If it was not for the fact that the young lady from before was hated by others, it was likely that this fatty would not have stood at the side and watched as a joke. When the surrounding alchemists saw the short and fat old man, a respectful smile quickly appeared on their faces. When the old man saw this, he similarly smiled and swept his gaze across these people one by one. Finally, his gaze returned to Xiao Yan. From the looks of it, Mr. seems to have been squeezed in by the crowd outside. Since you have nowhere to go for the time being, this old man would like to invite Mr. for a chat. Is that okay? From the moment Xiao Yan entered the Alchemist Guild, Solemn Zhong had already sensed something. Of course, Xiao Yan was no exception. Hearing these solemn words, Xiao Yan lowered his eyelids slightly. Then, he rolled his eyes and smiled faintly. Looking at the situation outside, it seems that we won't be able to leave for a few hours. The old man smiled. He extended his hand and made a please gesture to Xiao Yan as he said with a smile, please. Xiao Yan did not stand on ceremony. He lifted his foot and walked forward. Only then did the old man follow and lead the way for Xiao Yan. I'm afraid this is the first time Mr. has come to Xian City. One tall and one short, one fat and one skinny, the two of them walked side by side towards the depths of the Alchemist Guild. Along the way, the old man suddenly opened his mouth and asked. Xiao Yan did not comment. The old man took this as a silent agreement. He smiled and continued to speak. Is it because of the fire plume flower? This time, Xiao Yan's expression could not help but change slightly. A ray of light flashed across his eyes before he quickly regained his calm. However, even so, it was still unable to escape the eyes of the old man beside him. He as expected. The old man chuckled. His smile looked somewhat sly, but Xiao Yan did not take it to heart. President, do you know anything about the fire plume flower? The crowd around them had gradually disappeared. Without the disturbance of outsiders, the conversation between the two naturally became more straightforward. When Zhuang Zhong heard Xiao Yan's words, he helplessly shook his head and sighed. No, the fire plume flower is simply too precious. News about it has been completely sealed off. Unless it's the time of the auction, no one will be able to get any news about it. When he heard these words, a disappointed look involuntarily flashed across Xiao Yan's face. He did not expect news about the fire plume flower to be so tightly controlled. It was difficult to even find it in Xian City. Since there is no news, doesn't anyone suspect the authenticity of the fire plume flower? Other than the name, there was no other valuable information. If it was anyone else, they would be suspicious. There should be no need to doubt this point. According to this old man's knowledge, the faction that organized this auction is a mysterious chamber of commerce. Although I do not know exactly who they are, this old man has heard of their reputation. It is said that ever since they started the auction, they have never auctioned any defective goods. Just this point alone is enough to make people believe them. With regards to this kind of news that most people knew, the fat old man did not hide anything. After all, with the identity of the person in front of him as a rank 3 alchemist, if he really wanted to obtain this kind of information, it could not be any easier. When he heard the old man's words, a surprised look involuntarily appeared on Xiao Yan's face. He did not expect that there would actually be such a mysterious faction in the western region. However, it was fine. If it was really as Zhuang Zhong had said, then the news about the fire plume flower should not be wrong. When he thought of this, Xiao Yan secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Soon after, the two of them suddenly paused their footsteps. When they lifted their heads, they realized that the two of them had already appeared in front of a door. "Hee, mister, please enter." Zhuangzhong took out a special jade token, and after opening the heavy stone door in front of him, he smiled and said to Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan smiled and nodded. Without hesitation, he entered the room in front of him. The light in the room was much dimmer than the outside. There were no windows and no lamps. Other than a few old furniture, there was nothing else. However, he was as poor as a church mouse. At this moment, at a glance, the only thing that emitted light was the ceiling in the middle of the room, which penetrated through the floor. The blazing light of the fire was reflected in the room through the fire vent on top of it. This cover was the cauldron cover of the huge medicinal cauldron that Xiao Yan had seen when he had just entered the Alchemist Association. From the looks of this cauldron cover, it was likely that Xiao Yan and Zhuangzhong were currently standing directly above this medicinal cauldron. Their position was the highest point within the interior of the Alchemist Association. "Mister, please take a seat." Zhuangzhong smiled and said to Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan nodded and the two of them took their seats. "Hee, Mister is really a young talent. At such a young age, you have actually reached the level of a rank 3 alchemist. This really makes us old fellows feel ashamed of our inferiority." After the two of them took their seats, the short and fat old man looked at Xiao Yan and couldn't help but shake his head and smile bitterly. "I only relied on luck. Senior, there is no need to belittle yourself. Luck isn't something that everyone can have. Otherwise, those treasures on the continent would have fallen into the hands of others long ago. How could the later generations have a chance? Moreover, even if your luck is good, on this continent, everything is about strength. Without strength, no matter how good your luck is, in the end, you will still end up making a wedding dress for others. As the saying goes, if you want to wear a crown, you must bear its weight. Mister, not only are your luck good, even your strength is not inferior in any way." At the end of his words, a bright light flashed in the old man's eyes. At the same time, when he looked at Xiao Yan, there was an additional sense of admiration in his eyes. "Senior, you praise me too much." Xiao Yan cupped his hands and smiled at the old man. When the old man saw this, he also laughed out loud. Soon after, he didn't linger on this topic and changed the topic. "Mister, do you know the identity of the two people just now?" The old man was naturally referring to Lin Ran and Su Yao. Xiao Yan was slightly taken aback. Then, he shook his head and cupped his hands at the old man. "Senior, please enlighten me." Zhuangzhong nodded his head with a serious expression. Then he took a deep breath and said, "Lin Ran is the young master of the Lin clan, the #1 clan in Xian City. His status is extremely high. The Lin clan has a relationship with the Hua clan and the Bai clan. Of course, the relationship between the Lin clan and the Lin clan is more like a master and a servant. The Lin clan, in order to curry favor with the two clans, they have to pay a lot of tribute to the Lin clan. That's why they have such a high status. It can be said that Xian City is the territory of the Lin clan." When he heard that the Lin clan was actually related to the Hua and Bai clans, Xiao Yan involuntarily furrowed his eyebrows. However, since things had already developed to this point, there was no point in thinking too much about it. Since he was already here, he might as well take things as they came. It was fine if the previous matter was forgotten. However, if not, he, Xiao Yan, was not a persimmon that could be bullied by others. A sharp glint flashed across Xiao Yan's eyes. Only then did he withdraw his thoughts. The old man in front of him laughed softly and continued to speak. "In addition, before we talk about that girl, this old man would like to ask Mr. a question. Mr. should be a member of the Alchemist Alliance, right?" Zhuangzhong's eyes stared at Xiao Yan in front of him. This question was something that he had always wanted to ask. From his point of view, a rank 3 alchemist at such a young age could only be nurtured by the Alchemist Alliance. This point was in line with Lin Quan's guess. After all, this mysterious rank 3 alchemist was really too young. No matter how they guessed, they could not help but think of the Alchemist Alliance. However, the truth was often the opposite of the conclusion. When Xiao Yan saw that the old man's eyes were actually staring at him, his expression involuntarily froze. Soon after, he laughed softly and shook his head. I am not a member of the Alchemist Alliance. When Xiao Yan's words left his mouth, the old man's eyelids immediately twitched. A shocked expression involuntarily flashed across his face. He did not expect that Xiao Yan would actually flatly deny it. A rank 3 alchemist at such a young age was actually not a member of the Alchemist Alliance. This was really hard to imagine. The rank of an alchemist was not only determined by the strength of their spiritual strength. More importantly, it was their attainments in the art of alchemy. There was only one way to cultivate the art of alchemy, and that was to refine large amounts of medicinal pills. During the process of refining medicinal pills, one could gain experience and use this to improve one's alchemy skills. Although the method was simple, it was unknown how much money was needed. Just the medicinal ingredients needed to refine medicinal pills was an astronomical figure. Ordinary forces were simply unable to provide it. Even some small and medium-sized clans would not be able to nurture such a young rank 3 alchemist. In the entire Western region, only the Alchemist Alliance had the ability to nurture a rank 3 alchemist. As for the 4 great sects, although they also had rank 3 alchemists within their sects, those alchemists were all gray-haired old men. They had simply never heard of such a young rank 3 alchemist like the person in front of them. A senior does not need to worry too much. I am not a person from the Western region. I do not have any foundation here, nor have I joined any forces. Just as Zhuang Zhong's heart was filled with suspicion and guessing the person in front of him, Xiao Yan indifferently smiled and interrupted the latter's thoughts. At the same time, Xiao Yan's heart also lightly sighed. He really did not dare to let this old man continue guessing. His identity as a rank 3 alchemist had long been known in the outside world. Who knew if this old man in front of him would link it to him? If his identity was exposed at that time, it would not be a good thing for Xiao Yan. Hearing Xiao Yan's words, the old man seemed to have been startled awake from a dream. He hurriedly recovered his senses, smiled embarrassedly, and continued to speak. Mister, the reason why this old man asked if you were a member of the Alchemist Alliance was actually because of 2 points. This old man will not say more about the first point. As for the second point, that Su Yao is a member of the Alchemist Alliance. She is a member of the Alchemist Alliance. Xiao Yan's eyes shrunk slightly and his eyebrows twitched slightly. His face could not help but reveal a surprised expression. Although that girl's talent was not bad, she was merely a Tier 9 alchemist. Moreover, her nature was not good. How could she enter the Alchemist Alliance? Perhaps it is more accurate to say that her grandfather is a member of the Alchemist Alliance. After which, Zhuang Zhong immediately opened his mouth to explain. Hearing these words, Xiao Yan finally understood in his heart. No wonder that girl was so unreasonable. It turned out that she actually had a grandfather who was in the Alchemist Alliance as her backing. If it was in the past, her grandfather would indeed not be considered much. However, it was rumored that not long ago, that fellow was actually lucky enough to break through to a rank 3 alchemist. Only then did his life flourish. Zhuang Zhong slowly said. There was a disdain in his words. A person who had just broken through to a rank 3 alchemist relied on the backing of the Alchemist Alliance to pamper his younger generation. Just by looking at that girl, her elder was likely not much better. On the other hand, Xiao Yan's expression changed slightly the instant Zhuang Zhong's words left his mouth. His eyes narrowed slightly as he pondered in his heart. Similarly surnamed Su, and also a rank 3 alchemist who broke through not long ago, could it be him? Zhuang Zhong's words caused Xiao Yan to recall a person. That person was the rank 2 alchemist he had met in the Thousand Medicine House when he first went to Yen City. The latter had once claimed that he was about to step into a rank 3 alchemist. At that time, because of Murong Qianxian, Xiao Yan had even made a move against him. However, he did not expect that today, enemies would meet on a narrow road. Is the person elder is talking about called Su Songming? Xiao Yan suddenly opened his mouth, causing Zhuang Zhong's expression to be startled. Zhuang Zhong's eyebrows twitched slightly as he opened his mouth in surprise. Why, Mr. knows him? Hearing this, Xiao Yan smiled slightly. A fierce glint flashed across his eyes as he said in a serious voice. Not only do we know each other, we can be considered to have some dealings. Chapter 7:15. It was nighttime. Xiao Yan was seated cross-legged on the bed within a certain somewhat remote inn in Xian City. Following the rotation of his thoughts, threads of mixed energy would appear from the surrounding empty space. They would follow Xiao Yan's breathing and enter his body. Xiao Yan's eyes were closed as he sat cross-legged in a certain remote inn within Xian City. During the day, Xiao Yan had learned about the strength of the Lin family as well as Su Yao's background during the conversation with Zhuang Zhong. Xiao Yan adopted the attitude of not offending anyone who did not offend him. What happened during the day could only be considered as Lin Ran asking for it. If it was possible, Xiao Yan did not want to cause too much trouble. As for Su Yao, Xiao Yan had never placed her in his eyes since the beginning. At the end of the day, she was just an unruly girl. Forget about the fact that her grandfather was Su Songming. Even if it was another person, Xiao Yan would not be afraid of him. However, what made Xiao Yan feel most regretful was that he did not obtain much valuable information regarding the fire plume flower. Just like what Zhuang Zhong had said, what he knew was also what everyone in Xian City knew. After leaving the Alchemist Association, Xiao Yan had also inquired around the city. However, the information that he finally obtained was not much different from what Zhuang Zhong had said. Helpless, Xiao Yan could only return to the inn. Since he had nowhere to go, he might as well train in peace. Currently, there was only one day left before the auction began. Rather than wasting unnecessary time, Xiao Yan decided to have a good rest and get rid of the fatigue from the past half a month of hard traveling in order to prepare for the upcoming auction. The two large clans would send people to participate in the auction this time around. As a precaution, Xiao Yan had no choice but to be extra careful. Even with the help of the Force Elephant skill, it did not mean that Xiao Yan could really fight against a Do Di. Moreover, Xian City was the territory of the two large clans. If something were to happen, the speed at which the other party mobilized the strong people would be much faster than him defeating them. Therefore, Xiao Yan had no choice but to constantly be in peak condition. While Xiao Yan was peacefully training at this moment, in a vast courtyard in the city, a number of figures were sitting in a large hall. Among them, there were 3 men and 1 woman. The one sitting in the leader's seat was a middle-aged man. The other 3 were seated separately. The atmosphere in the hall was a little solemn. Lin Ran, before this old man left, I handed Yao Yao to you and told you to protect her well. At that time, you righteously replied that you would not let her suffer the slightest bit of harm. But look now, my granddaughter has actually been ruthlessly slapped by someone. Is this the promise you made to this old man? In the large hall, an old man in a brocade robe with an old face and white hair was gloomily staring at Lin Ran, who was sitting across from him. His pair of shady old eyes had a stern expression. At the same time that he spat out those words, he tightly held a walking stick in his hand and heavily slammed it on the ground in front of his feet. Immediately, a powerful force spread out. The ground in front of the old man's feet immediately shattered. Numerous spiderweb-like cracks swiftly spread out. As the old man's words fell, a pretty young lady wrapped in a red dress beside the old man suddenly lay on the square table at the side and began to cry loudly. The appearance of this scene caused the old man's expression to become even more gloomy. The fury in his shady old eyes that were staring at Lin Ran became even more intense. Hearing the old man's furious rebuke, Lin Ran's face also turned green. He violently clenched his teeth and his heart was filled with unwillingness. Master, today's matter is indeed my fault. It's all that stinking brat's fault. His strength is above mine and I'm not his match at all. Humph, you're not his match. Don't tell me that Lin Quan isn't his match either? In this old man's opinion, you simply wanted to see my Yao Yao suffer. Master, it's not what you think. It's enough. You don't have to explain too much about this matter. This old man will handle it myself. Also, from now on, you don't have to call me master. After an angry rebuke, the old man did not wait for Lin Ran's words to finish before interrupting him. His nose let out a heavy cold snort, and the expression on his old face became indifferent. His figure stood up from the chair, lifted the walking stick in his hand, and was about to walk out of the hall. Seeing this scene, the faces of Lin Ran and the middle-aged man who had been sitting on the main seat changed. The two of them hurriedly looked at each other. Immediately after, just as the old man was about to step out of the hall with the young lady in red dress, Lin Ran suddenly shouted loudly, "Brother Lin Ran, Master, it's not that I don't want to take action, but that fellow is also a rank 3 alchemist. Moreover, he seems to be a member of the Alchemist Alliance." Just as Lin Ran's words sounded out, the old man's foot, which was about to step out of the hall, paused in midair. After which, he withdrew his foot. At the same time, the old man's body suddenly turned. His pair of shady old eyes were sharp and his gaze instantly landed on Lin Ran's body. "What did you say?" The old man's tone was low and deep. At the same time that the anger in his heart rose, a serious feeling also rose spontaneously. That brat doesn't look very old, but the spiritual strength that he possesses is not something that I can compare to. That kind of powerful spiritual strength, Disciple has only felt it on Master's body, so Disciple can be sure that that guy is definitely a rank 3 alchemist. But on what basis do you say that he is a member of the Alchemist Alliance? The old man's tone was fierce. It was fine if it was just an unorthodox person, but if the other party was a member of the Alchemist Alliance, under the same roof, it would be much more troublesome to take action against him. "Master, you should understand that he is so young and is also a rank 3 alchemist. I really can't think of any other faction besides the Alchemist Alliance that can groom him. Humph. Even if he is a member of my Alchemist Alliance, my granddaughter, Su Songming, is not someone that he can bully." Hearing Lin Ran's words, Su Songming mused for a moment. A moment later, he coldly snorted, and the walking stick in his hand once again heavily slammed on the ground. A pair of shady old eyes stared at the empty space in front of him, and the majestic aura in his body also began to surge. When all of this fell into Lin Ran's eyes, the latter only laughed coldly in his heart. "Lin Ran, you should know where that fellow is, right? Oh? Does Grandmaster plan to go and find that person now?" Just as Su Songming's words sounded, the middle-aged man on the main seat suddenly opened his mouth. "Humph, Clan Head Lin, you didn't seem to be present at the time of this matter. Don't tell me that you know where the person who hurt my granddaughter is?" Hearing the middle-aged man's words, Su Songming did not show the slightest fear. He was merely a 1-star Dodi. With his current status, even if he randomly waved his hand, there would be elite Dodi working for him. Why would he be afraid of the person in front of him? Hearing Su Songming's words, the middle-aged man immediately became silent. The hand that was placed on the armrest swayed slightly, and his finger tapped rhythmically. A glint flashed deep within his eyes, but in the end, this middle-aged man did not say anything. "Master, Ran Air, there is no need to say anything. Let Grandmaster go. You are currently no longer Grandmaster's disciple. Why do you need to meddle in other people's business?" Just as Lin Ran could not help but open his mouth, the middle-aged man sitting on the main seat interrupted him. At the same time, a sharpness gradually surged into his eyes when he looked at Su Songming. "Lin Zheong, what did you say? Yao Yao is Lin Rance Jr. What do you mean meddling in other people's business?" The expression on Su Songming's old face was cold. The powerful aura in his body could not help but fluctuate. Threads of anger rose in his dark eyes. His precious granddaughter being bullied was something that he could not tolerate the most. Yet, this fellow in front of him actually dared to speak up and stop him. This caused him to be unable to control his emotions. "Grandmaster's memory is really bad. Didn't you just say that Lin Ran is no longer your disciple from now on? Since that is the case, why should Lin Ran speak up for someone unrelated? Moreover, the consequence of doing so is very likely to attract a big shot from the Alchemist Alliance to my Lin family. I have no choice but to think for my Lin family. I am not like you, Grandmaster. As long as you leave with Su Yao, you can act as if nothing has happened. At that time, the one who will have to bear this pressure will be my Lin family." The corners of Lin Zhehong's mouth curled into a smile. He did not feel the slightest bit of seriousness from the aura that Su Songming emitted. In the end, Su Songming was only an 8-star half-martial emperor. In terms of strength, Lin Zheong completely suppressed Su Songming. If it wasn't for the fact that this old fellow was a member of the Alchemist Alliance and was currently a rank 3 alchemist, Lin Zheong would not waste his breath on him. Fine. I take back what I said earlier. However, Lin Ran, you must immediately tell me where the fellow who beat Yao Yao is right now. Hearing Lin Zhong's words, Su Songming's old face instantly turned ashen. Then he saw Su Yao's beautiful face sobbing softly with a wronged expression. The mood in his heart became incomparably gloomy. He bitterly clenched his teeth, raised his head, looked at Lin Zheong and said in a deep voice, "Grandmaster, there's no need to be impatient. You've just arrived at Xian City today, so you should rest for a night first. Once your spirit has recovered, you can go look for that fellow. Not to mention, it's already late at night, and there are still many experts in the city. If you disturb them and cause trouble, it would be troublesome. Why don't I personally lead Grandmaster to that fellow's residence tomorrow? It wouldn't be too late to deal with him at that time." Before Lin Ran could speak, Lin Zheong took over and spoke immediately after. Hearing Lin Zhong's words, Su Songming couldn't help but frown slightly. However, he knew in his heart that since the person before him had already spoken like this, then Lin Zheong would absolutely not tell him the truth. Even though he was displeased in his heart, he could only nod helplessly. Seeing this scene, Lin Zheong chuckled and casually spoke a few more pleasantries. After that, he sent a servant to invite Su Songming and Su Songming to the guest room that had been prepared a long time ago. On the other hand, Lin Zheong and Su Songming still stood in the hall. "Father, this old bastard, shut up. As a rank 3 alchemist, Grandmaster Su is not someone that a junior like you can insult. You really don't know what's good for you. In any case, he is still your master. How dare you speak in such a manner? As the young master of the Lin family, based on your character, how can I be at ease handing the Lin family to you in the future?" Seeing that Su Songming and Su Songming had left, Lin Ran couldn't help but hurl insults at them. However, he was immediately reprimanded by Lin Zheong, causing the latter's face to turn green. His entire body curled up in his seat, and like a frightened leopard cat, he buried his head deep into his seat. Seeing that Lin Ran had shut up, Lin Zheong couldn't help but coldly snort. His gaze swept across the hall without batting an eyelid, and his entire person subsequently calmed down. At the same time, somewhere outside the hall, Su Songming, who was being led to the guest room by a servant of the Lin family, curled the corners of his mouth into a mocking smile. "Lin Zheong, at least you know your place. It's just a small Lin family, yet you actually want to establish a relationship with this old man. If not for the fire plume flower at this auction, this old man would really be too lazy to bother with this disciple. Lin Ran, humph, you merely have some talent. Without anyone to guide you, you will forever be stuck at the rank 1 alchemist level." After secretly sneering in his heart, Su Songming finally withdrew his thoughts. The walking stick in his hand waved in an orderly manner as he walked forward. Under the guidance of the servant in front of him, after passing through a few corridors, they saw that there were already people waiting for them. There were 2 separate rooms, and with one look, one could tell that they were prepared for the grandfather and granddaughter duo. At this moment, after crying for a long while, Su Yao had already restrained her emotions. However, her pair of bright eyes still flickered with a hidden bitterness. Today's events had dealt a huge blow to this little princess. Xiao Yan's appearance had mercilessly shattered the beautiful dream in her heart, and the truth was already placed in front of her. Only then did the young lady realize that the originally warm world in her eyes was actually so bone-chillingly cold. It could be said that Xiao Yan's appearance had not only dealt her a blow, but also awakened her. However, after being awakened, not only did the eyes of the young lady not reveal the gratitude that should have been present, instead, it was filled with a bitter and icy hatred, as if her dreams had been shattered. The next day, the dazzling sunlight seemed to be able to penetrate one's soul as it shone on this piece of land. The world that had been silent for an entire night had once again become noisy and bustling. The various forms of life were revolving and beginning again in a new day. It was like a new reincarnation, but also like a new beginning. Xian City. When this day arrived, the various experts in the city began to move. On the surface, the city appeared to be filled with a sea of people, but there was an undercurrent flowing in the dark. In the room, the instant Xiao Yan opened his eyes once again, the expression in his eyes became incomparably sharp. A gorgeous flame flickered in the depths of his pitch-black eyes. Xiao Yan slowly raised his head, and his sharp gaze pierced through everything in front of him, directly locking onto the city outside. Above the empty space, several figures stood proudly. It was Su Songming and the rest. So they still came. Chapter 716. On the bed, Xiao Yan muttered in a low voice. Then he stood up and walked out of the room. At this moment, several figures stood in the air outside the inn. When this group of people stood in the air outside the inn, they immediately attracted the attention of many people in the city. When they saw that these few people, who were rarely seen, had actually appeared together, a trace of suspicion appeared on the faces of the people in the city. There must be a reason for this abnormality. Moreover, they did not have a good impression of them in the hearts of the people in Xian City. Now that they had appeared together, it was likely that something bad was going to happen. Patriarch Lin, are you sure that that guy is here? In the air, Su Songming frowned as he asked Lin Zheong. It was hard to imagine that if the other party was really a member of the Alchemist Alliance, why would he stay in such a remote inn? This was a bit too illogical. Master, don't worry. Although I don't dare to say anything else, if it is placed in the Xian City, any movement will not be able to escape my Lin family's investigation. That guy is definitely staying here. Upon hearing Su Songming's words, Lin Zheong, who was on his right, immediately clasped his hands together towards Su Songming. At the same time, the words that came out of his mouth were extremely respectful. After yesterday's incident, it seemed that the Lin clan leader was even more respectful towards Su Songming. This scene caused Su Songming to secretly laugh in his heart. Creak, it's out. Following the creaking sound of the door being opened, a Lin family elder behind Lin Zheong couldn't help but remind him. Immediately after, the group of people quickly looked forward, and the people in the city below also looked towards the direction of the sound with suspicion. This old man wants to see who dares to hurt this old man's granddaughter. Su Songming let out a low snort. The hand that was holding the walking stick tightened slightly, and the blood on his fingertips quickly dissipated. A pair of sinister old eyes stared at the door that was about to open, and a ball of anger flickered in the depths of his eyes. Alchemist Guild. In the pavilion, Zhen Zhong frowned as he stared at the group of people in the distant empty space. His heart involuntarily felt anxious for Xiao Yan. He did not expect that the elders of the two clans would actually appear because of two members of the younger generation. Wasn't this making a big fuss over nothing? Sigh. Although this was the case, since the elders of these two clans had stepped forward, it was likely that today's matter would be a little difficult to settle. With his understanding of these two clans, it was likely that it would be very difficult for Xiao Yan to overturn this matter if he did not bleed. Immediately after, when the door was completely opened, a young man wearing a black robe slowly walked out from behind the door. Sunlight shone on the latter's fair face. Immediately, this face was clearly reflected in the eyes of the people in the city who were looking at the young man. Hua! Instantly, everyone present was in an uproar. They never would have thought that the person who made the Lin family head and Su Songming, a rank 3 alchemist, wait here would actually be such a young man with such a young appearance. It's actually him. Sigh, as expected, he still came looking for him. After offending the Lin family, this brat is in for a tragedy. Even though most of the people in the city were not familiar with this black-robed young man in front of them, a portion of the alchemists had personally witnessed the might of this black-robed young man in the Alchemist Association yesterday. In order to avoid trouble, they did not spread this matter everywhere. However, when they saw the scene in front of them, they could not help but quickly tell the people around them about what had happened yesterday. In a short period of time, the people in the city below were in an uproar. Most of the people present knew that the Lin family was like a landlord in Xian City. Almost no one was willing to have a conflict with them. But what was unexpected was that the young master of the Lin family was actually injured yesterday. If this matter was spread in Xian City, It was enough to shock everyone. Just as everyone in the city was discussing what had happened yesterday, Su Songming, who was originally angrily staring at the door, suddenly froze the moment he saw the black-robed young man. No matter what, he did not expect that he would actually meet him here. His gaze was firmly fixed on the black-robed young man in front of him. Su Songming's heart was incomparably solemn. The expression on his old face also rapidly changed. The hand that was tightly holding the walking stick unknowingly relaxed. "How could it be? It's you again." It was only after a long time that Su Songming said this sentence with a trembling voice. At the same time, the wrinkled skin on the old man's face could not help but twitch violently. In his heart, an indescribable storm was surging. Master Su, how have you been?" Standing in front of the door, Xiaoyan placed his hands behind his back. His face actually revealed a relaxed manner. The lineup in front of him might be considered luxurious in the eyes of others, but in his eyes, it was merely a. Although the other party had a Do Di, the current Xiaoyan was no longer the same as before. An ordinary Do Di would not be able to cause any harm to him. As for the rank 3 alchemist Su Songming in front of him, Xiaoyan was not afraid of him at all. Let's not talk about strength first. In terms of spiritual strength, after swallowing the spirit-gathering fruit, Xiaoyan's spiritual strength had already reached an extremely frightening level. Even if it could not compare with the spiritual strength of a rank 4 alchemist, it was still more than enough to compare with the top. It was likely that with the current Xiaoyan's spiritual strength, it was sufficient to be called a rank 3 middle-grade alchemist. This was something that Su Songming, who had just broken through to a rank 3 alchemist, could easily compare with. Why? Does Master know him? Hearing the stiff conversation between the two, Lin Zheong could not help but frown slightly. From their words, he could tell that the relationship between the two of them was not friendly. However, he could also tell that Su Songming, who was beside him, was clearly very afraid of this black-robed young man. "This fellow is the rank 3 alchemist that I met in Yen City previously." "What, it's him?" The old man suddenly shut his eyes tightly. His yellowed teeth were tightly shut. It was a long while later before the old man spoke in a heavy tone. As Su Songming's words fell, not only did Lin Zheong beside him, but even the latter's son Lin Ran and his granddaughter Su Yao also revealed a shocked expression. Clearly, they had also heard about the incident that happened in Yen City previously. However, when they personally saw the black-robed young man who had defeated Su Songming, the shock in their hearts was even greater. They originally thought that the information they had regarding that incident would more or less be exaggerated. However, they did not expect that the rumored black-robed young man was actually so young. "Woo-woo, what should we do? Don't tell me that our granddaughter can only be bullied by him for nothing. I can't accept this. I can't accept this." When she saw the grave expression on her grandfather's face, Su Yao's face was full of grievances as she once again began to cry. When he heard the sobbing of the young lady beside him, Su Songming could not help but furrow his eyebrows tightly. While the expression on his old face became increasingly gloomy, the fury in his heart once again climbed up. When he saw this scene, Lin Zheong secretly furrowed his eyebrows. He did not expect that the black-robed young man in front of him would actually cause the usually arrogant Su Songming to be so fearful. Where exactly did this person come from? "My good granddaughter, don't worry. As long as grandfather is here, no one will be able to bully you." After a few breaths, Su Songming finally raised his head once again. His shriveled hand gently pressed on the shoulder of the crying young lady beside him, comforting her. Soon after, his gaze turned. His pair of sinister eyes contained a ruthless expression as he looked towards Xiaoyan, who was on the opposite pavilion. "Brat, today, we will settle our old and new debts together. The humiliation you brought upon this old man in Yen City previously, and the matter of you bullying this old man's granddaughter yesterday. Today, this old man will settle these two debts together." The instant Su Songming's cold cry was emitted from his mouth, his skinny body violently shook in the air. A thought passed through his mind, and the frightening aura and pressure that belonged to an 8-star half-martial emperor violently pounced toward Xiaoyan on the other side like an invisible giant beast. However, in response to this, Xiao Yan merely let out an indifferent and disdainful snort. Immediately, a boundless spiritual pressure instantly swept out from between Xiao Yan's eyebrows, easily breaking the incoming aura of the old man in an instant. What? This is spiritual strength. What a powerful spiritual strength. This fellow is actually also a rank 3 alchemist. Immediately, everyone's faces, regardless of whether they were in the city or in the sky, revealed an extremely shocked expression. It was unexpected that this seemingly young black-robed young man would actually possess such a frightening spiritual strength. Humph! The expression on Su Songming's old face involuntarily changed after his aura was broken. A muffled groan was emitted from his throat. Soon after, Su Songming also unleashed his own spiritual strength without showing any weakness. In the blink of an eye, the enormous sky above Xian City was covered by 2 powerful spiritual strengths. The 2 invisible spiritual strengths were like 2 magical beasts standing between the sky and the earth. Everyone in the city could sense the frightening pressure descending from above their heads. Other than shock, everyone's faces were pale. Under this kind of powerful spiritual strength, no one other than an elite Do-Di could withstand it. Humph! Brat, the current situation is different from the past. The old me is also a rank 3 alchemist. Adding these people beside the old me, you are no match for the old me. Su Songming's expression was cold. The spiritual strength that he had unleashed became increasingly powerful while the words were spat out from his mouth. On the opposite side, Xiao Yan was similarly unwilling to be outdone. A thought passed through Xiao Yan's heart at the same time that Su Songming's spiritual strength was strengthened. Another wave of surging spiritual strength surged out and blocked the spiritual strength that was heading toward him. The 2 of them had always been in a state of equilibrium. The stronger Su Songming was, the stronger Xiao Yan was. In short, Xiao Yan's spiritual strength would always be on par with Su Songming's. Regardless of how Su Songming maneuvered his spiritual strength, Xiao Yan remained calm from the beginning until the end. The expression on his face did not change even a little. On the other hand, Su Songming's spiritual strength was repeatedly exhausted, causing the expression on his face to gradually become pale. Threads of perspiration also began to seep out from his wrinkled forehead. How is this possible? Su Songming's heart involuntarily sunk when he saw that Xiao Yan's expression did not change at all. He had clearly unleashed quite a bit of his spiritual strength. However, why was it that Xiao Yan's expression did not change at all? How was this possible? Although you and I are both rank 3 alchemists, it is a pity that my spiritual strength is even more powerful than you expect. When he saw the shocked expression on Su Songming's old face, Xiao Yan coldly laughed. Soon after, the expression in his eyes suddenly became stern. At the same time, a thought passed through his mind. A wave of spiritual strength that was even more powerful than the latter swept out from Xiao Yan's body like a tsunami. It formed an invisible storm that carried an aura that could cover the sky and the earth. It easily suppressed the spiritual strength that Su Songming had unleashed. Not only that, the remaining strength also pressed towards Su Songming. Humph, this is my Xian city. Aren't you looking down on my Lin clan by acting like this? Just as Xiao Yan's spiritual strength was about to land on Su Songming's body, the human figure beside him suddenly moved. His feet swiftly took a step to the side and blocked Su Songming behind him. At the same time, a powerful aura also swept out from the latter's body and blocked the spiritual strength that was coming toward him. Xiao Yan focused his eyes and looked over. The person who was blocking in front of Su Songming was the head of the Lin clan, Lin Zheong. Xiao Yan had already thoroughly investigated some information regarding the members of the Lin clan in the city yesterday. They were indeed worthy of being the largest clan in Xian City. It was really easy and convenient to investigate. Any random passerby would be able to obtain information regarding them. Among them, the person that Xiao Yan paid the most attention to was naturally the strongest person in the Lin clan, the head of the Lin clan, who was a 1-star Do-Di Lin Zheong. Xiao Yan's expression remained calm when he sensed the overbearing aura that was emitted from the latter's body. He withdrew the spiritual strength that he had released. Only then did Xiao Yan cup his hands together toward Lin Zheong and say, This is the first time that I have come to your precious land and do not wish to stir up trouble. Yesterday, the younger generation of both clans were being unreasonable and I have already tolerated it. I hope that you can give both of our clans an explanation for yesterday's matter. Without waiting for Xiao Yan to finish speaking, Lin Zihong's expression was stern as he stared at the former. The words that came out of his mouth sounded quite overbearing. Hearing this, Xiao Yan could not help but frown slightly. The two clans in front of him were really jackals of the same tribe. No wonder they could walk together. May I know what kind of explanation the head of the Lin clan wants? Xiao Yan's eyes slowly narrowed. His voice was still calm as he said, "Since you do not wish to stir up trouble and I also do not wish to fight with you, I will not make things difficult for you. As long as you can bow and apologize to the two of them, I will help you get over this matter. Otherwise what?" Seemingly wanting to repay Lin Zheong for interrupting him, Xiao Yan also interrupted the latter's unfinished words. "Otherwise, I can only personally take action and make you apologize." Lin Zihong's expression turned cold. His body, which was standing in the air, suddenly shook. A wave of powerful Do Qi pressure once again swept across the sky. Chapter 717. The sun shone brightly in the distant sky. Today was the day that the auction in Xian City officially opened. The liveliness and prosperity in the city naturally could not be compared to the past. The sun had only just peeked over the horizon, but the atmosphere in the entire Xian City had already been swiftly ignited as if it was on fire. The entire city was bustling with noise and excitement. Countless experts had gathered here, their eyes filled with anticipation as they waited for the auction to begin. The Lin family mansion. High up in the sky, Lin Zheong and his son, Lin Ran, stood upright and unafraid. Their faces were as warm as the spring breeze, as if they had already forgotten what had happened yesterday. Just as the two of them were in the air, two figures suddenly rose into the air from the large manor below. In the blink of an eye, they had already appeared beside the Lin father and son. Clan leader Lin has woken up early. You actually did not inform me and my grandson. Ha! The two people who had come up were Su Songming and Su Yao, the grandfather and granddaughter pair. Just like the former, the two of them had also withdrawn their gloomy expressions from the previous day, as though nothing had happened. Before the two of them even came close, Su Songming had already laughed out loud and joked with Lin Zheong. "Ha, Grandmaster has misunderstood. The two of us just did not want to disturb Grandmaster's rest. Moreover, we have woken up so early because we are waiting for someone." A glint flashed across Lin Zihong's eyes. His eyes stared at Su Songming in front of him as he spoke meaningfully. Hearing this, a glint flashed across Su Songming's sinister old eyes. He rolled his eyes and asked despite knowing the answer. "May I know who clan leader Lin is waiting for?" "Ha, yes, oh, they're here." Lin Zheong forced a smile. Just as he was about to open his mouth to speak, two figures covered in white robes suddenly appeared in the sight of the father and son duo. Immediately, Lin Zihong's mouth turned into a soft laugh. At the same time, Su Songming and Su Yao by the side also subconsciously looked over. "Clan leader Bai, I have been waiting here for a long time." Before Su Songming could recover, Lin Zheong had already cupped his hands together and laughed loudly as he spoke to the two white-robed figures. Soon after, Su Songming and his grandson finally saw the two people. The expression in the old man's eyes immediately hardened. These people were members of the Bai clan, one of the four great clans. One was a middle-aged man while the other was a young man. The middle-aged man was the current clan leader of the Bai clan, Bai Ying. Beside him was Bai Ying's son, Bai Zhan. Seeing Lin Zihong's gaze shoot over, Bai Ying smiled slightly. Disdain flashed across the depths of his eyes. Even though the Lin clan had done a lot for the Bai and Hua clans over the years, how could the Bai and Hua clans not know their thoughts? Although they were polite on the surface, they were secretly afraid of each other. Of course, the Lin clan was naturally more afraid of the two great clans. After all, with the strength of the Lin clan, there was only one Do Di, Lin Zheong, in the entire clan. Withdrawing his thoughts, Lin Zheong and his son had already flown forward. They once again cupped their hands respectfully to Bai Ying and his son. Regardless of their secret relationship, half of the control of Xian City was currently in the hands of the Bai clan. Without sufficient strength, the Lin clan would ultimately be inferior to the Bai clan. Clan leader Lin, it has been a few years since we last met. Your strength has become much stronger. Bai Ying casually cupped his hands together. His gaze met Bai Zhan's for a moment before he laughed. You flatter me. It is only a small improvement. How can it be compared to clan leader Bai's strength? The current me is likely unable to see through clan leader Bai's strength. Lin Zheong parted his mouth and smiled. He did not dare to be careless in his heart. By the side, Lin Rant's gaze had already landed on Bai Zhan. The person in front of him had already stepped into the 9-star half-martial emperor realm for many years. Until now, he still had not advanced to the Do D level. This caused him to feel disdain in his heart. He believed that if it was him, with such a family background, his strength would have already stepped into the Do D level. The Bai Zhan in front of him was like a piece of trash in his eyes. It was unknown how he would feel if he knew Bai Zhan's true strength. I think that this must be young Master Bai. I have long heard that young Master is a young hero who has already stepped into the 9-star half-martial emperor realm at such a young age. However, it seems that you are about to step into the Do D level. Lin Zhong's gaze ruthlessly cut at Lin Ran by the side. After the latter withdrew his gaze with an embarrassed expression, Lin Zheong faced Bai Zhan and spoke in a flattering tone. A young hero? He has stayed at the same level for 10 years. Can he be considered a young hero? From the way I see it, his strength will stop at this level for the rest of his life. However, just as Lin Zhong's words left his mouth, a disdainful sneer suddenly sounded from the sky. At this moment, the gazes of the few people instantly turned around and looked toward the source of the sound. They saw two figures in black robes flying toward them from a short distance away. One of them was old while the other was young. The old man had a long beard and a shriveled face. At a glance, he appeared to be just skin and bones. The other person was a young man. From his appearance, his age should be about the same as Bai Zhan and Lin Ran. Hua Yuning. Hua Ting. The instant the Bai father and son saw the two people who had arrived, the expressions in their eyes suddenly became serious. They could not help but cry out in surprise. In their hearts, they were shocked by the appearance of these two people. Hua Ting. It is unexpected that the Hua clan has actually sent him to protect Hua Yuning this time around. Bai Ying knit his brows tightly. His heart involuntarily felt a solemnness. This Hua Ting was the long-bearded old man standing behind the black-robed man at this moment. The young man standing in front of him was the current young master of the Hua clan, Hua Tianyi's elder brother, Hua Ting. Among the two of them, Hua Ting's strength had already reached the initial 2-star Do D class. This point was something that everyone present, other than Lin Ran and Su Yao, could see. As for Hua Yuning, other than Bai Ying, only Su Songming could see the strength of this old man. This Hua Yuning was an expert who had reached the advanced 3-star Do D class. Her strength was even a little stronger than Bai Ying. While this group of people appeared in the sky above Xian City, Xiao Yan had already spread his spiritual strength over the entire Xian City within a certain remote within the city. The scene that was currently occurring in the sky above Xian City was naturally clearly reflected in Xiao Yan's mind. Only at a certain moment did Xiao Yan, who had his eyes tightly shut, slowly open them. He frowned slightly and a solemn expression involuntarily flashed across his eyes. It was unexpected that 2 3-star Do D had appeared. It was fine if it was Bai Ying, but the old man called Hua Yuning was actually an advanced 3-star Do D class expert. This was much more dangerous. Chapter 7:18. Xian City. Lin Zheong, who was a 1-star Do D, stood proudly in the empty sky. His sharp eagle-claw-like eyes stared at Xiao Yan in the pavilion opposite him. A frightening aura surged out of his body without being held back. It was just like an invisible beast that stood in the sky. The faces of everyone in the city below swiftly turned pale when they sensed the pressure of this aura. An elite Do D was really this powerful. The strength of this kind of pressure was not something that an ordinary bandit could compare with. In front of an elite Do D, these bandits, who usually boasted of being strong, were just like a pair of little dolls. An elite Dodi was indeed worthy of being an existence that had entered the ranks of the true peak experts on the continent. Other than those ordinary Bandi in the city, the remaining few elite Dodi and Zhenzhong, who was currently standing in the Alchemist Association, also involuntarily had a change in expression on their old faces when they sensed the pressure from Lin Zihong's body. Although they were both one-star Dodi, Lin Zihong's strength was a little higher than his. However, this was sufficient to allow Lin Ziyong to defeat him. However, if one were to add his spiritual strength, it would be a different story. It must be said that this Lin clan might be overbearing, but they also had the capital to be overbearing. At the very least, just based on the strength of an elite Dodi, one might not dare to say that they did not exist in this enormous Xian city, but they could be counted with one's fingers. Moreover, the Lin clan had a relationship with the two large clans on both sides of Xian City. This also solidified the position of the Lin clan in Xian City. In the face of Lin Zihong's powerful aura and pressure, which could be described as frightening in the eyes of an ordinary person, Xiao Yan's face was calm at this moment. It was as though the strength that could shake the sky and split the earth had nothing to do with him. Boy, I think you're young and impetuous. What they did yesterday was wrong, but you also went too far. Today, we're not here to make things difficult for you. We just want an explanation. Now, if you're willing to apologize to them for what happened yesterday, I'll let this matter pass for you. How about it? Lin Ziyong placed his hands behind him. Both of his eyes narrowed as he stared at Xiao Yan in the pavilion opposite him. Although his tone was calm, the aura and pressure that covered this place gradually became stronger after the words from Lin Zihong's mouth sounded. However, when Su Songming heard Lin Zihong's words, he could not help but frown slightly. Xiao Yan had caused him to lose face in public twice. This kind of humiliation was not something that could be resolved with just a casual apology. He must make this little fellow in front of him pay an even greater price. However, just as Su Songming was about to make a move, Lin Ziyong, who was in front of him, seemed to have expected it. He quickly waved his hand behind his back and stopped Su Songming. Clan leader Lin, what do you mean by this? Now that Lin Zihong's aura was exposed, even Su Songming was quite fearful in his heart. Now that he spoke out of anger, he was naturally more polite. However, even so, it was not difficult to hear some dissatisfaction in the latter's words. Grandmaster, do you think that it's as simple as an apology? Hearing Su Songming's voice transmission behind him, Lin Ziyong laughed coldly in his heart and also replied with a voice transmission. Hearing this, the latter involuntarily frowned and thought deeply. Soon after, he seemed to have thought of something in his heart. The corner of his mouth was lifted into a mocking smile. After which, he withdrew and did not say anything else. Compared to the pain on his body, this move of Lin Zihong's was even more vicious. If Xiao Yan really weakened his aura and bowed to apologize to Lin Ran and Su Yao in front of the eyes of everyone in the city, this matter might be temporarily suppressed out of consideration for his face. However, it was also because of this that Xiao Yan's mental state would definitely suffer quite a big blow. After all, the two people in front of him were definitely no match for Xiao Yan if they were to compare their strength alone. Now, they actually wanted Xiao Yan to apologize to them. This would not only affect Xiao Yan's mental state, but it would also increase the arrogance of these two people. Unfortunately, even though Lin Zihong's idea was not bad, his method had found the wrong target. A one-star Dodi was an existence that could not be defeated in the eyes of an ordinary Bandi. However, Xiao Yan was not an ordinary Bandi. Clan head Lin has repeatedly said that I have gone overboard. In that case, what do you think I should do in order to not go overboard? Inverting black and white, confusing right and wrong, refusing to correct your mistake and biting the hand that feeds you. Is this not going overboard? Or should I say that I am forced by a blade and a sword, not asking whether the truth is right or wrong, and killing someone? Is this not going overboard? Suddenly, Xiao Yan, who was standing upright in the pavilion, opened his mouth with a cold tone. Following each sentence from the latter's mouth, Xiao Yan's body would suddenly flash and appear in the empty space. By the time Xiao Yan's words sounded, his body had also steadily paused in the empty space a short distance away from Lin Ziyong. Hearing the words that were spat out from Xiao Yan's mouth, the expression on Lin Zihong's face involuntarily alternated between green and white. Soon after, however, when he saw the frightening speed that Xiao Yan had suddenly unleashed, the expression on his face changed drastically. Lin Zheong had never expected that this young black-robed, young man in front of him would actually be able to unleash such a frightening speed. Without mentioning anything else, just this speed alone was likely not inferior to his own. Do you think that you can fight with me with just this? Although the speed was frightening, Lin Zheong was after all an elite Dodi. His character was arrogant. In his eyes, a bandit was a bandit. Even if one's speed was quite good, how could one rely on just speed to change the situation in front of a true elite Dodi? Brat, I don't want to carry the bad name of bullying the weak. I will give you one last chance. Apologize. After Lin Zihong's final warning sounded, the originally frightening aura and pressure between the sky and the earth suddenly soared. The originally ugly faces of the people in the city below fell to the ground one after another at this moment. Their faces were ghastly white. No wonder the younger generation is so domineering. A crooked stick will have a crooked shadow. Apologize, Mayas. Xiao Yan's expression did not change even a little as he sensed the increasingly frightening aura and pressure around him. His mouth even let out a deep cold cry. This person in front of him had repeatedly challenged his patience. This was forcing him to attack. Brat, since you are sincerely seeking death, you cannot blame me. Lin Zihong's expression was dark and solemn as he let out a furious cry the instant Xiao Yan's curses were emitted from his mouth. He waved his large hand and a frightening dou qi immediately spluttered out from his palm. It crazily agglomerated like a flood or a ferocious beast. Soon after, his strong body suddenly moved and charged toward Xiao Yan. Brat, since you do not know your mistakes, I will properly teach you on behalf of your elders. Lin Zihong's body also abruptly charged forward the instant the furious cry was emitted from his mouth. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived in front of Xiao Yan. A palm was violently thrown forward. Turbulent dou qi agglomerated into the shape of a lion's head in his palm. It was violently smashing toward Xiao Yan's head. At the same time that Lin Zheong moved, Xiao Yan, who was standing opposite him, was similarly unwilling to be outdone. The expression on his face suddenly became ruthless. At the same time, he raised both of his hands and brought them to his chest. His 10 fingers moved together and numerous mysterious seals were swiftly formed between Xiao Yan's hands. At the same time, the aura within his body also suddenly soared. Skyfire 3 Mysterious Change, First Change. A stern cry was suddenly emitted from Xiao Yan's heart. A green-colored flame suddenly swept up from deep within his dark black eyes. Even Xiao Yan's eyes had turned jade green in color. After the Skyfire 3 Mysterious Change was unleashed, Xiao Yan's aura rapidly soared from the middle stage of the 6-star half-martial emperor realm. In merely the blink of an eye, his aura approached that of a late-stage 6-star half-martial emperor. After he finished doing all this, the hand seals between Xiao Yan's hands suddenly changed. Although the hand seals were not as complicated as before, the speed at which they were formed was clearly much slower. In the next instant, Lin Zihong's body arrived before Xiao Yan. At this moment, the hand seals in Xiao Yan's hands had only just landed. Since you've brought about your own destruction, don't blame me for it. Seeing that Xiao Yan was actually not dodging, Lin Zheong coldly reprimanded him. At the same time, his palm formed with dou qi smashed down heavily onto Xiao Yan's head. Everywhere the palm passed, the invisible space would violently distort, leaving behind a vacuum. In the next instant, that palm was only a few inches away from Xiao Yan's head. Force. Perfect. However, in the next instant, Xiao Yan, who was standing in midair, suddenly raised his head. Facing Lin Zheong, who was right before his eyes, he did not dodge. With a cold expression, he loudly shouted 3 words. At the same time, an extremely frightening aura instantly swept forth from Xiao Yan's body like a volcanic eruption. The frightening strength that suddenly erupted from Xiao Yan's body caused Lin Zheong to be momentarily unable to block it. At the same time that the expression on his face changed drastically, the palm that was about to land on Xiao Yan's head was also forcefully withdrawn. After which, Lin Zheong forcefully twisted his body and used an extremely strange posture to forcefully dodge the strength that was heading toward him. The appearance of this scene also caused everyone in the city below to be in an uproar. It was unexpected that Lin Zheong, who was an elite Do Di, would actually be forced back by a Bandi. This kind of thing was really difficult to imagine. The appearance of this scene caused even the expressions of Su Songming and the few members of the Lin clan beside him to change. Such a sudden scene caused even them to involuntarily feel surprised. Su Songming, who was the leader, narrowed his old eyes. A pair of dark eyes stared intently at Xiao Yan. A killing intent surged from deep within his eyes. Soon after, Lin Zheong stabilized his body and looked over. He saw that Xiao Yan's body was standing steadily in midair. At this moment, there was an enormous illusory figure standing behind him. The strength that had forced Lin Zheong back earlier had erupted from this illusory figure. Damn it! What the hell is this? Seeing the enormous illusory figure behind Xiao Yan, even with Lin Zheong's character, his mouth could not help but curse quietly. If it was not for this damn thing earlier, it was likely that Xiao Yan would have already died in his hands. At the same time, Xiao Yan, who was standing in midair, suddenly lifted his head toward the sky. His mouth emitted a long thunder-like roar that reverberated across the sky. After collecting his thoughts, Xiao Yan turned his head to look at the enormous illusory figure behind him. The corners of his mouth could not help but curl into a smile. This was the real Force Elephant skill. During the half-month-long journey, other than traveling day and night, Xiao Yan did not forget to carefully study the Force Elephant skill. In addition to last night's practice, Xiao Yan was only able to truly display the Force Elephant skill at daybreak today. Of course, even so, it was still not enough to display the true power of the Force Elephant skill. However, looking at the current situation, he was only barely able to display it. Even so, compared to the past where he only relied on the tyrannical power of the Force Elephant skill to display his own strength, it was undoubtedly much more powerful now. Feeling the excitement from the muscles all over his body, Xiao Yan could not help but feel that his body was like a burning flame. Every muscle and every cell in his body was filled with majestic power at this moment. You are merely bluffing. I don't believe that you are merely a Bandi. Even if you use all of your skills, how strong can you be? Seeing Xiao Yan's emotional manner, Lin Zheong's mouth was filled with disdain. Although he was forced back by Xiao Yan's attack earlier, he merely treated it as a careless move. If he were to attack again at this moment, how would he fall for it again when he was on guard? Ignorant brat. Today, I will let you experience the strength of a Do Di. Lin Zheong cried out angrily in a deep voice. Soon after, he moved slightly and his body once again rushed forward explosively. Do Qi soared wildly and his body turned into a ray of light. Under the cover of his Do Qi, he was like a meteorite that had fallen from the sky and violently smashed toward Xiao Yan. At the same time, Xiao Yan, who had displayed the Force Elephant skill, saw Lin Zheong, who was furiously charging toward him. Excitement surfaced in his green eyes. Ever since Xiao Yan had practiced the Force Elephant skill, he had never truly displayed it. Today, it was the first time that he had revealed it. He wanted to properly test the strength of this Force Elephant skill. Seeing that Lin Zheong had already arrived in front of him, Xiao Yan's expression did not change. When the latter arrived in front of him, both of his hands were lifted. The illusionary figure behind Xiao Yan also followed Xiao Yan's action and raised its palm. Yellow spring palm. Letting out a low cry in his heart, Xiao Yan rotated his wrist and a palm violently smashed toward the incoming Lin Zheong. As Xiao Yan's palm fell, a frightening Do Qi agglomerated in the palm of the illusionary figure behind him. Soon after, when Lin Zheong's body arrived, the illusionary figure's palm also fell heavily along with Xiao Yan's palm. Feeling the frightening power contained in the palm, even with Lin Zheong's current mental state, his heart could not help but tighten a little. A thought passed through his mind and the Do Qi flowing within the Qi paths in his body swiftly gathered in his palm. At the same time that the illusionary figure's palm fell, Lin Zheong's palm also violently met it. Chapter 719. In the huge sky above Xian City, two figures each brought with them a terrifying aura that could destroy the world as they heavily smashed into each other. Following an earth-shaking explosion, an extremely terrifying energy storm swept out in all directions with the two of them as the center. It was like an invisible tsunami. Everyone's expressions changed drastically at this moment. The frightening energy wave forced everyone in the sky back by 1,000 feet. Many of the buildings in the city below were also destroyed by this energy. The half-emperors were also heavily injured. It was hard to imagine that the destructive force that was created from the first head-on collision between the two of them was already this frightening. A Dodi was really this frightening. High up in the sky, Su Songming's old face was solemn as he withstood the energy storm that was attacking him. The Do Qi within his body crazily surged out. Even his spiritual strength did not hold back as it surged out, protecting himself and Su Yao behind him. A moment later, when the energy storm scattered, the city below was already in a complete mess. A large number of buildings had been mercilessly destroyed by the energy storm. Even the city below had an enormous deep pit. The originally bustling Xian city now looked like ruins. Countless number of Bandi experts withdrew from the battleground with frightened faces. Even though this was the case, there were still some who died or were injured. The strength of an elite Dodi was really frighteningly strong. A mere Bandi was just like an ant in front of them. They were not even worth mentioning. Outside of the battlefield, countless people revealed frightened expressions as they looked at the center of the storm. At that place, there were two people standing proudly. They were looking at each other with grave expressions. The two of them looked at each other. Other than this, it was as if the world around them had nothing to do with them. Everyone involuntarily inhaled a breath of cool air when they saw the black-robed, expressionless young man in the battleground. Everyone in Xian City knew that Lin Zheong was a genuine elite Dodi. His strength was so great that the number of people in the entire Xian City who could contend with him could be counted with one's fingers. All of those people were elite Dodi. However, from the looks of it, this black-robed young man seemed to be only a half-emperor. Why was it that after the two of them clashed, they appeared to be evenly matched? The former was, after all, a Dodi with overwhelming strength. However, this black-robed young man was only a half-emperor. How did he do it? These two people, their strength is actually evenly matched. In the Alchemist Guild, a shocked expression involuntarily appeared on the solemn old face. As a veteran force in Xian City, he was naturally very clear about Lin Zheong's strength. However, what he did not expect was that this black-robed young man, whom he had only met once, was actually able to fight evenly with the latter. This kind of thing was really hard to imagine. At this very moment, Zhenzhong was not the only one who had such thoughts in his heart. Su Songming and those experts from the Lin clan in the sky were similarly filled with shock and amazement when they looked at the black-robed, young man. This was especially the case for Lin Zheong, who was currently in the middle of the fight. Earlier, he had clearly sensed the strength that Xiao Yan's palm contained. Xiao Yan's palm did not truly collide with Lin Zheong's palm. Instead, it collided with the palm of the illusionary figure behind Xiao Yan. It was also because of this that Lin Zheong was able to directly sense the strength of that palm. Although the strength of Xiao Yan's palm was quite strong, the true source of its strength was not Do Qi. Instead, it was the illusionary figure standing behind Xiao Yan. Compared to the yellow spring palm that Xiao Yan had used, the strength of the illusionary figure itself was the truly frightening one. It was also because of the existence of that illusionary figure that the current battle was evenly matched. If this was not the case, Lin Zheong was confident that with his strength and Do Qi, the black-robed young man in front of him would definitely not be able to last one exchange with him. However, reality would always break common sense. No matter how invulnerable one's imagination was, it would always be filled with loopholes in the face of reality. Xiao Yan and Lin Zheong stood facing each other in the sky. The two of them were separated by a distance of over 100 feet. Both of their gazes were focused on each other. Xiao Yan's body did not move. The expression on his face was both calm and indifferent. However, under this calmness and indifference, his right hand, which was currently covered by his sleeve, could not help but tremble slightly. His entire hand had turned bright red. Clearly, despite having received Lin Zihong's palm earlier, Xiao Yan did not feel good. After all, no matter how one put it, the other party was an elite Do Di. With Xiao Yan's current strength, he would more or less find it a little strenuous. Of course, if Xiao Yan felt bad on this side, Lin Zheong on the other side was naturally not any better. His right hand, which was behind his back, was tightly grabbed by his left hand. Compared to Xiao Yan, Lin Zihong's entire arm was twitching and trembling. Although his face pretended to be unconcerned, if one were to look carefully, one would be able to discover that the latter was currently sucking in threads of cold air between his lips and teeth. It was as though he was using this to suppress the intense pain that was being transmitted from his arm. Bastard brat, what great brute force! It seems that I have underestimated you. It was a long while later before Lin Zheong opened his mouth with a gloomy expression. At the same time as his words were spat out, his arms shook. Do Qi surged and swiftly wiped away the intense pain that was being transmitted from his arm. His large hand suddenly tightened and a majestic Do Qi swiftly agglomerated in his palm. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a long spear. Cuckoo, the same to you. Clan Head Lin's strength is not weak. I have also just succeeded in practicing this Do technique. Today, I can borrow Clan Head Lin's hand to test the strength of this Do technique of mine. At the same time, Xiao Yan on the other side also let out a cold laugh. Under his sleeve, his wrist suddenly twisted. Pure Do Qi swiftly surfaced and wiped away the remaining pain. A thought passed through Lin Zihong's mind and the vast spiritual strength between his brows swept out at this moment. In the blink of an eye, it covered the entire battleground where the two of them were located. Under the wrapping of Xiao Yan's spiritual strength, each of Lin Zihong's actions would be sensed by Xiao Yan. Brat, you really boast shamelessly. Don't think that you can fight against me with just brute force. In front of a Do Di, no matter how strong your physical body is, you are not a Do Di. Wanting to defeat me is ultimately just empty talk. Lin Zheong could not help but frown slightly as he sensed the spiritual strength that descended from around him. Soon after, however, a cold laugh was emitted from his mouth. In the next moment, his feet heavily stepped on empty air. At the same time that the space under his feet collapsed, his body also disappeared in an instant. The appearance of this scene also caused those elite Do Di outside of the battleground to frown slightly. It was likely that even they might not be able to catch up with such a frightening speed. However, Xiao Yan merely parted his mouth and smiled in the face of this. Putting aside the fact that he had the Sky Extinction Step, just by relying on the spiritual strength of a rank 3 alchemist, Xiao Yan was able to easily sense the latter's location. This Lin Zheong was really underestimating a rank 3 alchemist. At the same time that Lin Zihong's body disappeared, Xiao Yan finally slowly raised his hand. His 5 fingers were tightly clenched into a fist. The enormous illusionary figure behind him also moved. The seemingly invisible illusionary figure's movements appeared simple and casual. However, the strength that erupted from it was something that even an elite Do Di did not dare to underestimate. It's coming. Xiao Yan's eyes were indifferent until a certain moment when the empty space beside Xiao Yan suddenly became distorted. A cold laugh was emitted from Xiao Yan's mouth. His tightly clenched fist appeared to have expected as it violently smashed toward the empty space beside him. At the same time, the illusionary figure behind Xiao Yan also similarly threw a heavy punch. What? This sudden unforeseen event caused the heart of Lin Zheong, who was hiding in the empty space, to change drastically. However, the arrow had already been knocked and he had no choice but to release it. Facing the latter's attack, he already had no way of dodging. Currently, he could only mercilessly fight with it in order to have the opportunity to gain the upper hand. The instant Xiao Yan's fist was thrown out, Lin Zihong's figure suddenly appeared in the empty space beside him. The long spear in his hand flew and directly pierced toward Xiao Yan's fist. Ding! However, what collided violently with Lin Zihong's spear was a somewhat illusionary huge fist. When the two collided, neither of them gave way to the other. Xiao Yan lifted a fist and charged directly at Lin Zheong. His body was towering and did not move. On the other hand, Lin Zheong used all of his strength, wanting to use the long spear in his hand to break the illusionary fist in front of him. Back off. The stalemate between the two lasted for less than 10 breaths of time. However, Xiao Yan suddenly opened his mouth. At the same time that a cold cry was emitted from his mouth, his arm shook. Even the enormous illusionary fist in front of him also shook violently. A huge force poured out and its might was shocking. The enormous fist violently pushed forward. Lin Zhong's expression swiftly became solemn. The long spear in his hand was swiftly bent into an extremely strange angle under that frightening huge force. Outside the battle circle, everyone's faces revealed an extremely shocked expression when they saw that Lin Zheong had actually been blocked by Xiao Yan's fist. If the previous collision was said to be a fluke, then the current situation had truly displayed Xiao Yan's strength to everyone present. Who could have imagined that this seemingly young black-robed young man in the arena actually possessed a frightening strength that could contend against an elite Dodi? What? Feeling the frightening strength that had suddenly increased on the enormous fist in front of him, Lin Zhong's heart was suddenly shocked. He was just about to let go of the long spear in his hand when the next moment, bang! Following an intense bang sound, the long spear that was extremely bent under the huge fist actually exploded in the next moment. Immediately, the space fluctuated. Lin Zheong forcefully endured the pain that was transmitted from his palm as his body hurriedly retreated. Since I have already decided to attack, why should I retreat? Today, my force elephant technique has just been completed. Let me use you to test it. Seeing Lin Zhong's appearance of retreating, the corner of Xiao Yan's mouth curled into a cold smile. He was the one who said that he wanted to attack. Now, the one who wanted to retreat was also him. He could advance or retreat as he pleased. Who did he think Xiao Yan was? At the same time that the cold laughter came out of his mouth, Xiao Yan's body trembled slightly. Immediately, he continuously flickered above the empty space. After leaving behind a few afterimages, he once again flickered and was already in front of Lin Zheong. Get lost. Seeing Xiao Yan's figure that was like a ghost, Lin Zhong's heart was first shocked. After which, he hurriedly mobilized the Do Qi in his body and heavily smashed a fist onto Xiao Yan's body in front of him. In an instant, his body was penetrated. This is an afterimage. Seeing the scene in front of him, Lin Zhong's pupils abruptly shrunk. At the same time that the expression on his face changed, a chill suddenly rose from his back. In his perception, there was a person standing behind him at this moment. Brat, don't go too far. Lin Zhong's heart was greatly shocked. His body hurriedly turned around and waved his arm. Without any hesitation, he ruthlessly smashed towards Xiao Yan who had just appeared behind him. However, another afterimage. The scene that appeared in front of his eyes once again caused fear to rise in Lin Zhong's heart. Only now did he understand that the black-robed young man that he was facing was not an ordinary bandit. His strength was likely stronger than those elite Dodi in Xian City. Going too far? Don't tell me that clan head Lin doesn't think that your words are a little laughable? At the same time that the expression on Lin Zhong's face suddenly changed, a cold laugh was transmitted from beside his ear. From the sound of this voice, the person who spoke seemed to be right beside his ear. Upon hearing these words, the expression on Lin Zhong's face suddenly turned into one of horror. However, before he could do anything, a heavy punch mercilessly landed on his chest in the next instant. Bang! When the punch landed, Lin Zhong's body immediately flew backwards uncontrollably. His entire mind had become a little chaotic because of this punch. Soon after, without waiting for Lin Zheong to stabilize his body, Xiao Yan's figure once again appeared in the empty space beside him as he flew backwards. His body twisted and a whip kick heavily smashed onto Lin Zhong's back. Bang! Lin Zhong's body once again flew forward. Xiao Yan's body also continuously flashed. Each time a blow landed, Xiao Yan would coldly reprimand. Yesterday's matter was clearly your son and that girl's fault. Today, you came looking for me and even used force to threaten me to apologize. You said that I was going too far, but don't forget that you were the one who brought people to look for me. You were also the one who started the fight. I said that I didn't want to cause any trouble, but the head of the Lin clan was overbearing and insisted on using force to force me. Is being a Do-D that great? Don't think that you can be unbridled just because you have become a Do-D. On this continent, there are many people who are stronger than a Do-D. Those who can defeat you might not necessarily have a stronger cultivation than you. Bang! When Xiaoyan's last sentence fell, another heavy whip kick ruthlessly smashed onto Lin Zihong's abdomen. The latter's body once again flew backwards. On the other hand, Xiaoyan stood in the empty space and no longer moved. Only when Lin Zihong's body flew far away from the battle did the few experts from the Lin clan hurriedly fly forward and catch Lin Zihong's injured body. Seeing the large and small wounds on their clan head's body, the few experts from the Lin clan could not help but reveal an expression of shame and anger. Seeing their clan head being beaten up while they could only helplessly watch from outside the battle circle, how could they feel good in their hearts? They did not have the opportunity to participate in a battle of this level. Regardless of whether they entered the battle circle of these two people or not, they would not be able to change the result. After all, even Lin Ziyang, who was a Do-D, was beaten by this black-robed young man until he did not have the ability to retaliate. There was no need to even think about the result if they, who were to enter. Speaking of which, although they were extremely ashamed and angry in their hearts, their old faces turned green when they heard Xiaoyan's words. It was just as Xiaoyan had said. The beginning of all this was the fault of the younger generation of their two clans. They could only say that they had brought this upon themselves. Thinking until this point, the few experts from the Lin clan helplessly shook their heads and sighed bitterly. Although they were unwilling to do so, Lin Ziyang was after all the clan head. They were also extremely helpless. After finishing off Lin Ziyang, Xiaoyan turned his gaze towards Su Songming. This matter was not only started by Lin Ziyang alone. It was likely that the main reason was this old fellow. The latter's expression suddenly changed when he saw the cold gaze that Xiaoyan shot toward him. Even Lin Ziyang was no match for Xiaoyan. How could he possibly do so? Brat, the old me is a member of the Alchemist Alliance. The matter last time, noisy. Before Su Songming's voice sounded, Xiaoyan coldly spoke. Soon after, Xiaoyan's body suddenly flashed and appeared beside Su Songming in front of his horrified eyes. Chapter 720. The battle in the sky above Xian City finally ended with the Lin clan and Su Songming retreating in defeat. Since the battle had ended, the waves gradually returned to calmness. However, a heavily damaged Xian City was left behind. The bustling city from the previous day was no longer present. At this moment, it was filled with desolation as far as the eye could see. Countless Bandi experts had died and the atmosphere of the entire city appeared extremely pressuring. The repair of the city's buildings was naturally an easy task for a Bandi expert. However, the impact of the battle this time around was something that could not be erased. However, regardless of how the wind and clouds stirred under the water, it was unable to change the gorgeous scene above the water. Following the gradual calming down of the situation, the experts outside the city continued to wildly gather toward Xian City. These people were not concerned about the battle that had occurred in the city. All they cared about was the auction this time around. The continuous influx of people from outside temporarily suppressed the matter that had occurred in the morning. The city swiftly became lively and bustling. No one would give up on their path to wealth because of a little incident. The smiles on their faces and the greedy glint in their eyes successfully caused them to forget about the battle that had occurred in the morning. As long as they obtained the money, these people who loved money as much as their lives would not keep the unpleasant matter in their hearts. Even though, this kind of matter could not be hidden for long. As expected, after a couple of hours, the human flow in the city had reached a saturation point. Those people who had arrived later also began to hear about the matter that had occurred in the morning one after another. Gossip was a fearful thing. After being spread by a countless number of people, the matter that had occurred in the morning was successfully magnified. It was still all right for the elite Do-D. They boasted of their great strength and could not help but feel a little nervous in their hearts. However, they still remained in the city. Those Bandi experts, however, were not so lucky. Their hearts were afraid that a battle like the one in the morning would occur again. Hence, a large portion of them were unwilling to continue staying in the city. Although they could leave, the money that they had taken out and handed to the shop owners was like throwing it into the mouth of a crocodile. Naturally, it was impossible for them to spit it out. It was fine if it was the strong ones. However, those weak ones could only sigh and return dejectedly despite feeling furious in their hearts. Those shops, on the other hand, borrowed the empty rooms left behind by the previous group of people who had left and did the same thing. They swallowed the money in the pockets of these people one batch after another. He turned around and looked at Xianxia. After the battle in the morning, Xianxia finally had a clearer understanding of the force elephant tactic. Inside the room, Xianxia sat cross-legged on the bed with his eyes closed. Within the cyclone within his body, there was a powerful medicinal pill being gradually refined. Traces of medicinal power were extracted from the pill and then dispersed to every part of Xianxia's body, especially his limbs. The distribution of medicinal power was especially focused. And the reason for this was because of the battle in the morning. During the battle between Xianxia and Lin Zheong, Xianxia himself did not have much of an intuitive feeling. Only after the battle ended and Xianxia returned to his room, did an extremely sudden change occur to various parts of his body. Every part of his body that Xianxia had used the force elephant tactic to exchange blows with Lin Zheong had turned completely red at this moment. In fact, the most serious injury on Xianxia's left hand had even broken 2 bones. Fortunately, it was only a slight fracture and it would not take long for it to completely recover. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, Xianxia refined the medicinal pill in his body that had yet to be completely refined. At the same time, his mind carefully recalled the battle with Lin Zheong in the morning. In the battle in the morning, Xianxia had mostly relied on the might of the force elephant tactic. Even though Xianxia had relied on his own speed to successfully suppress Lin Zheong, Xianxia also understood in his heart that the other party was after all a Dodi with great strength. How could Xianxia easily defeat him with just the force elephant tactic? Even though Xianxia had used the force elephant tactic to cause the other party to be unable to retaliate, but even so, with just the strength of his physical body, he could only at the very most injure Lin Zheong's muscles and bones. It was somewhat impossible to injure the latter's essence. After carefully thinking about it, Xianxia also discovered some clues. In the subsequent battle, Xianxia did not use his actual body to come into contact with Lin Zheong. Throughout the entire battle, the illusory figure behind him was the main force. During this process, each time Lin Zheong blocked, it would be completely blocked by the illusory figure. During this process, Xianxia did not feel any pain. Only after the battle ended, the parts of the illusory figure that had come into contact with Lin Zheong would change. In other words, when the illusory figure was released, Xianxia did not completely block his opponent's attack. Instead, it completely covered up the damage, as though he had completely lost his sense of pain. Only after the battle had ended would the damage truly appear on Xianxia's body. By the time Xianxia once again opened his eyes, the sky outside had gradually become dark. At this moment, Xian City was filled with people. There were an uncountable number of Bandi experts. Even ordinary Dodi could be seen all over Xian City. There were 4 elite Dodi existences within the area covered by Xianxia's spiritual strength at this moment. However, at this moment, Xianxia did not have the mood to care about these. After withdrawing the spiritual strength that had spread out, Xianxia's mind once again returned to the force elephant skill. In the battle in the morning, after Xianxia had summoned the illusory figure, he could clearly feel that with the help of the force elephant skill, his physical strength had greatly increased. His explosive strength was much stronger than before. Every action was filled with strength. The strength of that strength was so strong that it was as though Xianxia could shatter the surrounding space with just a slight movement. After this morning's battle with Lin Zheong, Xianxia was certain that unless he met an expert above the middle stage of a 1-star Dodi, even if he met an expert above the middle stage of a 1-star Dodi, Xianxia was confident that he would not lose by relying on the force elephant skill and other methods. In the eyes of the current Xianxia, the so-called Dodi was not impossible to fight. The extent to which the Force Elephant skill increased his strength was something that Xiao Yan did not expect. However, at the same time that his strength increased, the flaws of the Force Elephant skill also appeared. The Force Elephant skill might be able to unleash the greatest amount of physical strength, but during this process, the illusionary figure that was agglomerated from the Force Elephant skill did not possess any defensive ability. It did not even feel pain. Hence, if the illusionary figure was seriously injured during a battle, Xiao Yan would definitely end up in a seriously injured state after the battle. Being seriously injured while he was unaware of it would undoubtedly send Xiao Yan into the jaws of a tiger. Of course, on the other hand, the increase in strength of the Force Elephant skill caused Xiao Yan's strength to increase exponentially. The powerful strength allowed Xiao Yan to always be in an invincible position in the battle. As long as he could defeat his opponent in the shortest amount of time, the so-called injury would naturally not occur. In short, the characteristic of the Force Elephant skill was that it used offense as defense. It used powerful strength to overcome its own weakness. In the face of absolute strength, any attack would appear weak. In the end, even Xiao Yan himself was unable to determine whether this was the weakness or the strength of the Force Elephant skill. Chapter 721. Night gradually enveloped the entire city. In the distant sky, the bright moon hung high up in the sky like a silver plate, sprinkling down a thin layer of snow-white sand that covered the sky and covered the earth. The city in the night gradually quietened down. The bustling of the day was pulled down by the arrival of night. Only when the sun rose tomorrow would this vast stage be pulled open once again. The snow-white moonlight enveloped the entire city. From time to time, strange bird cries would resound between the heavens and the earth. They were heavy and urgent, as if they were telling an extremely terrifying story. Coupled with the night, it created an additional strange atmosphere between the heavens and the earth. On the surface, the entire city looked especially quiet. There were no lights and no hustle and bustle. In the dark corners of the city, there were ghostly shadows flickering. It was unknown whether they were rats or poisonous snakes. Lin family mansion. In the guest room, Su Songming's face was gloomy. Ever since he returned to the Lin family mansion this morning, he had been sitting here for an entire day. In his mind, he carefully recalled all the alchemists he had met in the past and even the entire Alchemist Alliance, hoping to find out the origin of this black-robed youth. However, it was a pity that no matter how hard he racked his brains, he was still unable to obtain any useful information. Under the sleeves of his robe, the old man's withered hands were tightly clenched together. His old face was extremely gloomy. Today's matter not only did not allow him to vent his anger for his granddaughter, it also caused him to lose face once again. If this matter were to spread to the ears of the group of old fogies in the Alchemist Alliance, it would really become a joke. Bang! A heavy palm landed and the table under the old man's hand instantly exploded, turning into fragments that shot in all directions. Outside the door, the attendant could feel the biting cold killing intent from within the room. His face could not help but reveal a trace of fear as he hurriedly retreated. Damn it! Even if I found the information, what's the use? This brat already became a Tier 3 alchemist at such a young age. His accomplishments are even above mine. Even if I found his information, I'm still the same, unable to harm a single hair on his head. Standing up, Su Songming lifted his head and stared at the beam of the room. Flames of anger rose in his gloomy old eyes. Immediately after, he could not help but cough violently. This was what Xiao Yan had given him today. Just one punch had caused him to suffer heavy injuries. Even with the help of pills, he was unable to recover to his peak in a short period of time. Xiao Yan's strength had already far surpassed that of ordinary half-martial emperors. Even though he was an 8-star half-martial emperor, in Xiao Yan's eyes, he was no different from a Dou Sheng, an ant. Next door, the girl in the red dress had calmed down. She was sitting at the table in a daze. She wasn't like Su Songming. She was weak like an ordinary girl who didn't have the strength to truss up a chicken. Of course, that was just how she looked. After all, in Xian City, everyone knew that she was a half-step great emperor. Who would dare say that she was weak? Creak! The door was suddenly opened. An old man with a gloomy expression walked in with a walking stick in his hand. "Ooh, grandfather." Seeing the person who had walked in, the young girl with a dull expression immediately recovered. Tears immediately flowed out from her red eyes. It was as if she had been wronged and also as if she had been humiliated. No one knew what kind of emotion was contained within those tears. A poisonous snake had no tears. Everyone knew how vicious it was. Although humans had tears, no one knew if those tears were sincere or fake. If crying, all you know is to cry. If crying was useful, why did you ask me to attack? Seeing the young girl sobbing again, the old man was merciless. He coldly reprimanded. Immediately, the young girl appeared as if her throat was blocked. Soft sobbing noises were emitted from her nose and gradually disappeared. On the other side, Lin Zheong and his son were seated within the large hall. The two of them had gloomy expressions on their faces. As expected of father and son, their sitting posture and expressions were exactly the same. Perhaps even their temperaments were the same. It could be said that Lin Ran had inherited everything from his father. Of course, other than his strength. "Father, what should we do now? Everyone knows that Xian City is our Lin family's territory. Now that someone from our Lin family has been beaten up in our own territory, if we don't get back at him, I'm afraid our Lin family will be ridiculed by others." Lin Ran's face was gloomy. His eyes revealed a sinister look. Towards the black-robed young man today, he was both frightened and resentful. "Humph, I will get back at him sooner or later. But now, let's get down to business first. That old man will definitely not let that brat go. Heh. His heart is narrower than ours. It is like the gap between our fingers. Other than time, nothing can pass through. Let him deal with that brat. What we should pay attention to now is the people from the two big families. They are here." Hearing Lin Zhong's words, Lin Ran immediately frowned. The black-robed young man was not easy to deal with. The people from the two big families were even more difficult to deal with. In order to curry favor with them, the Lin family had spent a lot of money. Not yet, but this auction is going to attract a lot of attention, so they definitely won't miss it. As far as I know, the Bai family's patriarch will come personally, and he'll bring his son. The Hua family will also send an elder with real power. It seems like they know some inside information about the auction, so we have to be careful. Oh? Bai Ying's son? It is said that he has been a 9-star half-martial emperor for more than 10 years. He is only a trash. His Bai family will be kicked out of the 4 big families sooner or later. Lin Ran sneered again. He had also heard about Bai Zhan. However, in his opinion, a mere 9-star half-martial emperor would not be able to do anything. You better be careful when you speak. Regardless of whether he is a trash or not, at the very least, his strength is stronger than the current you. Moreover, his Bai family is currently one of the 4 big families. Just based on this point, you must curry favor with him. Only by doing so will Bai Ying have a good impression of us. This is only beneficial to our Lin family. You must not mess this up. Hearing Lin Ran's words, Lin Zheong reprimanded in a deep voice. The latter immediately smiled awkwardly and did not dare to say anything. After giving a few more instructions, Lin Zheong finally slowly withdrew his gaze. His mind involuntarily recalled the battle this morning. He had never thought that a half-martial emperor would actually be able to beat him, a Do Di, into such a miserable state. "Brat, you better not fall into my hands." The next day, the moment the morning lights scattered on the ground, the entire Xian city had already completely awakened from the night. The enormous Xian city was crowded with people and was unusually bustling. On the bed, Xiao Yan, who was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed and resting, slowly opened his eyes. Chapter 722. The sun shone brightly in the distant sky. Today was the day that the auction in Xian City would officially begin. The liveliness in the city was naturally different from before. The sun had only just peeked out, but the atmosphere in Xian City had already been swiftly ignited, as though it was on fire. The entire city was bustling with noise and excitement. Countless experts had gathered in this place, and their eyes revealed anticipation as they waited for the auction to begin. The Lin family mansion. High up in the sky, Lin Zheong and his son, Lin Ran, stood upright and unafraid. Their faces were as warm as the spring breeze, as if they had already forgotten what had happened yesterday. Just as the two of them were in the air, two figures suddenly rose from the large manor below. In the blink of an eye, they had already appeared beside the father and son of the Lin family. Clan leader Lin has woken up early. You didn't even inform us. Ha! The two people who had come up were Su Songming and Su Yao, the grandfather and granddaughter pair. Just like the former, the two of them had also withdrawn their gloomy expressions from the previous day, as though nothing had happened. Before the two of them even came close, Su Songming had already laughed loudly and joked with Lin Zheong. Ha! Grandmaster has misunderstood. The two of us just didn't want to disturb Grandmaster's rest. Moreover, we woke up so early because we were waiting for someone. Lin Zheong's eyes flashed. He stared at Su Songming in front of him and said meaningfully. Hearing this, Su Songming's sinister old eyes immediately flashed with a glint. He rolled his eyes and asked a question that he already knew the answer to. May I know who the person clan leader Lin is waiting for? Ha, yes, oh, they're here. Lin Zheong put on a fake smile. Just as he was about to open his mouth to speak, two figures covered in white robes suddenly appeared in the sight of the father and son duo. Immediately, Lin Zheong's mouth turned into a soft laugh. At the same time, Su Songming and Su Yao by the side also subconsciously looked over. Clan leader Bai, I have been waiting here for a long time. Without waiting for Su Songming to recover, Lin Zheong had already cupped his hands together and laughed loudly at the two white-robed figures. Soon after, Su Songming and his grandson finally saw the two people. The expression in the old man's eyes immediately hardened. These people were members of the Bai clan, one of the four great clans. One was a middle-aged man while the other was a young man. The middle-aged man was the current clan leader of the Bai clan, Bai Ying. Beside him was Bai Ying's son, Bai Zhan. Seeing Lin Zheong's gaze shoot over, Bai Ying smiled slightly. Disdain flashed across the depths of his eyes. Even though the Lin clan had done a lot for the Bai and Hua clans over the years, how could the Bai and Hua clans not know their thoughts? Although they were polite on the surface, they were secretly afraid of each other. Of course, among them, the Lin clan was naturally more afraid of the two great clans. After all, with the strength of the Lin clan, there was only one Do-Di, Lin Zheong, in the entire clan. Withdrawing his thoughts, Lin Zheong and his son had already flown forward. They once again cupped their hands respectfully to Bai Ying and his son. Regardless of their secret relationship, half of the control of Xian City was currently in the hands of the Bai clan. Without sufficient strength, the Lin clan would ultimately be inferior to the Bai clan. Clan leader Lin, it has been a few years since we last met. Your strength has become much stronger. Bai Ying casually cupped his hands together. His gaze met Bai Zhan's for a moment before he smiled and said, No, it is only a small improvement. How can it be compared to clan leader Bai's strength? The current me is likely unable to see through clan leader Bai's strength. Lin Zheong parted his mouth and smiled. He did not dare to be careless in his heart. By the side, Lin Ran's gaze had already landed on Bai Zhan. The person in front of him had already stepped into the 9-star half-martial emperor realm for many years. Until now, he still had not advanced to the Do-Di realm. This caused him to feel disdain in his heart. He believed that if it was him, with such a family background, his strength would have already stepped into the Do-Di class. The Bai Zhan in front of him was like a piece of trash in his eyes. It was unknown how he would feel if he knew Bai Zhan's true strength. I think that this must be young Master Bai. I have long heard that young Master is a young hero who has already stepped into the 9-star half-martial emperor realm at such a young age. However, looking at it now, it is likely that you are about to step into the Do-Di class. Lin Zheong's gaze ruthlessly cut at Lin Ran by the side. After the latter withdrew his gaze with an embarrassed expression, Lin Zheong faced Bai Zhan and spoke in a flattering tone. A young hero? He has stayed in the same realm for 10 years. Can he be considered a young hero? From the way I see it, his strength will stop at this level for the rest of his life. However, just as Lin Zheong's words left his mouth, a disdainful sneer suddenly sounded from the sky. At this moment, The gazes of the few people instantly turned around and looked toward the source of the sound. They saw two figures in black robes flying toward them from a short distance away. One of the two people was old while the other was young. The old man had a long beard and a shriveled face. He appeared to be just skin and bones. The other person was a young man. From his appearance, his age should be about the same as Bai Zhan and Lin Ran. Hua Yuning. Hua Ting. The instant the Bai family's father and son saw the two people who had arrived, the expressions in their eyes suddenly hardened. Their mouths involuntarily cried out in surprise. They were both shocked by the appearance of these two people. Hua Ting. It is unexpected that the Hua clan has actually sent him to protect Hua Yuning this time around. Bai Ying knit his brows tightly. His heart involuntarily felt a solemnness. This Hua Ting was the long-bearded old man standing behind the black-robed man at this moment. The young man standing in front of him was the current young master of the Hua clan, Hua Tianyi's elder brother, Hua Ting. Among the two of them, Hua Ting's strength had already reached the initial 2-star Do D class. This point was something that everyone present other than Lin Ran and Su Yao could see. As for Hua Yuning, other than Bai Ying, only Su Songming could see the strength of this old man. This Hua Yuning was an expert who had reached the advanced 3-star Do D class. Her strength was even a little stronger than Bai Ying. While this group of people appeared in the sky above Xian City, Xiao Yan had already spread his spiritual strength over the entire Xian City within a certain remote inn within the city. The scene that was currently occurring in the sky above Xian City was naturally clearly reflected in Xiao Yan's mind. Only at a certain moment did Xiao Yan, who had his eyes tightly shut, slowly open them. He frowned slightly and a solemn expression involuntarily flashed across his eyes. It was unexpected that 2 3-star Do D had appeared. It was fine if it was Bai Ying, but the old man called Hua Yuning was actually an advanced 3-star Do D class expert. This was much more dangerous. Chapter 723. So it's Hua Third Elder. Above the void, while the expressions of the Bai family's father and son changed, Lin Zihong's face once again showed a smile. He cupped his fists respectfully towards the old man. The expression on his face was undoubtedly more attentive than when he saw the Bai family's father and son just now. What a fence-sitter! Seeing this, Bai Ying couldn't help but curse inwardly, feeling a wave of disdain. The Hua Third Elder that Lin Zheong spoke of was Hua Ting. Hua Ting was the third elder of the Hua clan, and he was one of the few people in the Hua clan with real power. He had a high position, and in the entire Hua clan, no one dared to look down on his words. What surprised Lin Zheong the most was that the Hua family had actually sent such a powerhouse for this auction. His appearance represented the entire Hua family. It seemed that not only the Bai family, but the Hua family was also particularly concerned about this auction. He just did not know what kind of priceless treasure would appear in this auction that could move the two clans so much. Patriarch Lin, I remember that the last time we met was 2 years ago. Hearing Lin Zihong's words, Hua Ting's old face did not change. The Hua clan did not care about a mere Lin clan. Even if the Lin clan had made great contributions to the Hua clan, he was still not a member of the Hua clan. In his eyes, the Lin clan was just an outsider. Even if there were differences, it was just a relationship of using them. If the Lin clan had lost its value, the Hua clan would not hesitate to abandon them in the wilderness and let them fend for themselves. Third Elder is still strong. I haven't seen you for 2 years, and you are even stronger than before. I'm afraid you are about to break through to the 4-star level. Lin Zihong's flattery was no different from what he had said to Bai Ying earlier. Based on this, even people who were not familiar with him could tell that this person was an extremely hypocritical person. Hua Yuning, what do you mean by what you just said? After withdrawing his gaze, the expression on Bai Ying's face suddenly turned cold. The indifferent expression in his eyes instantly turned ice-cold. Even the aura on his body involuntarily fluctuated. When Bai Zhan saw this, he hurriedly grabbed the latter's wrist and slowly shook his head. His face was solemn. Seeing this, Bai Ying withdrew his gaze with a gloomy expression. Even with Hua Yuning's strength, his heart involuntarily palpitated when he saw the icy cold gaze that shot over from Bai Ying's eyes. A chill immediately rose from his back. The other party was after all a 3-star Dodi. His strength far surpassed Hui Yuning's. Just that invisible aura was enough to intimidate him. Patriarch Bai, my young master is young and impetuous. He speaks without thinking. Patriarch Bai, you don't have to take his words to heart. I apologize on his behalf. Hu Ting cupped his hands to Bai Ying as he softly laughed. Although he appeared to be apologizing, the smile that was revealed on the corner of his mouth was filled with disdain. Although the members of these two clans appeared friendly, the smell of gunpowder was extremely dense. This also further reflected the relationship between the 4 large clans. The 2 clans only exchanged words with each other. Lin Zheong and Su Songming, who were standing by the side, were completely ignored. Immediately, the expressions on the faces of these 2 people were different. On the other side, Xiao Yan, who was within the inn, was observing everything that was happening in the city. He sensed the smell of gunpowder that spread between the 2 clans. Xiao Yan's heart involuntarily relaxed. If these 2 clans were to restrain each other, it would undoubtedly reduce a lot of trouble for Xiao Yan. While the few factions in the sky were facing each other, circular invisible spatial ripples suddenly surged in a certain empty space within Xian City. In an instant, over a dozen gazes within Xian City were uniformly looking at the spot where the spatial ripples were spreading. All of these people were elite Dodi. Among them were naturally the 2 from the Bai clan and the Hu clan, as well as Lin Zheong, who was currently beside them, and Su Songming, who was a rank 3 alchemist. Of course, Xiao Yan, who was currently within the inn, was naturally no exception. Over a dozen gazes within the enormous Xian City were like spotlights as they gathered at a certain spot in the empty space. The spatial ripples at that spot were becoming increasingly obvious. At a certain moment, the invisible empty space seemed to have been torn apart and separated. It turned into a spatial tunnel. Soon after, a couple of human figures flashed out from within it. The gazes of Xiao Yan's group also landed on these few human figures. Finally, the spatial ripples gradually calmed down. Over a dozen human figures were already standing in the empty space. The bodies of these human figures were covered by large black robes. Not only was it impossible to see their bodies, but it was also impossible to detect their strength under the cover of the black robes. However, just from the fact that they were able to tear apart the empty space, the strength of this group of people was definitely not weak. It was likely that they were at least elite Dodi. Over a dozen elite Dodi. Such a lineup was in existence that could do whatever they wanted within the western region. Even the 4 large sects had no choice but to be cautious when faced with such a luxurious lineup. Have they finally arrived? Bai Ying narrowed his eyes as he stood in the empty space. His gaze swept over the dozen human figures. Even with his character, a deep solemnness involuntarily appeared deep within his eyes. Following the appearance of this group of people, the people in the city below quickly discovered their existence. Soon after, numerous fiery hot gazes were swiftly shot over. The greed in their eyes was not hidden at all. Xiao Yan, who was seated cross-legged on the bed within the inn, stood up. The attire of this group of people might be strange, but from their appearance and the degree of attention that everyone in the city gave them, it was not difficult to imagine that this group of people should be the organizers of this auction. With the help of his spiritual strength, Xiao Yan swiftly observed the bodies of these 10+ human figures. However, when he turned his head, Xiao Yan involuntarily frowned. These 10+ human figures were completely covered by black robes. At a glance, they were a black mass. It was impossible to see anything unusual about them. The only difference on their bodies was that there was a circle of strange golden runes on the collar of their robes. From the looks of those runes, it should be some kind of formation, and they were borrowing the power of this formation to conceal their auras. After Xiao Yan's eyes shifted away from this group of people, the leader of the black-robed group suddenly waved his large sleeve. A glass-like golden light immediately agglomerated in front of him. In the blink of an eye, it agglomerated into a palm-sized, porcelain white jade plate. Some complicated symbols were carved on it in a crooked manner. Xiao Yan immediately felt a surprise in his heart when he saw this jade plate. This was because this person had taken out an array plate. Chapter 724. In the sky above Xian City, countless pairs of eyes simultaneously landed on the group of black-robed figures who had appeared in the sky. Everyone's eyes contained a fiery hot expression, and the emotions in their hearts became increasingly excited because of this. Under everyone's gaze, the leader of the group of black-robed men had a palm-sized disc array standing in the void in front of him. From the crooked strange runes on it, a faint golden brilliance was emitted, enveloping the entire disc array. After the leader of the group took out the array disc, the other black-robed figures behind him also took out an array disc of the same size and placed it in the air in front of them. Is it finally about to begin? I've heard of many auctions that these fellows have organized. It's a pity that I've never had the chance to personally participate. Now I finally get the chance. Hua Ting's old face was filled with anticipation when he saw the dozen black-robed figures in the air each take out an array disc. Even Bai Ying and the others could not help but reveal a burning passion in their eyes. They stared intently at the group of black-robed figures, anticipating what would happen next. In the inn, Xiao Yan frowned slightly. Powerful spiritual strength gathered outside him, and the movements of the dozen figures clearly appeared in Xiao Yan's mind. The wide sleeves were lifted to their chests, and 10 skinny bamboo-like fingers stretched out from the black robes. The 10 fingers linked together, and numerous complicated seals were rapidly formed. The movements of this group of black-robed people were coherent and compact. Even the speed of the seals and the distance between the 10 fingers were extremely strict. Just from this point alone, it could be seen that the degree of tacit understanding between this group of black-robed people had reached an extremely shocking level. But soon after, waves of enormous spiritual strength actually surged out from the bodies of this group of people and poured into the array plate in front of them. Immediately, the porcelain white array plate shone brightly, and those golden symbols also emitted a dazzling light at this moment. This group of people are all formation masters. Even with Xiao Yan's mental fortitude, he could not help but feel shocked when he sensed the enormous spiritual strength that surged out from the group of black-robed figures. The muscles on the corner of his eyes twitched involuntarily. This group of people were all formation masters. Moreover, from the strength of the spiritual strength that he sensed from each of them, they should all be rank 3 formation masters. Rank 3 formation masters. This also meant that the spiritual strength of this group of people was not inferior to his. It might even be superior. On the surface, this group did not appear to have any problems. Who could have imagined that the strength that they contained was actually this strong? The strength of an elite Do D and the spiritual strength of a rank 3 formation master. By relying on these factors, this group of people was an existence that could sweep through the entire Western region. Even the 4 great sects would not be able to resist if they were to face with this group of black-robed figures. After a wave of shock passed through Xiao Yan's heart, the formation plates in front of the group of black-robed figures in the sky finally began to move. Following the pouring in of the enormous spiritual strength, the glow on the 10+ formation plates became increasingly bright. In the end, those formation plates appeared like numerous small suns that were suspended in the sky when viewed from a distance. Soon after, the group of black-robed figures began to move and spread out. They controlled the formation plates with one hand and formed a huge circle in the sky. After which, the hands of this group of people once again moved under the suspicious gazes of everyone in the city. One could see them controlling the formation plates to be suspended in front of them. They once again formed some seals in unison. Immediately, numerous energy light pillars suddenly shot out from the formation plates that were flashing brightly. They gathered in the empty space even higher up. Immediately, the invisible empty space churned intensely. Circular spatial ripples surged like ocean waves until the empty space collapsed and turned into an endless darkness. Only then did the space where the energy gathered gradually stabilize. In the end, the bright energy light gradually disappeared. At this moment, what appeared in front of everyone in the city was an enormous spatial tunnel. This spatial tunnel was an enormous circular shape. Its width was enough to accommodate over 10 people side by side. At this moment, there were waves of silver-white spatial strength repeatedly surging out from within the spatial tunnel, maintaining the normal operation of the spatial tunnel. Other than this, the energy light pillars that were shot out from the formation plates were also pouring energy into the spatial tunnel. It could be said that the existence of the spatial tunnel was completely supported by the formation plates. This is a spatial tunnel, huh? The expression on Xiao Yan's face involuntarily widened when he saw the spatial tunnel, after which he recovered. His spiritual strength carefully observed the spatial tunnel that was condensed in the empty space. Even with Xiao Yan's temperament, a shocked expression involuntarily surged onto his face. TSK, this is really extravagant. To be able to condense a spatial tunnel in such a short period of time. This is not something that can be done with just spiritual strength and Do Qi. Xiao Yan let out an exclamation in his mouth. He controlled his spiritual strength and focused his gaze. Indeed, on the formation plate in front of those black-robed people, Xiao Yan could vaguely see a crystal rock with an irregular shape suspended in the air above the formation plate despite being blocked by the bright light pillar. It was not difficult to guess that it was undoubtedly a spirit stone. The energy source of the formation plates and the spatial tunnel all came from the spirit stone. Humph, those fellows who used to hide their heads and only show their tails, pretending to be mysterious and mystifying. After all this time, the auction venue is actually not within Xian City. Aren't they intentionally making a fool of us? In the sky, Hui Yesing's eyes were indifferent as she stared at the group of black-robed figures in the distant sky. Her expression was slightly gloomy. They were clearly the ones who organized the auction. In the end, they actually had to wait bitterly. This caused Hui Yesing to be extremely displeased. The instant Hui Yesing's words left her mouth, the expression on Hua Ting's old face changed slightly. He hurriedly grabbed the latter's wrist and shook his head at Hui Yesing with a solemn expression, indicating that the latter should not continue speaking. Upon seeing this, Hui Yesing was stunned. She gently curled her lips and did not say anything else. Then, Hua Ting looked at the group of black-robed figures in the sky. When he saw that they were not paying attention to them, he secretly heaved a sigh of relief. It was fine that Hui Yesing did not know how terrifying these fellows were, but Hua Ting clearly knew that none of these people were to be trifled with. Even the 4 great sects did not dare to underestimate them, let alone their subordinates. Yesing, it's better to be more cautious in the future. Even the sect leader does not dare to provoke this group of people, let alone us. Upon hearing Hua Ting mention the sect leader, the expression on Hui Yesing's face changed slightly. A look of surprise flashed across the depths of her eyes. She did not expect that in the entire Western region, there would be another force other than the 3 great sects that the Heavenly Sword sect did not dare to provoke. Who exactly were these people? There's no need to be surprised. The Western region is much larger than what you've seen. There are many hidden dragons and crouching tigers. There are also many experts who live in seclusion. Although our 4 great sects are considered to be standing at the peak of the Western region on the surface, those forces in the dark are not people that we can easily touch. For example, the Hidden Cloud Pavilion and even, as if he could see the shock in Hui Yesing's heart, Hua Ting furrowed his brows and explained for her. However, at the end of his words, the old man suddenly stopped talking. It was as if he had thought of something terrifying. His Adam's apple moved, but he did not say anything else. Father, what is this? On the other side, Bai Zhan frowned as he looked at the spatial channel in the sky. He could not help but reveal a trace of confusion in his eyes. He had never heard of an auction being held like this. Did they want them to travel to another city to participate in the auction? Have you heard of spatial auctions? This is it. Bai Ying smiled slightly. Compared to the arrogance of the Hua family, Bai Ying and his son were much more humble. Or rather, they were more careful with their words and actions. Hearing Bai Ying's words, Bai Zhan raised his eyebrows and revealed a look of understanding. He said, so it's a spatial auction. I've long heard that in order to prevent people from fighting over the auction items during the auction, they would choose to set up their auction in the endless void. I didn't expect them to do this. No wonder the auctions they hold are not only of high value, but there have never been any accidents. So it's because of this. When Bai Zhan said these words, Bai Ying nodded once again. The two of them raised their eyes at the same time and looked at the group of black-robed people. Their expressions were even more solemn. Just as Bai Zhan had said, the spatial auction was built in the boundless void. Spatial turbulence existed there, and it was like a natural protective barrier had been added to the auction. It was impossible to force your way in, and it was impossible to force your way out. If one tried to forcefully enter, one's life or death would be difficult to predict. Under the spatial turbulence, even an elite Dodi might not be able to survive. The only way to enter and exit safely was through the spatial channel. However, the spatial channel was controlled by the auction organizer. With these various reasons, those who participated in the auction would naturally have some misgivings in their hearts. Hence, normally speaking, those who participated in the spatial auction would not only not cause trouble during the auction but would also restrict each other. This was to prevent anything from happening during the auction. In the end, the one who would end up being harmed would be themselves. Xiao Yan frowned slightly within the inn. He used his spiritual strength to observe the spatial channel. His heart involuntarily felt some doubt. At this moment, the black-robed person from the group of black-robed people in the sky, who was the first to take out the formation plate, arrived in front of the spatial channel. Everyone, for the sake of safety, the venue of our auction is set up in the endless void. At this moment, the spatial channel that connects to our auction is behind me. As long as one passes through this channel, one will be able to reach the spatial auction. We will begin the auction there. A somewhat hoarse old voice reverberated over the sky of Xian City. Immediately, everyone in the city turned their heated eyes toward the black-robed person who had spoken. More accurately speaking, they were looking at the spatial channel that was currently standing behind him. After a moment of hesitation, the black mass of human figures below immediately began to move. Like a churning wave, everyone rose to the sky at this moment and swiftly flew toward the spatial channel. However, in the very next moment, an overwhelming oppressive might suddenly envelop the entire region. Before those half-martial emperors who had just stepped into the sky could even stabilize themselves, they were once again suppressed by that frightening oppressive might. What is the meaning of this? Isn't this an auction? Why won't we be allowed in? At the same time that they were suppressed by the pressure, the people below immediately became restless. Dissatisfied shouts rang out one after another. In the blink of an eye, the entire Xian city had descended into chaos. However, soon after, just as everyone in the city was clamoring to enter the spatial tunnel, another invisible pressure suddenly descended on everyone's heads. Under the threat of this pressure, no one dared to act rashly again. The clamor was gradually suppressed as well. According to the rules of the auction house, there is a requirement to enter the spatial auction. Everyone must pay 500,000 spirit coins to enter. Of course, if you are able to take out an item that is worth 500,000 spirit coins, we will also allow you to enter. Otherwise, no one will be allowed to enter. The somewhat hoarse old voice was once again emitted from under the large black robe. The expressions of everyone in the city below suddenly changed drastically. 500,000 spirit coins. After all, it was quite a huge sum for ordinary quasi-emperors. In the current Xian city, 500,000 spirit coins was not something that the half-emperors could not take out. However, once they handed over the 500,000 spirit coins, they would also be unable to participate in the auction of the items in the auction. In other words, just this requirement alone was enough to filter out most of the half-emperors in Xian city from participating in the auction. This undoubtedly increased the quality of the auction. The financial strength of the remaining half-emperors was definitely not weak. In this way, the value of the items in the auction would also increase by quite a bit. In the room of the inn, Xiao Yan could not help but reveal a trace of shame. 500,000 spirit coins was truly an exorbitant demand. If it was in the past, Xiao Yan might have hesitated for a long time. However, now, with the amount of spirit stones he had obtained in the desolate ancient ruins, this amount of spirit coins was naturally nothing. Chapter 725. A countless number of people within Xian City were shocked by the high entrance fee. 500,000 spirit coins. This was enough to eliminate over half of the people in Xian City from this auction. Faced with such a high entrance fee, those people could only bitterly return even though they were unwilling. After all, they had witnessed the strength of this group of black-robed people. From the looks of the enormous spiritual strength that had surged out from their bodies earlier, the strength that this group of people possessed was definitely not below that of a Dodi. With just this group of Bandi in the city, it was likely that they would not be a match for them even if they were to attack together. The people in the city were aware of this point. Although most of the people had missed the opportunity to participate in the auction this time around, the remaining group of people would not miss such a good opportunity. A moment later, numerous human figures within the city rushed into the sky and arrived in front of the black-robed person standing in front of the spatial tunnel. A small group of people among them held an indifferent attitude toward the 500,000 spirit coins. However, most people's faces would involuntarily reveal an extremely pained expression when they took out the 500,000 spirit coins. Clearly, even though the remaining group of people had the capital to participate in this spatial auction, this capital did not mean that they were absolutely wealthy. Within a short moment, the front of the spatial tunnel was already filled with people. In order to maintain order, the black-robed person had no choice but to reveal a little of his might. Only then did the chaotic crowd become orderly and separate into 3 lines. Even though this was the case, the end of these 3 lines had already reached the end of one's sight. From this, one could tell just how great the influence of this spatial auction was. Each time a faction entered the spatial tunnel, 500,000 spirit coins would land in the sleeves of the black-robed person or an item of similar value. No one was an exception to this point. Even the 2 large clans had to hand over 500,000 spirit coins. Xiao Yan was wearing a black robe. His body was completely covered by the black robe. His eyes watched the long line in front of him gradually move forward. His heart felt somewhat helpless. It was unexpected that entering the auction house was actually so troublesome. Earlier, he had merely been a little slower and ended up at the back of the line. However, he did not know just how long he would have to wait until he entered the auction house. As he thought of this, Xiao Yan's mouth involuntarily let out a soft, helpless sigh. Soon after, however, when Xiao Yan's gaze randomly glanced over the crowd in front of him, the expression in his eyes suddenly became dull. In his sight, there were a couple of human figures standing in the queue. Looking at those familiar faces, they were the people from the 2 large clans. They are actually also. Xiao Yan's eyebrows twitched slightly. He involuntarily felt a surprise in his heart. He did not expect that the people from the 2 large clans would actually be in the line. Originally, Hui Yuhao thought that with the strength of the 2 large clans, they would receive special treatment and should have already entered the auction house. However, looking at their current appearance, their faces seemed to be filled with helplessness. Their faces were somewhat ashen. It was obvious that they were extremely dissatisfied in their hearts. They did not expect that with the strength of their clans, they would actually have to line up here. However, Xiao Yan thought about it again and his heart felt relieved. The strength of this group of black-robed people was extraordinary. Even the 4 large sects were a little wary of them. Naturally, the 2 large clans would not dare to provoke them. With regards to their rules, it was likely that even the people from the Heavenly Sword sect could only obediently abide by them. Xiao Yan's gaze swept across the 2 men from the Hu clan as a glint flashed across his eyes. Immediately, his gaze landed on the Bai clan father and son. Both of his eyes narrowed slightly as he stared intently at the 2. Suspicions involuntarily rose in Xiao Yan's heart. At the same time, he also felt a sense of seriousness. The father and son were extremely scheming. They were able to treat everything with caution. Whatever they did, they seemed to have a motive. This was especially so for Bai Zhan, who had purposely concealed his strength. This was something that even the other 3 large clans did not know. Even though the 3 large clans had their suspicions, they were unable to find any evidence to prove Bai Zhan's strength. Even when they tried to probe him and threatened him with their lives, this fellow actually did not pay any attention to them. Just based on this point alone, it was enough to be called frightening. With this father and son duo in the Bai clan, their future was likely to be extraordinary. Although a powerful tiger could take a person's life, it would also suffer the pain of a counterattack. However, a venomous snake that hid in the dark was different. Once it attacked and bit down, not only would it not give a person the chance to counterattack, It would also take a person's life. There was no chance of survival. The Heavenly Sword sect was like a ferocious tiger, while the Bai clan was like a venomous snake that was entrenched under its body. Once it revealed its venomous fangs, no matter how powerful the Heavenly Sword sect was, it would be difficult for them to escape death. This Bai clan must be treated with caution. Even though Xiao Yan had a secret agreement with the Bai clan, Xiao Yan had no choice but to be cautious. This group of people had been working under the Heavenly Sword Gate for many years. Everything they did was for the sake of lying low and waiting for the best opportunity to completely overthrow the Heavenly Sword Gate. Their scheming was so deep that it caused one's back to feel a chill. It was likely that regardless of whether it was Xiao Yan or any other faction that cooperated with them, it was likely that they would be terrified. Suddenly, Bai Ying, who was a 3-star Do D in the front of the group, suddenly frowned. He turned his head and his sharp eyes swiftly swept over the group behind him. Just a moment ago, he had clearly sensed a gaze with a hidden meaning. That gaze was clearly aimed at them. Moreover, that kind of feeling caused Bai Ying's heart to tremble slightly. The depths of his heart swayed slightly. That was fear. How can this be? Who is that person? What is he planning to do? Why does he cause me to feel afraid? Bai Ying's sleek red face had unknowingly turned pale. The expression in his eyes was especially grave. Threads of cold sweat slowly flowed down from his forehead. Even the breath in his nose had swayed slightly. That gaze from earlier had caused him to sense a trace of a dangerous aura. It was as though that gaze could take away his life. It was just like the sickle of a ghost, causing one's heart to tremble. He had sensed this kind of feeling not long ago. It was from that young man in the desolate ancient remains a couple of months ago. That young man was terrifyingly strong despite his young age. Could it be him? Bai Ying's heart involuntarily thought of a person. Although he did not expect it, that person's figure would linger in his mind once he thought of it. It was just like a dream. Father, what is it? Bai Zhan by the side had a slight change in expression when he sensed the change in expression on Bai Ying's face. He understood his father very well. His father's mental state had never changed in so many years. No matter who or what he faced, he would always be able to calmly face it. However, at this moment, the sudden change in expression on his father's face caused him to feel a little uneasy. It's nothing. That should be a misconception. Try to be careful when you enter the auction house later. Not only must you be careful of these few hungry wolves, there are also other people, Bai Ying vaguely spoke. After which, he slowly turned around and inhaled a deep breath of air. It was a long while later before he gradually calmed down. Bai Zhan knit his brows tightly when he heard this. The suspicion in his heart involuntarily increased. At the same time, he also felt shocked. He could sense that his father's mental state had undergone a change. This was the first time this had happened in so many years. Chapter 726. The queue in the sky above Xian City was very long. This meant that the time needed to enter the spatial auction house was also very long. In reality, this process lasted for an entire day. When Xiao Yan entered the auction house, the sky above Xian City was already close to dusk. However, the queue behind him was still very long. From this morning until dusk, there was still such a huge flow of people. From this, it could be seen how great the attraction of the spatial auction was to ordinary people. However, at this moment, Xiao Yan had successfully entered the auction house. Everything that happened in the outside world naturally had nothing to do with him anymore. When Xiao Yan walked to the front of the spatial tunnel, the black-robed person, who was originally not moving and only caring about collecting money, suddenly moved. Xiao Yan's face carried a doubtful expression as he turned his head. The latter also turned his head at the same time. However, due to the black robe covering them, both parties were unable to see each other's faces. You are very special. Faintly, just as Xiao Yan turned around and was about to step into the spatial tunnel, the old man's old and hoarse voice suddenly sounded beside Xiao Yan's ear. Hearing this, Xiao Yan's eyes suddenly shrank. He could not help but feel surprised in his heart. He had clearly tried his best to hide all of his aura. However, he did not expect that he would still be recognized by someone. Xiao Yan believed that an ordinary Dou or an alchemist of the same level would not be able to detect his exact strength. However, this black-robed person was actually able to do so. This meant that the latter was either a high-class Dou or an alchemist of rank 4 or above. Moreover, he was both of these. With this thought in his heart, Xiao Yan's figure quickly disappeared from the empty space. Dazzling white light filled Xiao Yan's surroundings, causing him to be unable to open his eyes. Immediately, Xiao Yan only felt an intense white light pass through his eyelids. Xiao Yan's eyes were tightly shut. He could not help but raise his hands to block in front of his eyes. A moment later, Xiao Yan once again opened his eyes. The thing that appeared in front of Xiao Yan was a square. In front of the square was an enormous building that appeared like an ancient city. It was like a fierce beast that was in a deep slumber. The invisible aura that it emitted caused one's heart to feel fear. Xiao Yan looked around the space in front of him. This space was not considered big. At a glance, there was no other space other than the ancient building in front of them. What entered their eyes was a vast expanse of void. When they focused their attention, they could vaguely see some wrinkle-like spatial cracks at the edge of this space. Those spatial cracks were clearly left behind by someone with the purpose of sealing this space. Of course, in addition to this, in the deeper parts of the void, there were waves of powerful spatial turbulence that were like poisonous snakes circling around this space. Anyone who stepped into this space would immediately be swallowed by the spatial turbulence. However, at this moment, numerous human figures were leaping towards the huge building in front of them. Everyone's face had changed from the painful expression from before. Their eyes were filled with a fiery passion as they quickly flew towards the huge building that had already opened its door. Is this the spatial auction house? It's quite imposing. The ancient building looked quite old. Other than the pitch-black and heavy building itself, there was also a rich vicissitude aura gathered within this space. Xiao Yan's footsteps followed the crowd that appeared behind him. He leaped and flew towards the huge auction house in front of him. The interior structure of the auction house was not much different from an ordinary auction house. If one had to point out a difference, it would be that the seating arrangement here was different from an ordinary auction house. In this place, regardless of whether one was a bandit or a Dou, one's seat was the same. Xiao Yan randomly found a seat. The number of people that surged in from the outside world also decreased. In the end, the auction house was filled to the brim and the flow of people entering the auction house also came to an end. Xiao Yan's figure sat in the middle of the crowd within the huge auction house. He eyed the empty crystal platform below the audience seats. Both of his eyes revealed an expression of anticipation. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Suddenly, a buzzing sound was emitted from the quiet stone platform below. At the same time this sound was emitted, everyone present felt that the entire auction house was shaking. Soon after, in front of the gazes of everyone present, the crystal platform in the middle of the auction house actually began to shake clearly at this moment. At the same time, the height of the entire stone platform also rose at this moment. Everyone in the auction house only sighed in relief when the stone platform stopped shaking. However, at the next moment, when they once again raised their eyes to look at the middle of the stone platform, a human figure had unknowingly stood in the middle of the stone platform. This human figure was different from those black-robed people that they had seen in the outside world earlier. Although this human figure was also an old man, the way he dressed was no different from an ordinary old man. At the very least, compared to those black-robed people, this old man was even more deeply rooted in people's hearts. At the very least, he would not cause people to reject him. Of course, other than this, under the probing of Xiao Yan's spiritual strength, the strength of this plainly dressed old man was not as simple as it appeared on the surface. Under the probing of Xiao Yan's spiritual strength, the strength of this old man in front of him had already completely exceeded the range of Xiao Yan's probing. It was likely that the strength of this old man was at the very least above a 7-star Dou. As for the latter's spiritual strength, Xiao Yan did not sense it. This could not be denied that he did not have it. After all, the strength of that group of black-robed people outside was already frighteningly strong. It might not be that this old man did not have spiritual strength. It was just that his spiritual strength was too strong. Xiao Yan's heart involuntarily trembled when he thought of this. This western region was really a place with hidden dragons and crouching tigers. The so-called 4 large sects were not the true overlords. The true experts were always hidden in the world. Even though they were close at hand, it was still impossible for others to discover them. Everyone, the old me is the auctioneer for this auction. I will first wish that everyone who has come here today will be able to return with a fruitful harvest and obtain the items that you desire. The words of this old man were a little straightforward. He did not beat around the bush, nor did he flatter. Perhaps those things were unnecessary in his opinion. After a short period of nonsense, the old man did not say anything else. His sleek, white hand randomly drew across the empty space in front of him. Soon after, a palm-sized jade box landed in the old man's hand out of nowhere. Following this, a surging energy aura spread out from within the jade box. This is the first auction item today, the jade bone fruit,